Well, hello, and welcome back, everybody. It is great to see you tonight. I hope you're all having a great night and had a great day. Sorry, it's a late day, folks. We had some stuff happening today, and I just couldn't make it. So here I am now. Of course, I'm not going to miss it for anything. So thank you for being here, guys. We're having a live call-in show. The phone lines will be opened up, and we're going to talk about a few different things. Some new stuff in the Idaho 4 case, of course. Many of you know already. And some other things. We'll just have to see what it is. So I appreciate you all joining me tonight. Please make sure you guys are hitting the like button on your way through the door and share this out to anybody you think would want to hear my big mouth run. And if you will, thank you so very much, guys. And as always, it's time to get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello. Riding that bass line all the way in. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe with me, the Dago. Hello. It's great to have you guys here again tonight. I appreciate you very much. Come on in, guys, and find a place to sit. Get yourself comfortable. Grab a chair, the couch, the love seat, the floor, a stump, like I like to say, whatever works. Just try to make it comfortable if you will. And if not, you can stand. It's up to you. I don't care. But make sure you're here. Appreciate you very much. Grab something to drink because we'll probably be here for a minute. That way you don't get all dehydrated. We don't want that. So come on in. Come on in. As I said earlier, we're going to be talking about a little bit of everything. You can sit on the toilet if you'd like to. Just be like Doodle, though, and make sure your seatbelt's strapped in so you don't fly out the window, guys. That's all that matters. We're going to be talking about a little bit everything tonight. I'm turning on the phone lines, and I expect phone calls tonight, guys. Give me a call. I want to hear your voices. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear how you feel about things, if you will, please. And if we can't do the phone lines, of course, we can do the other things as well. We'll work through that, but it's a wide open discussion about different things. There was some stuff, of course, in the Idaho 4 case that dropped. Surprise. We got other things going on all over the world, and we're going to talk about it. So we can do that, guys. Don't be afraid to call me, though. I don't bite often. I don't stink. I can promise you that. I'll show you my cologne bottles, you guys. That way you'll know I don't smell bad. Whatever you need to be able to make that happen. So, thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you're all having an amazing night and hopefully it gets better. Hope you enjoy being here. For those of you that are new, I hope you've been enjoying being here. I hope you've been welcomed with open arms, as we do with everybody, or try to, that pops in here that's new. We have so many new people, guys. It's so amazing to me how fast and how much this channel is growing. We're almost at 9,000 subscribers already, and we were just at 7,000 a couple weeks ago. So it's going, and it's growing and going, and I'm very, 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 very grateful for it, folks. So thank you for being here and doing what you do, because again, I wouldn't do this without you guys. And I got to thank all my moderators that are here tonight, as always, because once again, I would never try to do this without them, because I can't do it. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it, because they're amazing and they make this stuff happen, guys. My producers, I appreciate them as well for everything they do, because again, I wouldn't, shouldn't, couldn't do it without them, and I don't want to. So I love this community. I appreciate every one of you guys, and I, again, am grateful for all of you. So thank you for being here, guys. Speaking of, let's see who is here tonight with us, gracing us with their amazing and outlandishly awesome presence. That wasn't over dramatic, was it? No, come on, no. So far, I can see, looks like Miss Cassie. Hello. How are you tonight, Cass? Good to see you. My Doodlebug's in the house. Welcome, Duty. Good to have you here tonight. Robert Bell, welcome back, my brother. Good to see you tonight. Miss Andy Rose, a new addition to this community that we are so grateful for. Good to see you tonight, Andy. Thank you for joining us. Miss Josie West, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Kimber, hello. Good to have you here, Kimber. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thomas Geroz, thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Of course, Miss Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, Mr. Steve's in the house. SWTC. Welcome back, Steve. Good to see you tonight. Miss Jilly Bean, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, my son was speaking to me again. Miss Lisa Vallejo, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Let's see here. Kate Pruitt, welcome. Good to have you. If that's Kate, and if not, welcome, CJ. Good to see you, brother or ma'am. Great to have you here. Miss Jody, welcome back. Good to see you again. Second time today. DS, welcome. Great to see you. Charlotte Gross, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very, very much. Let me see. Gianna, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us, guys. Please make sure, if you choose to, that you open up at the very bottom of your chat screen the little $sign gifting, so that you can accept gifts, because you never know when somebody's going to throw you a gift or membership. Okay, I'd love for everybody that don't have one to be able to get one if they choose to. So please open that up if you will. Leslie and Billy, great to see you as always. Thank you for joining us. B. Williams, welcome back, man. Miss Victoria Burgess, what a pleasure to see you tonight. Neil Homestead, my friend, welcome back. Good to see you. Brandy B, the OG, never a doubt in my mind that I'll see her. Thank you for being here, Brandy. I appreciate you very much. Miss Tracy again, great to see you again. Thank you for being here. LA, what's going on? Good to see you. LA, you need to get in touch with Brandy so that we can get you worked into the Discord as you had requested at one point. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Thank you for joining me. I sent you an email. Of course you did. You are the email queen, and I love it. Thank you, Molly, dear. I appreciate you very much. Miss Lori Blythe, thank you for joining us. Second time watching, and I love that you love my show. I appreciate that very much. Miss Jen Burris, welcome back to you. Miss Bonnie Messick, always a pleasure to see you, dear. Thank you for being here with us. Miss Jenny Jones is in the house, guys. Thank you for joining us, Jenny. Lisa Wilson, welcome. Good to have you here. Groot, what's going on? Good to see you, Groot. Thank you for joining us tonight. You are appreciated. very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to set something in motion on this side of things too. Where are we at here? Come on, show it to me. There it is. Okay. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss nobody. We got 87 people in here. Please make sure you're hitting the like button as you go through that door, folks. I would really, really appreciate it. Miss Heather, good to see you tonight. Spenny Kerf, what's going on? Good to have you here. Tell Al I said, hey, what's up, brother? Let's see. Thank you, Miss Cass. If you guys need to reach me, there it is. Of course, through the email. And if you need to call, 234-703-4047, as you'll see here in a little bit, is the number. Of course, you can get me on Twitter if you need to as well. They're all there. Girl next door, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Let me see something here. Golf Inspector's in the house. Welcome back, Golf. Good to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Let me see. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Looks like we got 97 peeps in here with 64 likes. Come on, guys. You can't forget. Just a little DNA there. All you gotta do is just touch that button and it's over. It's not too painful. I promise. I promise. I promise. Here, Romino, welcome back to you. It's great to see you. It's always wonderful to have you here. Thank you, Aseni. I appreciate that. Give Al a big old high five for me, but easy because that's a big dude and I don't want to break my arm. So take it easy now. I'm glad that he lives in the state of Ohio with us. He can help defend the state when we need it. That's a big dude. And all I saw was a picture, so I don't know. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Please, if you will. All right. All right. Let's see. Butterfly 71. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Robert Bell. Let me see. Lily Moon. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you here. Anybody out there that's just kind of lurking and watching, it's okay. I appreciate you very much. But please at least hit that like button if you can, please. Just pretend like you like me, even if you don't, because I know there's people that don't. That's okay. D. Smith, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Kate Pruitt, welcome. CJ as well. Julie R., thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much as well. Let me see something here. What just happened? The Lord Almighty. Stop it. No, don't do that. What is going on? Come on now. Okay, that's where I was trying to go. Let me check this email where Miss Molly has a little conniption here. I want to make sure she don't think I forget it, because I don't forget it. Where is it? It said it downloaded. Where the hell is that? Oh, how many times did I download it now? 3 times? Okay. Oh, Molly and her kitty videos. I love it. Love it. One of our producers, Miss Molly. She's actually a cat, guys, just so you know. We figured that out about a year ago. It's kind of, I don't know if there's supposed to be audio to this, but check it out. Kind of funny. I think it is, at least. What is that? Oh my god. What is it? Get to the kitchen. Hermagerd. Uh oh, good lord, you guys are nuts. This is hilarious, Molly. And she always ends them with this Molly cat smile. I love it. Thank you, Molly, very much. Appreciate you. That was cute. Very cute. Awesome. Yeah, I love the cat videos too. She always puts them together. Whenever she gets mad at me, for those of you that are new, when Molly gets mad at me, I get an email and I open it and it's a cat driving in a car heading to me, and then it cuts to another cat kicking the shit out of somebody else, which is her coming to whoop my ass, is basically what that means. I get that every time she's mad at me, just so you guys know. So it's kind of funny. I think it's adorable, actually, and I love cats. So we're big cat people in here. That's why when it took us a minute, but we figured that Molly's actually a cat, half human. So, and she's small enough to be a cat. So welcome, LR. Good to see you tonight. Okay. Caden says hi, everybody. This is what I had for dinner tonight. Thanks for the recipe, Doodle. I appreciate you very much for that. Peepers is Mama Cat's Tom. He's 6 months. Cute. Betty cute. All right, let me move that now. And move this. Again, thank you, Molly. That was adorable as always. He says hello back, Doodle. I'm gonna be doing he by the way, for those of you that are interested, he's gonna be 18 and he loves coming in here and doing these music streams that I do with you guys. Of course, he loves you guys too. And he asked if we could do one to celebrate his birthday in a sense. And I said yes, that would be great if you choose to. One of the things he wants to do. So that's going to be happening for those of you that are interested. And he would love to see as many of you here as he can. That he typically sees. You know what I mean? So, and you don't have to be here, guys. I understand. Not a lot of you, not a lot of you guys are into that stuff, and it's okay. But those of you that are, it would be awesome if you could be here for that when we do it. That's all. I don't know it's for sure yet, Dane, but welcome by. Yeah, I'll have to figure out the exact time. Welcome, Norma, Tina B, Ray Baldick. Welcome. 125 peeps in here. 78 likes. We're getting there. Keep hitting that button, folks, if you will, please. I appreciate you very much. And again, make sure you have those dollar signs clicked in. The membership, the gifting is open. Please, if you will. That way you can receive a membership. Oh, look at that. Heavy Metal Toy Box gifted 5 memberships. That's awesome. Thank you, Heavy Metal Toy Box. Oops. Sorry. That's me, guys. Looks like Den Burris got one. Cindy Kerf got one. Miss Julie R. Girl Next Door and Harsh One. Shelly got one. Congrats, and a welcome. Welcome to the sauce for those of you that are new, and welcome back for those of you that aren't. Yeah, that's my other channel, the Heavy Metal Toy Box, you guys. So thank you. For those of you that are in here that are newer members, thank you for being part of this community. We appreciate you very, very much. So, welcome to the sauce, guys. Little give back there when I can. Hello, just a little. So anyway. All right. Let's see here. All right. So, like I said, guys, we're going to open up the phone lines tonight. Live call-in show for anybody and everybody. We can open up the panel as well for anybody that would like to do that. I'll do bouncing back and forth. And have some conversations about some things. Welcome, El Bariqua. Critical Thinking Cap, welcome. Good to have you here tonight. Absolutely critical. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much as well. I like your icon. That's cool. Oh, thank you, Doodle. That is my other channel, guys. You're probably mostly not interested in it, but it does help it to grow if anybody subscribes to it. It's all about toys and what I do with them, the collecting and all that part. So if you're interested, yes, it would be awesome if you would subscribe to it, should you choose to, but no worries if you don't. I won't be angry. I have you all here. Clue's having birthday for Cletus. That's awesome. When is she doing that, Carolyn? Do you know? Oh, Bonnie, that's awesome. Thank you very much for that. I hope that he enjoys it too. Well, there you go, Stenny. That's awesome. And again, Doodle, thank you for that very much. You are appreciated. Oh, tonight. Okay. What time are they doing that? Thank you, Gianna. I appreciate that very much. Like I said, guys, it's probably a lot of stuff you guys wouldn't be interested in, but it does help me in a lot of ways, so I appreciate that very much. I've searched all day for OFC Smith's statement. I agree with you, Critical. I think it was redacted as well. Well, Senny, that Heavy Metal Toy Box is me and Molly. I don't know if she knew that or not, but Heavy Metal is my other channel, and I was locked in under that. That way, it gives it a different, like somebody else is giving it. That's all. Either way, you got it. That's what matters, and I appreciate you guys being here. Making cake. Oh, she's like having a real party for him. Carolyn, is that what you're saying? Like a real thing? Cool. Good for them. That's awesome. I wish I could be there. Miss Sherry, welcome. Good to see you. LA, hello. And thank you, Miss Sherry, for that, guys. We're at 83 likes with 126 peeps. Yeah, I can't find that PA documents either, Julie. I was looking for those today. I can't. So if anybody has the documents from Idaho, from Pennsylvania, or Officer Smith's statement alone, send them to me, please, because I can't find them anywhere. We've been looking on and off all day for this since this morning in Willie's live stream. Maybe they've been redacted or just taken it. They're gone. Can't find them anywhere. So, Coheed Consumer 13, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Let me see. See. So. Absolutely, Steady. No worries whatsoever. Like I said, I try to get back when I can. It's not often, but I do try, guys. I promise. Yes, please, because I looked. It's not stating that. Yes. Oh, I know. Jody. Jody was in there with us this morning. It was driving her nuts because she couldn't find it. She was all over the place. I felt bad for you, because I started looking too, and I found other things. But it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. That's awesome, girl next door. Thank you. Yeah, that's my other. That's my actual hobby is collecting toys and um doing oh my god, I can't think right now. Um like making my own versions of different things and stuff like that. So tis the thing, tis the thing, tis the thing, tis the thing. But anyway, all right. Nope. Here we go again. Every time I do this. Where did it go this time? Hold on, folks. Keep losing my. There we are. Okay. No, Sherry, I haven't put any videos on it yet. I'm trying to get it to a certain amount of people before I put anything on it. I haven't really had any time either. Um but excuse me. Oh wow, girl next door. That's awesome. I would love to get my hands on some of those. Thank you, Golf. God bless. That's awesome. I appreciate that very much. Bingo. Woke up in 1984. Thank you, by the way, for the subscription. That's perfect. Golf inspector. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you. Um, why is that over here? And I'm over there. There we go. Thank you, Miss Sherry. That's definitely the lighter side of me, and I'll be doing that with my soon-to-be son-in-law and Caden and groups of other people. And basically, we just talk about new toys, old toys, things that involve toys, and stuff like that. It's very with everything I do here. You guys know how stressful this can be, but it's very relaxing and enjoyable for me, and I can just kind of not worry about stuff. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about drama and who's mad at me for saying this or not saying that or this or that and anything else. So that's all. Yeah, I think that's really all it says, Jody. I remember reading the document, like I said this morning, but I don't remember seeing that. I don't know why. And I love Annie. Annie's very good at this stuff. She's got a great mind for this stuff, and I just don't remember. I can't remember. So I've been following the Shonda Vander Ark, Paul Ferguson case. Oh wow, I haven't really looked into that one, Coheed. I'll have to check that out though. I've heard it. I haven't really looked into it. The doctor's in the house. Welcome, Draw. Thank you for joining us. I love this lady. She's so amazing. I love her insight into things. So yes, it's great to have you here as well. Norma Fralin, good to see you. If I didn't say it already, 139 peeps, 91 likes. We're getting there. Just pretend like you like me, guys, so we can get it out in that algorithm because that's what YouTube wants to keep you going. Thank you, Senny, very much. God bless. They are kind of weird, and then using due to domino effect of events in the title of their latest. Yeah, it is a little weird. We can talk about that too. So, all right, guys. Let me get this up and going for you guys. Hold on a minute here. So I'm going to open up the phone lines, get that rolling, and then I will drop the link for anybody that wants to pop up on the panel. Which me, because some people don't like to use the phone thing, and that's okay. By the way, once again, I want to thank anybody who has donated to the Venmo, PayPal, and or the Cash App, guys. That is so very helpful. That's how I pay my bills here to keep the internet rolling, the YouTube rolling, and all that other fun stuff rolling. And to do this every day. So thank you for that. It is never, ever, and never has been expected, you guys, but I beyond appreciate it. I promise you that much. So thank you very much. Every little bit helps, guys. Every little bit helps. All right. Where are they? Okay. Okay, let's not argue about it. It's just a notebook, guys. You can have it, bud. No big deal. All right, guys, I'm getting this rolled. Thank you very much, Miss Doodle. Appreciate you very much. And Cassie, thank you for that as well. Very much. All right. Phone number again, guys, is 234-703-4047. Phone lines are open. The one thing that I was going to hit on today was there was obviously some new documents dropped in Idaho. It looks now like Mr. Bill Thompson does not want cameras in the courtroom anymore, guys. I'm sure you know this already. Willie woke up this morning and saw that and went nuts. He was so mad he had to go live. So interesting scenario there. I can bring up the document, show it to you guys, and we can go over that as well. But that's pretty much that, and a couple other things in Idaho that we're going to talk about. And we're going to move on through some other stuff too. So if anybody wants to yak about the Idaho stuff, give me a call. Oops, hold on 1 second. I forgot to do something. Sorry. 1 second here. Let's put that link in there. If you want to join me up here on the panel as well, instead of calling, you are welcome to do that. I'm going to pin that in the chat right now. Okay. All right, we're pinned. We are pinned. All right, come on. Anybody that should choose to. Let me pull this other stuff up and get this ready for you guys too. Okay. Let me see here. Welcome, Steve. Thank you for joining me today.
Well,
How are you? How are you, buddy? Can you hear me okay? Are you there?
I'm doing good.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing good.
Making sure you can hear me. I'm trying to get the document loaded right now, so just bear with me, folks. I'm almost there. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Why does it keep taking me to this wrong site? I don't see Sleuthy yet. Was she here? Did you see her name? She does come in here a lot. I haven't seen her in a few shows, so I'm not sure. Hold on. Why is this portal not loading? It loaded this morning. All right, let's see. Oh, don't tell me that they're glitching now. I had this up 3 times this morning and I can't get it to open right now. Hold on, guys. Give me a minute. Bear with me. Always some kind of problem. Hey, Party of Five. Gina P, welcome. Good to see you guys. Bear with me, folks. This is just not cooperating with me tonight. Good Lord. Hold on. Let's try it this way and see if it loads. It wants to come up, but it won't load all the way. Let me see. This morning, all I had to do was type it, and it was right there. Uh, Let me see here. Welcome, Grave Evidence. Thank you for joining us. Bear with me, guys. It's trying to load, but it won't load all the way in. I'm sorry. Bear with me, Steve. I don't know what I don't know what the deal is with this. I had it up 3 times this morning. It's crazy. Tell you what, does anybody have a direct link to that portal? Try sending it. If you do, send it to my email. I want to see if the link itself works or if it's something that's going on the other side of things. If you have it, if not, don't worry about it. Um, or you could click and go backstage as if you're going to jump up here and just drop it in the back chat or the private chat thing, and I can click on it from there. But I don't know why this is my standard link is not working. Welcome, Golf. Thank you for joining me. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, sorry, hi.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
What
Um,
link are you looking for, the PA link?
it's the no the portal, the Idaho document portal that we always use to pull up the documents.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Um,
hold on.
and I had it up 3 times this morning when I was in Willie's stream, and I'm clicking on it like I always do, and it's not loading. I don't know what the deal is. It's crazy. I just had it up too. Hold on a minute, guys.
I'm putting it in back chat for you.
Maybe that'll work. I don't know what the deal is, but
Annie Potts, calling Annie Potts to the panel.
is she in the chat now?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I told her she better show up. I haven't seen her in so long.
Yeah.
There it is. All right. That worked. Thank you so much, Golf. Awesome. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. We're on a roll now. Yeah, Annie, the link is in the it's pinned in the chat if you want to jump up here, hon. You're more than welcome. I'm sure everybody would love to hear from you again. La 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 la. I'm gonna scroll through all of this crazy stuff to get to this. Good Lord, there's so many documents to scroll through to get to this. This is insane. Oh, here we go.
And Dago, just so you know, critical thinking cap is Annie Potts. So if she pops up.
Oh, that's why you were saying it's great
Yeah.
that okay. You changed your name, Annie. Don't do that to me. I forgot about that. You're messing with my emotions here. Okay. Here we go. So yes, you're welcome to jump up here, Annie, if you want. And like I said, we'll do this. We'll start with this, and then I'll get the phone line rolling so we can do both. All right. So here is the document, folks. What's up, Truth? Welcome, my friend. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're covering a little bit of the Idaho stuff real quick, and then we're going to roll into some other stuff. Open discussion, panels open, as well as the phone lines here shortly. Miss Kimber, good to see you. CL, welcome back. Great to have you guys tonight. Thank you for being here. So, motion to close hearings pursuant to ICAR 32 and request for scheduling order. Come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, requesting to close the May 14th, 2024 hearing regarding the defendant's fourth motion to compel, and any hearing to be set for the defendant's fifth motion to compel. This motion is made pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, and the likelihood that the state and the defense could be prejudiced by discussion or dissemination of information that has been stipulated to be filed under seal. See defendant's motion to seal Exhibit A, attached to defendant's fourth motion to compel. Order sealing Exhibit A, attached to the defendant's fourth motion, compel. Stipulated motion to file Exhibit D. Attached to the defendant's fifth supplemental request for discovery under seal. Defense request for discovery. Order to file defendant's Exhibit D, attached to the defendant's fifth supplemental request for discovery under seal. Motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1 of the state's response to defense fourth motion to compel discovery pending hearing. There exists a compelling interest at stake to preserve a fair trial. No reasonable alternative exists but to conduct a closed hearing. How about that, folks? The state further motions the court for a scheduling order setting May 3rd, 2024 for the defendant's file for the defendant to file any notice of witnesses, exhibit, expert reports, or other evidence the defendant intends to rely on for the hearing regarding their fourth and fifth motions to compel. The state requests that the court afford the state opportunity to respond to those initial disclosures, and such responses should be filed by May 10th of 2024. And that was dated April 23rd of 2024. And there it is. So, what you think about that, Miss Golf?
Yeah, that's interesting. So I have a question before we go into this one, though.
Oh yeah.
Where did you see that the prosecution wanted to remove cameras? Because I didn't see that come through in documents.
I never saw that either. Um, Never saw that at all. Hold on a second. I believe that that's what this means, that they're closing this hearing. Therefore, in turn, it's not going to be open to the public and it will not be videoed.
Yeah, I mean that because it's everything they filed under seal, but
Yeah,
it's not like all future hearings. They're
I
not.
don't think so.
That doesn't
Um,
sound like that, at least to me.
no, I think it's just this hearing because of
Mhm.
what it is. And like, I think Jules did a stream and explained that everything that would have been talked about would have been under seal. Therefore, it would have been
Correct.
secret anyway.
Yeah.
So, that's not surprising. Welcome, Jody. Um,
Hey,
but
I
it's,
was trying to get the link in back chat. I'm sorry.
what's the matter?
I was trying to get the link in back chat about the portal.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Sorry, I don't see it though.
No, I got it. That's how I got this pulled up. It's it there in the back.
Yeah, remember I was having problems with my back chat earlier today and nothing was showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so you didn't mean to jump up here then?
Just the no time.
Oh, you
Yeah.
want the link? Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
no
copy
problem.
it over
No
again.
problem. Oh, I
Sorry.
thought you were going to jump up here and talk to us. That's okay, though.
I can.
Oh, no
I'm
big
just
deal. No worries.
checking over my son's homework.
Yeah,
There you go.
I understand. My understanding, Golf, is that it's just for this hearing, which I still think is, I don't know.
That doesn't bother me so much because they've had this before where they had
Mhm.
hearings that was, they had filed stuff on the seal. Obviously, they didn't want to compromise whatever they were filing on the seal. So that doesn't surprise me or make me anyway look at this negatively.
Right.
But what, the reason why is a good question.
It is.
And let's see what the judge has to say about that because
And right. And
yeah.
this is actually right here, you guys. This is actually, in my opinion, a bigger deal than the closed hearing, in my opinion, honestly.
Yeah, because it's probably the CAS report.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Exactly.
I'm assuming here, I'm not 100% sure about that, but I'm assuming this is because that's what they've been trying to get since that date. I think it was back in August of last year or something like that.
Yeah.
Is when they started the first motion to compel came out.
Yes.
So that would then tell us that that's the CAS report.
Absolutely, I do agree.
Yeah.
And again, guys, that was going to be secret anyway. We're not going to hear about that. So that's
Mhm.
like I said, it is irritating, but I don't think it's that big of a thing. So if they were to continue doing that for every hearing, yeah, there's going to be an issue. But after I thought about this throughout the day,
Mhm.
and then I saw what Jules had to say, and it was like, okay, this kind of makes some sense. I get it. But like I said, this over here, this document here, this is a bigger deal, in my opinion, than anything, because this document is an order. It's not a motion. This is order. The judge allowed for this, for the defense to continue to give those surveys that Bill Thompson was flipping out about.
Mhm.
And they're going forth with it, guys.
Mhm.
And they said, I watched a news article, I can show you guys here in a little bit, that when the judge put the order out, that somebody spoke to Ann Taylor and was saying that they're putting out misinformation per se in some senses, just like Bill Thompson said, and she said that's kind of the point. How about that?
Wait. Say that again. I didn't catch what you were meaning there. Who talked to Ann Taylor?
When it was a news one of the news, I'll have to find the article again. I watched it earlier, but one of the news crews was talking about this and saying the judge put the order through and everything's good to go forth on it. And that the issue with this was because it was in some ways, if you remember what Bill was saying, giving him misinformation and putting out lies and so on and so forth. And in a sense, Ann's response to that was, well, that's kind of the point. So, okay, I never thought of it like that. So she's basically stating, they want that to happen in some way, some senses, so that the jury, or so that I can't remember how they explained it. I got to find the article. I'll bring it back up and let you guys watch this, because I was just like, wow, that's not what I thought. Have a good night, Mama Bear. Hope to see you soon.
What I'm surprised about, though, is Anne giving interviews, because she's not supposed to.
I think it was just a statement she made. I don't think it was an actual interview, because she's not allowed to do that.
No.
But yeah, I have to find now. Hopefully it's something that they actually got from her and they didn't just make it up, because we know how mainstream media is. You know what I mean? But I definitely heard it earlier this morning. So we'll have to see. Prosecutorial misconduct, Annie says. All right. Welcome, Noni. Good to see you tonight. Miss Tracy, you too. FBI used casts that will tell them to min by min his phone on off, or aeroplane mode on and off, or manually on off. Okay, gotcha. So going back to this stuff here, we all know who Cy is now. Okay, that's the expert that was brought in on the defense side of things to help with the defense, and he's got a pretty interesting background. And his job is to prove that Bryan didn't do this, that he wasn't there, and we talked about that a little bit today in Willie's show. And I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit more tonight with you guys, since we're on this right now, because Twizzle was in there and made some statements about stuff, because he went down to that whatever place that is down there, that park. And I can never say it. I can't ever say it right. Yeah, something like that. And was checking some things out with the towers and this and that and everything else. I wish he was in here. And so on and so forth. So at that point, they started talking about the phone stuff. Okay. Lack of technical terms, and I made a point that I was a very generic point. If they're saying that that Bryan Kohberger was stargazing the night that this happened, and that he was over in this area of this park, I'm never going to attempt to say it right, because I won't be able to. So anyway, sorry. And they did claim that he was taking pictures, and they said that this, based on what discovery is handed over from the prosecution, then they will be able to prove that Bryan was not there that night based on this info. So my guess is, if he's taking pictures, or a Twizzle brought up a good point and somebody else said something about it too. I think might have been Annie. But welcome, Bryan. Good to see you tonight, Bryan. The location, the GPS of the phone itself, the internal, okay, is going to show his phone in some sense being in that spot. But like I said, if Bryan took pictures that night, they're going to be time stamped, date, time, whatever. And if it shows that this man was taking pictures of the stars and the moon and everything else anywhere between 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. on that phone, that's it, folks. That's done. It's over as far as I'm concerned. That proves that he was not there, unless somebody else had his phone and did it. And I'm sure that would be the prosecution's argument at that point. But I'm just saying, like, this is a big thing. If it actually comes up and comes into play this way, it's a big thing, in my opinion. So what do you think on that, along those lines, Golf or Steve or anybody?
I think so. I think Anne, first of all, Anne knows, saying what she said in that document, that he was stargazing, that was something he did. That's going to sound like stupid for people.
Sure.
People are going to have problems with that. They're going to laugh about it. So she knew about that reaction, that was going to happen. I 100% guarantee you. So she did that for a purpose.
Right.
And I think the purpose was, she didn't directly say this, but I think he's got photographs on his phone.
That's what I think
that
too.
Night. And that's why she mentioned it. She was like, let them talk. Let them talk. Come time for this, when evidence comes out, you'll see we got that, right?
Yeah.
Or you'll see what we got. So she's not going to directly say that. Now,
Sure.
this is my opinion and my opinion only. It's not like, I'm sort of speculating here, but she knew that that was going to sound too stupid,
Of course.
but she
Yeah.
had to bring it out in a way.
Right. No, I absolutely agree. Annie says, does the park have a lagoon? Weird question, but it's important. I have no idea. That's why I wish Twizzle was in here. Hold on a minute. I'm going to see if I can find him. He might be sleeping. 1 second.
He had a phenomenal description of the actual phone coverage in that area too.
Yes,
he showed a map, and I remember that, and how in and out you can get, like, if you're in that area. So I think it's
yes,
it's important if he came in here to pull that up.
Absolutely. 1 second.
Somebody says he's on Dinky's panel. Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, Dinky's still live? I thought he'd have been done by now. All right, hold on a minute here. Let me see if I can grab this too. All right, so this is the photo that he took of this park area where the gate and all that. I don't think it'll work on my side of things, but it was a big deal that, he stated that this gate was stated to have been closed and locked at all times. And he said, how about this? Wide open, not closed, not locked, not nothing. So there's that. That's one thing.
But I think it's for the campgrounds. So is this the question? I think there's like maybe different entrances, and what people were looking at was like the campground entrance, perhaps.
I mean, it's possible. Oh, look at that. Bada bing, bada boom. You call and he comes. What's up, brother?
Yay.
What's going on?
What's up, buddy? So we were just
You're
talking
asking if this is the campground. This is the only entrance to said park. So, no, it is not locked. It is not closed.
Okay, because on their website, obviously they're listing, and they're sort of talking about the campground and how everything is open. So I was just wondering if it was like a different entrance, but you just answered that. So thank you.
Yeah, when I drove down there during the day, I asked the guy that worked there, and he said it's closed. It's not locked. But when I drove down that night, you see it.
There it is. Right. Like I said, he based on what I said or what he just told you guys, there it is for your own eyes to see. So, and then like I said, I think it's a video, but it doesn't play that way. It doesn't matter. It's just proof that the gate's open. So,
yeah, the videos are all up on Dinky's channel. There's ones that are just driving.
Okay, gotcha.
What time was this, Twizzle, that you were there?
This is right about 11 o'clock, I think.
I think it was said. I think
it should definitely be closed. Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to close. You got to understand this, right? When you drive down there, you have absolutely no cell service. So if they were to lock you in and there was an emergency, how would you get out? It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. They're not going to lock the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Makes absolute sense. Absolute sense. So going back to your question, which you had stated about earlier, golf. Bring that, if you want to bring that up to him now that he's up here, and let's talk about that for a few minutes.
The phone pings.
Yes.
So
all right, I gotta bounce.
Oh, what?
You got more questions?
Yeah, just the phone ping. You had a really good map of the coverage area. I think it would be helpful to pull it up, but if you got to bounce,
I'll show it just for a sec because I'm live on Dinky right now.
So. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize he was still alive. I thought he'd be over by now.
No, you guys are good. I'll show it up real quick.
And then whenever he is done, you're welcome to come back if you feel like it, of course. I would love it. Yeah, it's an interesting theory too, guys. All right, there we go. Let me see.
All right, so my theory is this. This is the cell phone tower. There's nothing else that comes close to covering around here, right? This would cover south of Moscow, in between Blaine and Genesee. But this here also covers south of Moscow, in between Blaine and Genesee, but it also covers out towards Wawawai. Now, I get service right about here. coming out of the
So what is
canyon.
this? What is this area right here? Do you know?
This is Pullman. This is Moscow. So this is south of Pullman and Moscow.
South of. Okay.
Right here is Walla Park. You drive up out of here. My assumption was that seeing how Bryan likes to go on late night drives, he wouldn't go back the way that he just came. So he would cut across and go through here. Now again, I get service around here.
Right.
There's no tower according to the map that covers it, but I get service. So.
And not that it really matters. What company do you use?
I use Visible. This tower is registered to AT&T, but they do share because there's only one tower in this area that covers it.
Right. Okay.
So.
Just to clarify those things.
But page 13 of the PCA, you can read it out. It says he connects to cellular services that cover south of Moscow, near Blaine, north of Genesee. This area. It does not say that he was there. It says he connected to service there.
So after doing all of this, my friend, what is your summary of what you believe with this now?
I think that alibi is correct. He went down to Walla Park that night and drove home. Did not cross into Idaho. Did not go to Moscow. Obviously, he didn't kill anybody. 100% innocent.
He couldn't have if he was not there, right?
You would think.
That's my point. And like I said, and Golf said too, she believes there could be pictures or videos on that phone that gives proof of that as well. Or even a GPS tracker that will say, hey, he was here at this time, not there. So.
I mean, even if it was an overcast night, because people have brought that up as well. I've heard that.
Just watch my video. I explain it.
It doesn't matter.
I'll try to be back.
But overcast means that clouds do move. Oh shoot! I had another question for him about pinging in Moscow. Moscow. Sorry.
It's okay.
I had another question for him, but yeah, even if it's overcast, clouds move, so you know you can still get a glimpse of the moon or the stars or whatever he was into.
Yeah,
who knows?
Right. That's absolutely true.
Maybe more about the energy than anything, but
Well, like I said, that when I heard the alibi, okay, everybody said, "Oh my God, that's the," and yes, it came off as a little bit weak. I'll say that, but then I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? I used to do that. I used to go for midnight, 1 a.m. drives because I couldn't sleep. I had it bad because of my work schedule. When I was with the fire service, I would run 24 and 48-hour shifts overnight, and I would stay up all the time. So when I got out of the fire service, my body was accustomed to those things. I couldn't sleep. I had insomnia, and I would just stay up all night. Okay, so everybody's sleeping. There's nobody to talk to. You can only watch so much TV before it gets old. So especially in the summer months, I would jump in the vehicle, roll the windows down, and just go cruising, listening to music, enjoying the night air, looking at the sky here and there, stopping and parking every now and then. It's not an odd thing to do, folks. I know a lot of people that have claimed that they do it as well. So.
And, honestly, the guy might have had issues finding friends. Like he wasn't one of those that made friends easily because people might have found him weird. Who knows? Doesn't make him a killer. But, there are weird people out there that have harder time finding friends. So, you have to find something that you like, that, keeps you occupied. And especially on weekends, I'm assuming when, I think it was a long weekend too. And so for that reason and that reason only. And remember that dude that actually they interviewed about the pool party?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He said he saw him on one of his hikes.
Yes, he did.
So, there's like small things that confirm. And then let's talk about the night runs. There was that guy in PA that they interviewed who he used to go on night runs with. So, it's not that he didn't do that. Sort of verified at this point, if you ask me, because we've heard interviews with people that he was on night runs with. So.
And listen, that's what he did was he ran, guys. He ran at night. Many a nights he was up doing stuff like that because he didn't sleep either, from my understanding. So it's very, very possible. Very.
Oh, you cut out there, Dago. I think Dago cut out. Hello.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I think you cut out, Dago, completely for a minute.
I did.
Yeah.
I had like one of those. I started loading again or something. I don't know what happened, but sorry about that. Anyway, what were you saying?
I think you were talking about the night runs.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, he was known to do that. He was known to go running. There was people that stated that they did it with him. So I mean, it's not that out there. It's really not. Okay.
And also
And
stated that he's a night owl because the
yes,
neighbors underneath heard him live life at night.
vacuuming and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, right. I mean, so and a lot of people are like that, you know. So I'm sure that that's going to be a big part of the defense. And like I said, here's the info in the PCA that Twiz was talking about, and based on what he showed, it just doesn't make sense, guys. It just doesn't make sense to me. And again, you know, this has got to be, in my opinion, what they're going to call the exculpatory evidence from the defense. So, you know, we'll see. And if the prosecution has something that counters this, that they can argue this and proves it differently, that's so be it. You know, I'll fall in line with that as well because that's what it's all about. But I just have a feeling this is going to be the thing right here. So,
and this is not making excuses.
No.
This is actually facts. I mean, we heard that before,
right.
And it's not making excuses for anybody because I mean, I don't know what they have. It's just what we heard
like
so
I
far.
said, yeah, 100%. This is factual information, which is what Cy is going to be presenting when he comes in and does this with the defense. I expect the prosecution to counter this, and I'm sure they're going to have their own expert witness, so on and so forth. That's what this is about, guys, and I'm down for that. I want to hear what they have to say too. If they counter this and they can say, "Hey, this is what happened. Really, this is what this is." They show evidence or proof of things. I want to see it. You know, I said this a long time ago. Based on what we have all seen and gone through, I want Bryan to be the guy so that they have this person in custody, okay? But if he's not, then he's not. And I don't want an innocent person to go through this, just like in the Delphi case with Richard Allen. Same scenario, okay? Just way better, way worse circumstance than what this is. But yeah, and that's if here's the thing: if they have actual blatant proof that Bryan could not have been in that house on that property in that area because he was here at whatever park. There it is, guys. That's the answer, in my opinion. Now, if that comes out to be what it is, who was there? Who did this? That's where the problem's going to lie then. And at that point, I just don't see it rolling that way. I don't know how this is going to go.
No, and by now you know that the defense have seen most of what the prosecution has given them, at least. I mean, if they're holding something back, they're holding something back. But they are in the information that they have. They seem very confident in this is how, you know, everything took place. So it's looking like Bryan is sitting there, an innocent man, more and more. I don't know what else, you know,
it does.
can
I agree.
be said other than that's, I'm sorry, that's
it makes me lean a lot more towards the innocent side of things because again, I'm in the middle of this and I'm looking at both sides of it, hoping to see something. And thus far, you know, this really makes me lean towards the innocent side at this point. But we'll see. Like I said, prosecution could have something that will kill this all the way, and that's the end of it. We just don't know.
I mean, they're gonna have to hand it over though. And even though they're gonna have to hand it over, if they have proof that Bryan was somewhere else, I mean, how on earth are you gonna? Do you have a picture of Bryan going into the house and not giving that to the defense? You can't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's just not possible at this point, at this juncture.
Right. And Kim just said that accident that was out in front of Bryan's apartment could have kept him away from his apartment that night, which is why he was out driving around. That's a good point, and I do agree with that. Because they were there for a while. It was a hit and run accident, and it had the whole kind of area blocked off there. So it may have kept him away from the apartment, which is why he was out driving around. Who knows? You know, we'll have to see what that is. I don't know.
And I still say, and I still contend that something with Bethany, and I know you guys said that they had a meeting with her, and I have not found any evidence on that whatsoever that that meeting took place, because that's exactly when the grand jury indictment came in, and
Yeah,
they just
no, I
dropped
know.
that. So there is no evidence that they did have an interview with her. So there's still that as well. So
I
those are the
agree.
two
I
things
couldn't.
that, you know.
I went looking personally. I know it was in writing that it was supposed to happen. That's true. I went looking for the document to see if I could find it. I cannot find one that says that it actually happened. So at this point, I'll have to say, I'm guessing it didn't at this point. And that's if it didn't happen, that's kind of stupid on Anne's part. I would say she should have done that regardless. But the grand jury came into effect. They still should have gotten that testimony from Bethany.
They couldn't, because I think how it was worded and how it was set up was it was in preparation for the what was it called? The other trial that they were going to have.
The preliminary, yes.
Yeah, the preliminary hearing. And once that changed, they couldn't. I don't know 100%. This is just what I'm thinking, because that's how this was set up. It was in preparation for the prelim.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. So absolutely. So here's the thing with that, in my opinion, at least. I almost wonder if there was a testimony that came from her. That's why I was thinking that maybe they continued to do that interview with her because of the grand jury itself, that they needed a testimony to give to them. So, and I still can't find anything, where I never probably will be able to, if that's the point, if that happened either.
No, I mean, if anybody would have interviewed her, it would have been. I mean, the defense was not included in the grand jury indictment or trial.
And that's what I mean. Like the prosecution, if they brought her in and said, "Hey, this is what she said or didn't see," or so on and so forth. But I was thinking about that, and it's like, no, that doesn't make sense either, because then if she's carrying whatever exculpatory evidence that I don't think she has personally, because we've seen nor heard nothing yet. Maybe there still is. Maybe they're sitting on it and it's heavy. I don't know. But I don't know anymore, you guys. This has been so stressful, and so trying to put this, pieces together in your head is so hard. It's just so hard.
Yeah, that's because we only have like parts of, so we can only surmise from what we see in these, spread out court documents and hearings, and that's it. That's all we get. But anyway, back to this ping situation.
Yeah.
I do, if for some reason Twizzle does come back, I want to know, because in the area around the house, because they did state that he pinged 12 times in the area. Now I want to know about the towers there. So, because how is it in the area if they cover the whole all the way to almost to Wawaii Park? Like, how can
according to him, according to what Twiz says, that one tower that's an AT&T tower is the only tower in that area. And based on what we've been told, that if any of those pings that come off of that could be within a 27-mile radius of that area in any direction, guys. So to me, that's never held any water for me, that whole ping thing, because of that situation. How many people do you think showed up on that tower that night?
I don't know, but I was under the impression that there was more than one tower in Moscow itself.
Well, he says, based on, and I'm pretty sure that's how he explained it when he showed that was he said that this morning too, that is the only tower there on that map that he showed. So I don't know. I don't know. I would imagine, because like where I'm at, I'm surrounded by 4 of them, but that doesn't mean everywhere's like that. And he stated that was the only tower that he could find, and it had, it was an AT&T tower, but they rent out they lease out their
to everybody.
To everybody. So
but that's where triangulation wouldn't be effective, because you only have one tower. And,
right.
But I don't know enough about this science to know.
And LR said that, that's right. So if that's the only tower, you guys, there's nothing else that they can go to for that. All of that, all of the all of it has to go right back to that cell tower. So if they dump it, everything that's on there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's the hard part with this. So I don't know. I don't know. What if there was evidence that goes above and beyond a phone pings that proves? That's what I'm wanting to hear, Terry. If they have that, then I'm 100%. Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? I want to see it. I would imagine they would.
Well, by now that would have been information they're holding back from the defense. Judging
that's
from
what I'm saying. There's got to be, for them to feel as confident, I guess we could say, as they're promoting themselves to be. There's got to be something they think they have, but what the hell could it be? You know what I mean? That's the question here. And I'm gonna talk about that in a second here, Terry. It was interesting. It was definitely interesting. I'm not saying that it holds water, but it's definitely interesting. There's a channel out there that's called 1111. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Are you familiar with it, Golf?
No, I'm not. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Once we get through this here and the questions about this stuff, I want to show you something that she put up on her channel today that I watched this morning, and I was just like, wow. That's all I could say is wow, and I'm sure everybody else is going to say wow too. But again, it's all like everything we talk about, just like with this, everything in here with this case is purely alleged and 100% speculation. So please don't take anything to heart and just think about the things. That's all.
Yeah, so, unless it comes from documents.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm going to ask you guys to give me one moment. I'll be right back, and I will go ahead and pull this stuff up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hey, SWTC. Sorry, I don't know your name. What do you think about this?
I don't know. I mean, I just got into this case here because I've been on the Sebastian Rogers case and the Madeline Soto and then the Elijah View, and I still don't understand the Elijah View. And I still don't understand the Sebastian Rogers case at all.
Yeah.
That's kind of puzzles me, but I'll let the parents and the law enforcement handle that situation there. Let them do what they need to do and let people just stay out of their business. And now the only one that I know that wants to tell everything, I think, is Seth. Really. I think sometimes he needs to don't say nothing at all and just work together with Katie and Chris and go on. The Bryan Kohberger case is kind of tricky because I don't understand it that much. But like I say, when I start hearing the trial and whatever, then I'll probably know what they're really talking about because the trial really gets heat up. It's just like the Karen Reed case.
Oh yeah, goodness, yeah.
And that's another case that's on right now. Now, in fact, it'll be on Monday. Monday, they're going to start the thing. So I said, oh, God, they got the juries finally. Because that's going to be one trial that's going to be very, very kind of tricky to Karen Reed. That's going to be one kind of like this case here, but I don't know. It might take a little longer on that. But it's just going to be maybe simple sometimes. I don't know. The Bryan Kohberger is going to probably take a little longer because they have a lot of what they call people coming in, witnesses and all that stuff. But mostly your police officers, your private investigators, and all that. You know, that's more of your witnesses. But I don't know. I mean, I really don't understand. I mean, I have read a little bit of something where he likes to run at night or run in the morning. Kind of like in the night time, maybe in the mid morning or something. But a lot of your runners do run at night, or they do that because it's cool. It keeps them with the air and I had no problem with that, because I used to run, but I had to stop because it was just too much in the neighborhood going on. But I think it's just, some people just like it's like a night owl. He's like a night owl, I guess. Whatever job he's doing or wherever his career is, it all depends. Because people has their time zone. They don't really go by the time that you live in. They go by what they're living in. Because I don't know. I know one thing that I know that this case is serious. I know.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a death penalty case, so I don't know. I haven't really followed Karen Reed, and I know that always gets sensitive because it deals with a police officer getting killed, right? So that's why there's like a big circus around that one. But I haven't really followed it too much. The Karen Reed case, have you followed that, Dago?
Little bits, and then I kind of dropped off because there was other stuff that I couldn't pull away from. So I know the gist of it and what I feel about it, but I didn't really stick to it too tightly.
I really don't, and I'm kind of like I don't understand it, but I just kind of like, okay, it is what it is.
Yeah, there's a lot to I probably need to look into it more. From what I can tell from it, it looks to me like she's innocent, but I could be wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Very, very possibly could be wrong. And a lot of people think that she did it. And it is possible, guys, from what I've seen is what I said. And it's weird to me the way it's all gone down. So
yeah. But the Bryan Kohberger case to me is like if you don't have the evidence, what do you do?
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the answer. If there's no evidence proving that this person did this, what the hell is there? You know what I mean?
And it's like the Sebastian Rogers case. I mean, I just think we just need to let the parents and law enforcement just let it ride out and go move on.
Yeah. At that point, there is nothing else that anybody can do. Excuse me. I'm going to continue and put it out there, showing his face, doing this, doing that, keep it from going cold, of course. And if something new comes up, I'm going to be showing it. But there's not much else we can do, you guys. And sitting here and talking this about saying this and saying that about any one of the three parents, it doesn't help anything. It doesn't find him. It doesn't get us any closer to finding him. And it's nothing but he said, she said drama that doesn't need to be in that case. It should be about finding Sebastian and nothing more.
Correct.
So,
Annie Potts is here.
Oh, they did find that one. David Schultz. Interesting. I'll have to check into that. Thank you, Jessica. I did not know that. Welcome, Miss Annie. Good to have you back. Good to see you. I appreciate you stopping by.
Good evening, friends.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear us okay?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
You're breaking up like spotty, in and out, in and out.
Yeah, probably because I'm outside.
Say that again.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit. And that's very possible, James. I can agree with you on that, sir. It's very, very possible in Sebastian's scenario. Like I said, he's gotten older and things have changed in his life, and he could just not be happy with the scenario right now. He's 15, and he could have just left. And then, in my opinion, leaving at that point maybe was the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? Like, for him to do it, I feel like it could have been a crime of opportunity that somebody grabbed him when he did leave. That's the problem I have and what I think at this point, possibly. So, I don't know. I
think he was running for his life because, as I say, I always trust those dogs.
Yeah.
Or Max in particular, that actually like ran to where he ran and no shoes and all that, and then he just disappears in the pond. It's like, Wow. Did someone chase him?
Yeah, it's possible. Definitely possible.
That was my first initial thought.
But
But
oil? I don't mean. What do you mean by that, James? His PI just said so. What are we talking about? I just lost something.
OIL. What's OIL?
OIL. What do you mean by that? Oh, by the way, Elliot, welcome. I've seen you here before, and I appreciate you being here, especially with your law background. That's very much appreciated. And don't worry about spelling things, sir. No worries at all. Oh, let's see. Seth PI just said in interviews again. Okay, I'm trying to catch what you were saying about the oil or OIL. What does that mean?
Okay, can you hear me now? Because if not, I'll drop off and then maybe come back.
You're breaking up, Annie, badly.
Oh, something happened between. Oh, yeah, that's something that we have definitely heard about that or talked about that, and it's been something that I agree is very possible. Which it was talked about early on, but I don't know. Let me see something here.
I wouldn't trust the PI anyway. I mean, the only one I trust in that case is law enforcement.
Oh, he meant okay, not oil. Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you, James. So the PI said that Sebastian is okay. Interesting.
Where did that come from? How did they know?
No problem, Steve. Thank you for jumping up here. I appreciate it.
You too.
That's an interesting point. Give me 1 second, guys. Somebody's talking to me.
I don't know about that because it seems to be coming from one party, and I don't know how you can trust all that. Yeah, that cute sheriff. Yeah, sort of. I'm not muted. I'm waiting for Dago to come back. I think
Sorry about that. And my son's having an issue I had to help him with. My apologies. So anyway. Oh, and he dropped down. Okay.
Yeah, she was having issues with her microphone.
Yeah, I heard it was popping in and out, crackling. So this video that I have here, we're gonna review this. I'm not about going all over the place with these different theories and stuff like that. Pretty much, I just want to hear facts, and I want to just basically just hear facts and base what I feel off of facts, right? So I caught this today. I don't even know how it popped up, but it did, and I watched it, and I really had to like say that I got stuck in it. It was interesting. So it's a short News Nation video. What are we talking about, War Eagle? Bryan, it's all the time lately. And get what? She said mania overkill case. Oh, okay. That, yeah, we can go into that too, but I want to cover this first a little bit. Hold on a minute, guys. Oh, this is what you guys want to see first. Okay, we'll look at this first then. Hold on a minute.
Can I get a sound check?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, much better, Annie.
Seth Rogers.
All right, so this is in regards to Sebastian's case. For those of you that are, I know most of you are, so we'll check this out real quick and go with this. And we'll go back to the other stuff. All right, here we go.
Rogers, Sebastian's father, and Heather. Joining me now is Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, and Heather Cohen, a private investigator who is now working with him on the case. Thank you both for joining us. Seth, I have to start with you. First of all, I can't imagine being in your shoes. I'm so sorry that you're experiencing this, and I'm grateful that you're joining us tonight. I think our viewers need to understand Sebastian was not physically in the home with you. You are no longer married to his mother. But I just want to check in with you, see how you're doing, and if you know anything tonight that you can share with us.
Just know that he's still missing. I know that there's been really no leads that have been shared with me by law enforcement.
When you say there's no leads, are you working with law enforcement? Are they communicating with you?
Not communicating with me. They're communicating with anybody who'd be my private investigator.
Okay, Heather, I want to weave you into the conversation. You started working with Seth. Why are you working with Seth, and what can you tell us so far?
Well, I had received several phone calls, people asking me to get involved in the case, but I wouldn't do it until I was invited in by a family member or law enforcement. And I did end up getting that phone call. A friend of mine said they had talked to Seth and he was looking for somebody, a PI to hire, and he had referred me. So I called Seth and here we are. That was about 2 weeks ago. And yes, law enforcement was standoffish at first with me. And I think that's just because, they had some, Seth can be hard to deal with because he's going through a lot right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of trauma. So what can you tell us so far about your investigation? What have you learned? What were the circumstances of the home, of his mother, of his stepdad, the thud that they heard?
Well, I can tell you that from my investigation, I believe that this is a domino effect of events. I believe that we have to go all the way back to probably December and January are going to be key months. There are a lot of events. There was a lot of turmoil surrounding Sebastian. We know that Chris Proudfoot was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife. We know that the daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time. We know that that there was a DCS referral in, I believe, February to the Stafford home. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time. I know Seth has tried to find out more about that call and he has been unsuccessful in doing so. But I've also recently learned that there may have been some talk about Chris leaving Katie. And I feel that that probably had something to do with Sebastian. So there may have been some trouble in paradise. To me, these are all things that need to be considered. Could these things have led up to maybe Sebastian just feeling a certain kind of way,
Right.
And leaving? You know, if he overheard a conversation between Chris and Katie where Chris is saying he can't deal with it anymore, he's out, whatever, you know, that
Right.
could have been motivation for Sebastian to just leave.
Seth, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Was Sebastian safe at his mother's home?
I've heard some things. I have mixed feelings about that.
Were you
Before we go any further with this, every one of you guys needs to understand, please don't take this as fact. This is all speculation, in my opinion, okay? And all I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't want people prejudging either one of these parents, any one of the three, by hearing things like this. Is all I'm saying, okay? So just remember that this has not been proven fact at this point. So these are just things, you know what I mean? Now some of it could be the PI is involved. That's all I'm saying. Just make sure that you're remembering this is all speculative stuff. That's all.
addressing it with your former wife?
Information that has been brought to my attention has been information received since Sebastian has left.
And the morning after he left, what happened in the home? Can you answer that?
I know that I received a phone call on my cell phone that I didn't get until I got off of work. Everything else would be law enforcement or speaking to Chris Proudfoot to figure out what happened.
Thanks so much.
You're muted, Dago.
Sorry. Annie, that it is important. It does matter what you think and what you feel. And everybody in here has the right to their feelings and their opinions and their theories on this. Everybody does. I have my own. But I don't sit and tell me everybody what I think about it because at this point, it doesn't matter. Okay? It has no bearing on where Sebastian is right now. That's what I'm trying to say. We can have these feelings, guys. It's normal and it does matter. Okay? And our opinions do too. Everybody is welcome to their own in here. Period. That's just the way it's always been. But sitting in here and blasting Seth or blasting Chris and Katie, it's not going to change anything. It's not going to bring him home. Knowing these things is good, and it does help to understand a situational position in some things, maybe, okay? But I'm automatically taking what we just heard and going, oh, there it is. I knew it, and running crazy with that and making a decision based on that still doesn't find Sebastian. Is the only point I'm trying to make. That's all. So that's all I really mean. Okay. And I want you guys to have your feelings and opinions and stuff about this. That's, important to me. So. All right. So this is over anyway. Let me pull this down.
I have a problem with that anyway, because is a PI supposed to go out like that and talk about Christmas? That where Sebastian wasn't even there. Sebastian was, she just said that Sebastian was with Seth over Christmas.
And that's what I'm saying. So, like that has no, that all that is doing is it's in a sense stirring up issues. Okay.
And there was no issues during Christmas. That's what I'm saying is like, it's so bizarre that she would bring some, and then his daughter was there over Christmas and Sebastian was not there. He was with Seth. And I'm like, okay, why bring that up then?
Right. And like I said, I keep saying this. By the way, welcome, Truth. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't acknowledge you sooner, sir. My apologies. It is important.
Baby? All right, sorry, I'm doing.
It is important, you guys. These things are important. I understand they're important, but right now, we just need to get him home. Once we get him home, I've said this, I don't know how many times, but once we get him home, I'll lead it, guys. I'll grab a pitchfork and a torch myself, and I'll lead the charge to if law enforcement puts the blame on somebody, let's go. Let's go. I'll be right here doing it. That's fine. Until then, though, is what I'm saying. It's a waste of energy because there's no proof of anything based on what law enforcement has told us. That's all. So again, that's what I'm trying to reiterate, I guess you could say. So anyway, what's going on, Mr. Truth, and what do you guys think of this at this point now?
Hey, what's going on? Hello, everybody on the panel. Hello, everybody in the chat.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Dago. I hope you had a great day. Listen, I'm not going to stay on very long, but I will say this. What the fuck was that? Like, literally, come on.
It was in my opinion, it was let's stir the pot and spread the craziness. That's what I felt like it was.
So here's the pattern. I don't care whose side you're on. Let's talk about patterns because patterns matter.
Yeah.
Certain people stay off the internet for 4 or 5 days, and all of a sudden, these other creators start running to other stories and other missing children, which honestly should be happening. And then all of a sudden, Seth needs the attention back on Sebastian, on him, on whatever it is. You take your choice on that.
Yeah.
And so then he comes out with 4 or 5 days of just stirring shit. And then there will be something that happens because he came out and stirred shit. And then he'll be a victim. And then we'll be quiet again for a few days. At this point, the fact that we're even continuing to feed into anything that does not directly have to do with where is that child, okay? Or we found out, all right, this happened, that happened, police have told us. I mean, listen, I'm the king of sitting here and talking about, logical theories or logical thinking, whatever you want to call it. But
right.
At the end of the day, everybody seems to be saying the same thing that is involved in any type of investigation, which is no foul play. So for a few minutes, let's just shut the fuck up about foul play, right? Or at least with the parents.
Definitely.
And see where we go. We were sitting earlier, me and some people I respect, and we talked about, the possibility of him walking in and seeing something, with another person and him just take off running out the door because it shocked him.
Yes.
Because that's his mother, because whatever else. Everything keeps getting pushed back to Chris and Katie did this, Chris and Katie did that, Seth did this. And listen, I have my own opinions too, but there's not a conversation that I could assume this young man could have heard while being in his bedroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you think about everything we've found out to be fact, if not, circumstantial facts, right? That the light went on. If you're to believe the PI, if you're to believe Seth, if you're to believe all those things, then you have to acknowledge that the PI said the light came on and off at 11:30, which means that anybody who's saying he never made it home has to shut the fuck up with that. It's already been said that there is proof that he was at the house. Not only did the neighbors see him, but now they're talking about the light, which I think in the near future there's going to be evidence showing that, right?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then we know that then we can take all of the between, the restaurant and the house and meeting up, all that off the table. Okay. Now we're down to a small frame. We're from 11:30 at night to 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, whatever it is. Now the problem with this case is everybody is assuming that this young man, if he left on his own, left at midnight. Nowhere during this entire fucking investigation has anybody ever said he left at midnight. We have to stop with that. He could have walked in. Imagine this scenario. Don't run with it. I'm just giving the scenario as an example. Once again, don't run with this scenario. Okay. Mom gets off the phone with Chris. Mom's side piece comes over and midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. They happen to fall asleep. Sebastian wakes up, goes to walk into the room where his mom is, sees another man in the bed, takes off running. Say it's 5:30 in the morning. It's still dark outside, right? That would be a reason that a young man who isn't processing things well would run out of a door without shoes on.
Yeah,
without his cell
because
phone.
It's trauma to him. In his mind, that's traumatic. Bingo.
Right. So if we're going to take the parents off the table just for hypothetical purposes, we also have to take off the table that he was chased out of the house or he was locked out of the house or whatever it might be. For him to leave without shoes, if we're to believe that, and to leave without any of the things that he normally has with him, it had to be something that was shocking that made him take off out the door. Remember, Katie said very specifically, I don't know why he went out that door. Okay. And then you listen to what Seth says, and Seth says, I don't know why he went out that door. Why is Seth saying he went out the door too? Now you got the investigator, his PI, who's talking about him going out the front door. You know what I mean? And people say, well, he's not caught on any cameras. Well, he is a thin boy in all black. Okay, I'm just going to throw that out there. If you go back and listen to the police communication on the radio the morning of the incident, you will get a play-by-play of what Max, the search dog, did and how he ran and where he went, right? So
yes, sir.
There's a lot of things to this that are explained by simple facts that we have. But every time we get close to doing that, just like we were doing last night where we were going to take the parents off the table, then we wake up in the morning to this horse shit flying around like a fucking, a fact. I don't know. It's getting out of control.
It has been out of control. That's why and not that anybody in here doesn't get it, but whenever I see something like that, I hadn't seen that. Somebody asked me to play that, but I hadn't seen it yet. But every time something like that comes up, I feel like I have to say, okay, guys, now, before we watch this, let's make sure that you understand this is just speculative conversation. It's not based on factual information coming from law enforcement or from anybody involved on the legal side of things, okay? So take it for what it is, which is speculation. And nobody in here is stupid. Everybody in here is very, very intelligent, guys. We all know that. That's not the issue. The issue is once you hear one thing, people have a tendency to relate that to something else, and off they go.
Yes, and with all due respect, fuck what the father thinks. The father has no more rights in this situation than anybody else does. He failed Sebastian the same way Katie failed Sebastian, the same way Chris failed Sebastian. You cannot take the side of someone who was accused of the exact same thing as the other man was and say one was real and one was false. It doesn't work that way.
And to the point that what you just said earlier, and it doesn't really matter. That's family drama, right?
Right.
Finding Sebastian is what's important here. I do have a question about that pond. I don't remember because I trust the dog. Like that. That's what I've been saying all along.
Not one, but three.
Well, yeah, but Max is the one that was first on the scene and ran up towards the retention pond. After the retention pond, did the dog track anything?
No, Max. No. So there's two things that Max did that are identifiers, right? Mm-hmm. The first one that we know of is that an officer ahead of Max found footprints. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Then we know that Max jumped and dug right at the footprints.
Correct.
That is an immediate hit. From there, Max took off running and jumped into the pond.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if you know anything about SNR, I'm assuming that you do. But for a dog to actually jump into a body of water, that has to be a fresh and current smell.
Correct.
For him to be able to drag that officer, which we know he did based on the way the officer was so out of breath, right? We know that this wasn't a 2-day-old, 3-day-old, 4-day-old, 5-day-old trail. This was within a couple of 2 to 4 hours.
Very fresh. Yes.
Right. So now, if we know that the dog hit first went out, I believe it was like 8:15. I may be wrong, but somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
Then if we track back 2 hours, that's 6:15. 2 hours back from that would be 4:15 in the morning. Okay. So then we've almost cut our window of when he would have left from about 4 a.m. Based on the way that the dog took off running to about whatever he woke up at 6:30, 6:30, whatever she went in to wake him up. If that's what happened, because if he would have taken off running out of the house, right? Say she took off after him, but what do you have to do before you can run out of your house if you're in bed? You got to throw some clothes on. You got to throw a night, a cover on, something.
Yeah. To that point, though, back to the retention pond. I mean, this might be stupid, but I know it's super muddy at the bottom. So let's say a kid goes in there. Is there a possibility that he could have sunk to the bottom?
No.
And even though they drain it, they wouldn't find him.
No, the pond was about
it was knee deep.
Depending on your height, knee to mid,
mid thigh,
mid thigh deep, and then it was not muddy enough that they could walk through it when it was filled and they weren't sinking in.
Okay,
hold on a second, Terry. There was 2 pieces of audio that was on that where he says Max dug right in, and then after that he says, and Max dove in.
Yep, okay. 2 different things. You have to listen to it very carefully.
I found both of the audio and heard both of them. Welcome, Randy. Good to see you. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Truth.
Yeah, there's 2 identifiers that dog gives, and for your question, that means that whoever, and we would have to assume that it was Sebastian's scent, right? Based on the fact that they had just come out of his room. You have to listen to you have to put the interview together later on where they talk about they gave a blanket, there was another item, and then they walked them through Sebastian's room, and then they went out the front door. Right? So
and off that dog went, right.
Yeah, and off as soon as they opened that front door, that dog took off.
And right? I think I remember hearing Chris state that the from that path, okay, it's a half a mile from there to that pond is a half mile distance, and that's exactly what that was. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's the reason I'm asking is because that's where the dog loses the scent.
Correct.
Apparently, right? And I mean, I don't know enough about this, but what I think I know and what I've heard before is you have to stay in water to lose the scent completely from where you go from there. So that means that he would have had to stay in water for the dog not to pick up the scent when he gets off on the other side or gets out of the water, so to speak. Or do you disagree with that?
I personally would disagree with that. I would say that it would be more likely that he was carried out of the water. Now, we discussed some things last night. I don't really want to go down the road of that, but it would make sense that someone who knew what they were doing would know that a dog would smell and may suggest that he jump into the water. And I know it's a far-fetched idea, but you have to kind of look at the route the dog went. You have to look the route that the camera systems are not covering, which is directly behind the houses, all the way up the block to the tree line, and then down to the right, which puts you right directly where the canine jumped into the water.
Because that's where it's lost. Like beyond that, there is nothing.
Right, because if he would have stepped out, the scent would have actually been more intense because he was wet.
Correct. Because you have to stay in water, correct? To be able to lose it completely.
Right, but when you come out of that water, the scent is going to be heavier most of the time. Maybe not always, most of the time. Also remember, being barefoot is going to leave a heavier trace scent than if you were in shoes.
Of course. That was my question, is like there's only 2 possibilities then. He either stayed in that water, hence went under, or somebody, like you suggest, took him out of there.
Correct. And if you look at the overhead picture, there is an access road about 25 yards off to the north from where that pond is.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
In between the high school and the construction area.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right. Well, that answers that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I that's the one thing that I have not been able to get past is that audio. Okay. I played it, I don't know how many times. I played it by myself. I played it with Clue. I played it last night. I played it with you guys. There's 2 different instances that I did hear, dug in and dove in. So I don't know. I don't know if I could find it transcribed, not with subtitles, because I try not to pay attention to those. I try to hear it. But if I could find a real transcription of it, that would probably make everybody happy because they could see exactly what it's saying from a transcription. So I'm going to be looking for that.
I think it's pretty clear.
Cletus has one, and so does Clue.
The transcription?
Yes, but it's a transcription that there are words that aren't the actual words, but you can tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I will definitely be checking that out too, because like I said, there's confusion, and when we were listening to it last night, you could hear that it was overlapped, and there was a couple, I don't know, most people would know, but I know like radio talk, okay, because of being in the fire service, how it will break and overlap sometimes. Different people coming across the radio can overlap other callers, things like that, and it does make it hard sometimes to hear it clearly. I'm telling you folks, I heard he dove right in.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
I
it's
did.
2 different places where he's talking about that.
Yeah,
There's
because
one place
before
he's
that,
talking about the footprints, and he dug into it. He says dug, and not.
and
And
before
then,
that, he says Doug. When he asked him about the footprint, he
and
dug
when
in.
he dove, he dove right into the pond. So
Because the first time he says that he dug in, or yes, there is, and he dug right in.
yeah,
After that, he says he literally dove right in.
yes,
The word literally is there before that. That's how you
into the
can
water or the pond. I can't remember if he says pond or water.
He says into the retention pond.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
The words matter, so you
sure.
have to listen and pay attention.
Well, we had to listen to it a few times because I was like, wait a second. He said dug in after the footprint. And remember, the one officer says specifically, is it a shoe print or a footprint? The other officer responds, it is a footprint. Then a little bit later, he says, what size shoe are you? Talking to the officer. The officer responds with his size. I don't remember what it was, maybe 11 or 12. And the reason for that was so that officer could set his foot next to the footprint to see if it was a 10, which is what Sebastian is.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can compare it. Correct.
And that right there, James, that's it. That's what I want to know, and that's what we all should be trying to figure out at this point now. Where's Sebastian? From that point forward, where and how did he disappear? Okay. Did somebody take him? Did somebody? It doesn't make sense. It's not like he just poof hit the water and disappeared. If that happened, okay, it doesn't make any sense at all. And that's it right there. From that point on, where the hell is that child? How did he get there? And who was involved, if anybody? Okay, that's the hardest thing right here for anybody to figure out.
This latest search that they did when they went out unexpectedly. Was it like a week or two ago? Remember?
Yeah. There hasn't been a search in 30 days.
No, they went out again. They
went out one more time.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. It was a very. I think it was one day actually.
Where was that? Does anybody know where that was?
If anybody, I think it would be Clue that would know because they were talking about it. What'd you say?
That was law enforcement, by the way. Truth that went out there.
Out there is what I'm curious about. What's out
there? That's when they went back. Remember, you guys, they went back and retraced everything they did.
Yeah, so, that was over a month ago.
Was it? I thought it was only 2 weeks ago.
No. I mean, y'all can look it up. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty positive we're about 30 days past that.
Okay. Well, regardless, that was the last searches when they went back and said they're going to go back through everything that they had covered at one point and just kind of retrace everything. So.
I swear this is like 2 weeks ago, but I
thought it was too, but that's, I'll look it up if it's.
Somebody find out. I'm good with being wrong. I don't have a problem with that.
Right. They went to a specific area at that point. And
they went back to where they did it from the very beginning and covered everything that they had done with the law enforcement searches. Okay.
And they didn't drain the pond one more time, correct?
No,
I don't think they ever filled the pond back up.
Okay.
And it wasn't enough rain, I don't believe, to do that. So no. I know what you're talking about because they were looking. Was it narc divers that CJ had been recording when they were in that
water? Yeah.
That was a different one altogether. That wasn't the same.
That wasn't law enforcement.
No. I know that wasn't law enforcement. I was just looking at that.
But it wasn't the same retention pond, right? Right.
Okay. Yeah. No. What I'm talking about is I know that law enforcement went out there again and did a big swoop, and everybody was like, "Wow, okay." And
yeah, they wanted to go back. They said, and they wanted to retrace everything one more time to double check everywhere that they had been. And so yeah, they went and hit everything again. And I do not believe, because I never heard that they drained anything else. But they didn't have to, because they had done it all the first time, and they still had these divers that are out here going through these mud pits looking for things, and nothing has been found. There's not even been articles of clothing or anything like that, you guys. Nothing has been found, sadly. And it's just boom, without a trace. There's nothing. There's no camera view. There's no witnesses seeing anybody. There's no nothing there, and that is what has been so hard with this for me to accept, that not one person, not one camera, not one witness of any kind has seen this child anywhere.
April 4th.
Okay. So yeah, that's about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's about, well, in between both. So there we go. What's up, Willie? Thank you for joining me, brother. So at that point, guys, that's why this is so hard to accept, because how is it possible? How is it possible that nobody has seen this kid at this ever? Like, there's not been one witness saying I saw him here or there. I've never seen a case like that. Usually you have somebody, well, I have, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, in this situation, it doesn't make any sense. Excuse me. If everything happened the way that it happened, it's just in the speculative theory that the Truth just brought up was something I had talked about with a couple other people as well, that maybe he's something, what he had stated, and it's just a speculative theory, that he walked in on something that was uncomfortable for him, is trauma to him in his state of mind. That's trauma, because it's not a normal thing in his life. Could have triggered, as I've been saying, these triggers, him to take off out of the house, because he didn't know you don't know how to react to that situation, okay? Because it's not the norm. That could be it. I can't accept, because I've had people say that he heard something during the conversation. How? He can't. You only hear what his mom is saying, if he can hear her at all. You don't hear the
who
other
would have
side.
told the investigator that? Who would have told the PI that he heard that if they hadn't talked to Sebastian themselves?
Right.
No, go back go back again. Remember what I just said. Think about what I just said. They would not have known that if they had not talked to Sebastian.
Correct.
Okay. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So
she said in that interview you just listened to that there's new information that she received, that it is likely that he heard them get into an argument and talk about him. Who in the hell would have been able to give her that information?
Yeah, that's an interesting. I missed that part of it. I must not have been. I had people talking in my ear. I didn't hear that. That's not something you just come up with on a whim. Okay.
No, it's a very precise
can I ask
thing
a
to
question?
say.
Yeah, Annie, go ahead.
Because I'm not like fully up to speed on this case, but I've been listening to you guys for the last like 30 minutes kind of talk about it. If he left without his shoes, without his phone, he had a phone, correct?
No. He has a he has a phone, but it was left there on the counter, right?
Wait a second.
Right.
He left.
So I'm
hold
guessing
on.
they did that. I'm guessing someone in law enforcement did a forensic download of his phone.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
They brought the Secret Service in to cover that stuff, but go ahead, Truth. Sorry.
So he left without his phone. But I want you to remember early on in this investigation where Seth said he gave him a phone. That hasn't been talked about since Seth said it. Where is that phone?
Well, I'm going to get back to you on that one in a minute. I'll let Annie continue.
A secondary phone? See, I didn't catch that.
I'm going to get back to you on that one.
Okay, go ahead then.
Well,
go ahead, Annie.
The reason that I'm asking that is because, so even if the dog allegedly, went to this pond or whatever, right? It almost sounds to me like even if the kid left the house, an adult brought him back. Were the vehicles impounded? Were digital like downloads, forensic downloads of the phones done for like
Yes.
Just for triangulation purposes, for movement
oh yeah, they did.
purposes.
They did. Yes, they did sell and. I'm sorry, they did sell and power dumps and all that.
And movement.
Yeah, they turned that over to the Secret Service.
Yeah, that's why they brought the Secret Service in to cover all of that. They tower dumped, they geo-fended all that stuff. Everything has been handled by them, which is, in my opinion, the best, agency to handle that stuff. So I imagine if they came up with nothing from that, unless they did,
the vehicle,
and we don't know about it at this point.
Yes.
And the vehicles, they found no evidence in the vehicles of anything.
That's been released.
Not that's been released, no.
This is apparently not a criminal investigation, Annie. As far as
it has not been classified as a criminal investigation, but it kind of
is. The FBI and the Secret Service in?
It kind of is, though.
Terry, that's a good point, and I want you to think about that because that actually gives a second person who would have seen him leave, right?
Are you talking about this comment here?
About
a second person?
Yeah. That was part of the conversation.
I'm confused why you have the Secret Service involved in a case that's not a criminal investigation.
Back in 2004, the Secret Service was sworn into a new act where they were able to help in missing and endangered children.
And they handle all of the...
It would be like in conjunction with HSI.
Well,
it's usually Homeland Security.
No, it's not. It's separate.
I'm sorry. I just was going to remind you guys real quick. Remember, not too long ago, Annie, that girl that went missing and everybody was going crazy about it. They brought the Secret Service in, and she had faked it all. She put it all together herself.
Yep. And guys, don't think that's off the table either, right? Let's be very honest. Don't take that off the table because all the searches have been drawn back. I mean, all of them, right? You've got Nancy Grace acting weird. You got a lot of things in this case that would make you believe that there's absolutely something that has been found. There's a lot of innuendos that keep making it sound like someone is talking to Sebastian.
Well, and the mere fact that there is no trace by the dog after the pond speaks louder than anything.
Yeah, it just goes dead right there, which makes no sense, right?
I mean, that's evident what happened there, don't you think?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I also think it's not far-fetched to believe he's still in that neighborhood.
And yeah. Somebody came into my chat, and I don't put a lot of water, in a lot of these different things, but somebody came into my chat the first 4 days he was missing. And they said that they had heard, and like I said, don't get all freaky on me, everybody, because I don't follow that stuff, but I'm not downing it either. Somebody said they had heard from a psychic that there was somebody in that neighborhood, a older woman, that had taken him in and was holding him there. And I was like, okay. I just was like, whatever. You know what I mean?
But you can't shoot that to the side because
I know
Seth
that
himself came out and said his theory was a homeless person had him.
Right. Exactly. So like I said, with this case, nothing is off the table because there's nothing else to go to. Okay. Everything has to be put out there and be looked at in some senses. And I'm sure that law enforcement's doing the same thing if they don't have something already. They could be watching.
I know that they're saying no foul play, but I'm sorry, when you have a 15-year-old, be it boy, girl, whoever, go missing with no shoes, no phone, they don't take the things that are like usually most important. I don't understand how that's not foul play.
No, it's not. It's not classified as foul play at all.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying I don't understand how they classified it that way.
So he left. They're classifying it as a runaway situation because of that situation. Well, he left obviously in a hurry.
They take their clothes.
Oh yeah,
and they certainly take shoes.
Not always.
No. I mean, there's actually.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but at the same time, we just talked about a situation that wouldn't allowed planning. It would have been instantaneous, right?
Oh, and again, there's a lot of people. If you guys haven't followed these, I've noticed there's been 5 to 6, 7 cases of kids and people disappearing without their shoes for some reason. They take off and their shoes they're not wearing their shoes. Caleb Harris, there's another one Jules put out. That was in an accident that was shoeless again. Something is making in those situations, something has shocked that person or traumatized that person to be in a rush or in a hurry to bolt at that moment, not thinking that I got to throw my shoes on. And it does happen. You know what I mean? Obviously, because
wasn't Caleb out walking his puppy at like 2 a.m.?
Yeah, but then he walked the dog back to the house and then walked back outside for something, and poof, he's gone. And then this new case, the guy was in a car accident.
But he went out with no shoes on to walk the dog?
Yeah.
I mean, I was about to say, I go out and walk my dog without.
I've done it before too. Depending on where you live, the heat. He was in Texas. Well, there was one in Alaska. I don't know if you heard that, Annie.
The only reason I bring this up is because, like, I grew up down in Florida, right? I spent half my life down there. You don't fucking walk around with no shoes on unless you're trying to get bit by something.
Yeah, Tennessee's not really that same way when the temperature is below like
warm
60 degrees.
But it wasn't that cold that night yet.
Maybe not. But when you're talking about snakes specifically and like animals like that in our area, it's got to be several days consistently of above 70 for them to even start coming out. And also, you have to remember, we just had a huge tornado, which ripped up the environment for a lot of animals. So it killed a lot of them as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I live in the area as well, Truth. So I'm familiar with weather. Yeah.
Yeah, it was real bad. It was real bad.
But I still go back to the point that there must have been somebody else involved. I mean, either way we go with this, like
he didn't do this on his own. I agree.
He ran somewhere, guys. Listen,
unless
he ran
flew out of that pond.
No, he ran somewhere.
But no. But the dog tracked him to the pond and nothing beyond. So unless he flew from the pond, that's not possible. So
no, unless someone took him out of the pond. But the way that would happen is, all right. You said something about you were going to explain the second cell phone.
Yes. But that's for. I would love for Dago to pull up a video for that.
Okay.
Something I found, but for this situation, there is no way he could have been doing this by himself unless he flew out of the pond.
No,
the dog would attract him.
Well, that's where the second cell phone comes into play, because you're right. Unless he had that cell phone that he used in his room when he closed his door, which would make complete sense with a 15-year-old who wasn't allowed to have internet at his mom's house, right?
Yeah.
And as he ran away, he called from that phone whoever ended up picking him up.
That nobody has any idea exists.
Correct.
Except for
That's
him
why that second phone is important.
Correct. So basically, Clue had a show the other day, and now I can't remember. The other day, where she was showing that interview that CJ had done with Seth. CJ and me and Silky did together. And in that, she pointed out there was a clip where you can see a phone in the back seat of Seth's truck. You can see a hand holding that phone and somebody's face with glasses holding that phone up. And I'm trying to get the attention of So if you go and look that up, I swear to God, somebody is in the back seat holding up showing a photograph to Seth. It looks like, because he's climbing into his car at that point.
Yeah. You remember what the name of the video was?
Oh my God. No, hold on. I have to go and look.
I'm looking at her videos now.
It was like 2 days ago, maybe. It wasn't yesterday, the day before, or something like that.
So has any information been released regarding the FBI's initial assessment?
No.
Nothing. No. Wait a minute.
Listen, the FBI is never going to talk. They're just not.
No.
Well, no, they usually don't, but every now and then you'll get a lead investigator who lets you know that, certain
there hasn't even been another presser on this. So there's nothing else other than there was a presser, but it just stated that there's nothing new, basically.
Well, the only reason I bring up the whole FBI assessment, right, is because we have other cases currently where the FBI's initial assessment was ignored by the local law enforcement handling the case.
Okay.
So it's always interesting to me when I hear of a case where, you know, FBI or Secret Service are brought in. We know that they're working behind the scenes. They're obviously giving an initial assessment. And then we find out later through court proceedings, through trial, through, you know, filings that in fact, the FBI's initial assessment was basically ignored by the law enforcement.
Right. Was it a nighttime show? Golf, do you remember?
I put it in back chat for you.
Oh, you found it. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm still looking for it.
It's about 2 hours in. I would say 2 hours, some minute, like 2-3 minutes in, 2 hours.
Oh, this one. Yeah, I do remember this.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's see. What'd you say? 2 what?
I mean, I'm looking at 207. So go to like 205. Let's start there.
Okay. Right
Let
here.
me pull up my StreamYard in full screen mode so I can see it.
Okay, 1 second here.
Truth, did you catch that when you saw it?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't even get to see that, unfortunately. So
the problem is this screen's going to be too small.
I can blow this up. I can't see chat, so there's Clue right there. You're fine, Clue.
Oh shit! I gotta leave Clues here.
I can't see chat right now, guys. So I'm not ignoring you. I just blew the screen up as big as I could get it so that I can see these things, and you can too. So, okay, here we go.
When it comes to what you feel.
Well, here's my thing. All right, speaking from a law enforcement angle.
He's not law enforcement.
Oh no, he's a. Hold on.
Or is it a 50-50 kind of thing?
I'm sorry. Yeah, what was that?
Out of the two that you just mentioned, whether it was being taken or still on the run, what do you...
I don't know where the camper is. I really don't. I do think he's single. Someone said something about maybe he has a girlfriend.
Who?
But I don't know about that BS. Like, I really don't. Hang on, y'all.
Might be the mannequin.
I think he was at his mom's house or something. We did that interview.
I think he was staying at. Doesn't his mother has a camper there? I think he was staying there.
Do you feel in your soul? Do you have does your soul lean one direction or the other, or is it like either or when it comes to what
he's in the front seat?
Well, here's my thing. All right, speaking from a law enforcement angle.
I think they're close. I think they are in Tennessee, to be fair. Yep.
Hold on. Turn the Bluetooth off so that you're not connecting to my truck.
You're good. Take your time.
And I'm going to be sideways for a minute.
You're good.
See, is that him holding that? Look, is that his? Is
That's
that
his hand?
Is that his? Okay, so it's actually his front windshield. Because if you look, you can see somebody with glasses, and I'm like,
look at this picture.
Somebody holding that up.
Janie, thank you for the super chat. There's.
Can you blow that up, Dago? Because I think I was wrong in that. Okay. But I think that's his front windshield, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like his phone.
Okay.
Your soul lean one direction or the other, or is it like either or when it comes to what you feel?
Well, here's my thing. All right, speaking from a law enforcement angle.
I think they're close. I think they are in Tennessee, to be fair.
Hold on. Turn the Bluetooth off so that you're not connecting to my
And he
truck.
does say he's going to be sideways for a minute, so I think he leaned over.
Yeah, and then and it goes forward. Okay. I was wrong because I swear I thought that was his back seat and somebody was holding up a phone.
No, I mean it's understandable.
But can you still go and make that screen larger, enlarge that? Because what I'm looking at is not like he's in the chat that we were, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think I can make it any bigger because it's a video.
Okay.
If it was a picture, like a solid picture, I could probably blow it up as big as I wanted to, but
No, you can the website itself, you can go up and set the website to go up in scale, up in the upper right
hold on a
corner
minute. Let me see.
Yeah, I just don't see it. That looks like his phone, respectfully.
with the 3 dots. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you go to you see their zoom.
Okay,
And
yeah.
then zoom.
I don't know if it'll let me. I'll try.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it won't. Oh, no. Okay. All right.
I think that's as big as I can get it right there.
Okay, we can rule that out because I was like, I swear that's a kid holding up a phone.
No, I see I see how you can see that.
Yeah.
Though, I understand. 500%. That's the biggest I can get it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Well, all right.
No problem at all. Anyway, moving forward. Yeah, that's what I thought too when I first saw it. It looks like a reflection.
Yeah.
And that he said, I'm gonna be sideways for a minute, and then there we are. So yeah, that makes sense. All right, so back to where we were. Let me move that now.
So true. Sorry, that was my second phone theory.
No, that's fine. No worries.
Now, see, I didn't hear anything about another possible phone. That's new to me.
Wait a second. Is Clue still in here?
She said she was opening presents, but she could be still in here. Who knows? If you're here, Clue, say I'm here. Hold on. Let me see if she left me.
She told me to stay by my email tonight, and then she never fucking emailed me. So,
well, they're having a party for Cletus's birthday.
That's fine. He deserves the party, but she told me to stay by my email and then left me hanging.
Oh,
that's worse than leaving somebody on red.
Right. All right, here. Let's see. Okay, so back to excuse me, back to where we were.
There she is. Clue. Can you give your insight on the second phone that supposedly Seth gave to Sebastian? He spoke about it early on in the investigation, one of the first couple of interviews. You might want to jump on. It might be easier. But that's a very interesting thing, because if he made a phone call, then that would make sense. You
like
know
a burner phone or something like that. Yeah. No, that would make that would change everything, and that would make things make sense right there. And the thing is there's no way to trace that, or to figure that out unless somebody blatantly says he has this phone. Period.
Where'd he go?
He probably tried to do something, and it knocked him off.
Okay.
She said she's coming up. Excuse me.
Oh, so it's Cletus's birthday. So happy birthday, Cletus.
Yes, happy birthday. Well, I'll tell him when she gets up here.
I kicked myself off.
It's okay. It happens all the time. Yeah. That's what I heard tonight, that Seth gave him another phone. Now I don't know when or what. So, and I, like I said, I hadn't never heard that before, so it was new and interesting. But it would make some things make some sense. That's fact. Because if he has a phone, okay, and I'm not trying to play anybody against each other, but I went through the same scenario with my kids and my ex-creature, okay? Because she did not want them to have a phone, and she wouldn't allow them to call me. And so, in turn, I gave my oldest child a burner phone, just a little cheap flip phone that I had bought at the dollar store, and I said, here. And I know it's wrong to do that kind of stuff, but I did it anyway because I wanted my kids to be able to call me. And they did. And so I can see that situation happening if there was a situation like that. So that's all I'm saying. But welcome, Clue. And if you're in the background, happy birthday, Cletus.
Did you call Dago? Did you call her creature?
Oh yeah, that's what I call my first wife. I always have. I thought you heard that before, Annie.
I probably did, but holy shit, that was funny.
Oh yeah, that's what I've always called her, is with the creature. That's what she was. She's not a good person, folks. But anyway, can you hear me, Clue?
I can't. I'm watching Cletus play with his nuts.
Wow.
Okay then.
It's a
happy
birthday.
Happy birthday, Mr. Cletus.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Happy birthday, Cletus.
Thank you, Go.
Happy popping out of a pussy day.
Oh Lord. Okay then.
Well, that's what it is.
What is your thought, or what are your knowledge, Clue, on this other phone possibility thing?
What, that Seth said he was giving him or something?
Yeah, because I had never heard that.
Oh yeah, he said that he was gonna give him an extra phone or something he had laying around.
To get in touch with him if he needed to.
Right.
And like, when was that he had, like, did he claim to when he was doing it, or had done it, or was gonna do it, or do you remember any of that?
It was on an interview. Maybe Pascal.
Okay. Yeah.
Jackal.
So did he state it as in he was going to do that, like when Sebastian comes home, or that he had already done it in the past?
I thought he was talking about in the past, like before, right? And I don't know if he actually wound up doing that.
Okay.
Right.
Or not. It didn't
But
sound like
even if he said he was planning on it, I wouldn't take that as truth, right? The fact is that I would be more. It actually goes with the line of the story if he has a second phone. If there is a secret phone, it would also make sense as to how he would be able to get online and why his light was on until 11:30.
100%. 100%. And that's interesting, because I had never even caught that. So
Clue.
And that makes me wonder something altogether different now. Go ahead, Tomboy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say it's Pascal, like pass and then cow.
I know, but I call him Rascal.
He calls him Rascal because of.
You call him all sorts of names.
I call him Heifer.
Pascal Rascal.
Pascal Heifer.
So we have heard everything but the kitchen sink, and keeps. Wait, hold on. So we have heard everything but the kitchen sink. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know.
People just get mad when you use people's own words back at them. Like, we're not making these things up. These are things that a suspect has said. And I
want to know. I'd like to know. See, that makes me wonder something now. Now, look, this is again a completely speculative theory, and I know that's not right to do in this situation, but again, there was a thud that we were told was heard. Okay.
Yes.
If he has, let's say that this child has this extra phone per se, and he's in his room, supposed to be in bed, gets this phone out, like kids do, to do things that he's probably not supposed to do, and he's trying to text somebody or something like that. So that again, you guys can give the ability to get online, like Truth said. All you got to do is get into the Wi-Fi. I'm sure there was Wi-Fi.
Well,
and if she's making some noise, she's on the phone. He thinks she's on the phone talking to Chris. That's his point, where he can do what he wants to do without her knowing about it. And then maybe she makes a movement or says something like she's gonna get up or something. He gets nervous and drops the phone. You hear it. That's the thud. Oh, no, Mom. Don't worry about me. Go to bed. Okay. I'm just saying, you guys.
Right.
Because a phone is going to make a thud when it hits the ground. So now, if he's talking to somebody on that phone at that point, okay, that could be who the third person is, or not the second person is in this whole scenario.
Right.
I've never thought about that because I never heard that before. So I didn't even know that. That changes things in my mind completely. I've always thought that he in a sense, ran away. But we've also stated that I thought he was lured in some sense, or asked to leave.
Persuaded.
Was if
Persuaded, that's a good way to put it. Bryan, what are you talking about, bud? I'm trying to watch everything, and I seen the word ignoring. I'm not ignoring anybody.
Well, now
I'm just
I have
trying
a
to follow everything.
question. Since you guys obviously know way more about this particular case than I do, has it been said whether or not he was in any kind of like, was he into like gaming? Was he online?
Oh
a
yeah,
lot?
yeah. He was a gamer. Yeah, we've been through all that too. And he
Okay.
But he, according to everything that the parents have stated on both sides, that there was no access to the internet, which I call bullshit on immediately, because kids can do what they want to do.
How could he be a gamer if he has no access to the internet?
No, he had access at Seth's house.
Yeah, and he can play. You can play games without getting online.
Hold on, but we can't forget about
No,
these
I'm
things.
talking
In the
about
beginning, Seth said he has no internet access at my house.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That was a lie.
Correct.
Okay.
Because he later
Why
said
would you
that
lie
he
about
did.
that? Why would you lie about that?
Well, in his mind, because I don't know. That's hard to approach, because maybe he thinks he doesn't, but he knows he does at the same time. I don't know how. That didn't even make sense.
Well, I mean, he said verbatim that he uses his account sometimes when he goes online gaming, but he checks up on him.
That is true. He did say that.
Bryan,
So
he didn't get money to pay the phone bill. His mom paid the one that's at his house, and his dad paid the secret one that he gave him that Katie didn't know about. The boy's not paying for his own phone.
No. And the reason why it's not tracked, who asked that question up in there? I saw that. Why is that not tracked? Because it's not been talked about. If it's out there.
Well, the only reason I was even asking if he was a gamer online or anything is because that's like the number one way that predators gain access to your children.
Yes, we definitely hit that.
And it happens all the time. It happens all the time where a kid believes that they're communicating with another kid, and they tell that person their real information, where they really live. They exchange, information, photos, whatever the case may be. And, that person ends up being abducted, whatever you want to call it, coerced. They think they're going to meet up with a kid, and in actuality, it's an adult who's a person.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've looked at all that but then that's supposed to be void, because according to what we were told, which is obviously not true, that there was no access anywhere for him. But then it was stated later that he did have some access at his father's house. And again, even if he didn't have access to it, there's Wi-Fi at both homes. We know that already.
Well, not even that, but kids aren't stupid. So, like,
that's what I said.
Even if his parents say change the password, didn't give him the password. Kids can take a ride to fucking McDonald's and connect to the Wi-Fi there if they want.
Yeah, and yes, who just said that? Tina said yes. Seth said he had 2 phones, one for Wi-Fi and one for calling. But here's the thing, though. At this point, let me ask this question, you guys. If Seth gave him another phone, at this point in the investigation, I would imagine, or am I wrong, that he would have told law enforcement that for that reason? Am I wrong, or?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't think he's been very forthcoming about much.
I feel like me personally, I feel like we're hearing a lot of secrets. Not so much. I don't know why I can't make that sound right now. Not so much secrets, but almost this persona has been for sale, right? People bought it, and now it's the true bits of true information are starting to come out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that.
I mean, I can agree. Like, all this stuff should be out day one, period.
Yeah, like if he's on the internet at your house, don't be a douchehole. Tell people he's on the internet at your house. Like, the problem for me comes in with that scenario. What were you allowing him to do on the internet that you didn't feel confident enough to say he was on the internet at my house?
Wayne, to answer that question, originally he said that law enforcement still had his devices. However, in an interview today or yesterday, he said that they had him for about 12 hours. They told him he was going to have him for an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and they kept it for 12 hours. So that's another contradiction from his original statement of he hadn't gotten them back yet.
So does he have the electronics back, or do they still have them?
He at least has his phone back.
Okay.
My understanding is the only thing that they did not get back was his game system.
The Switch,
handheld games. Yeah, the Switch.
Right.
Which there's probably a reason for that.
That's my thought. That's what I've been thinking, and they're not going to give that back if that has any kind of info on it, in my opinion.
Well,
Correct.
I think it's important to know that it's not just him, right? Like, it's not just the stuff from Seth's house. It's from both that is still wrapped up in law enforcement. Like, I mean, y'all, we just went through Idaho 4. Look how long it took Kaylee's parents and everything to get back her stuff. So, I mean,
yeah,
it's an investigation. There's no solution right now. So they're not just going to be like, oh, well, here.
Bryan, you're assuming that the person that may be hiding him is a juvenile. And I don't think any of us believe it's a juvenile.
No, I don't think so either at this point. Let me show you guys something real fast, too. I meant to do this the other day, and I forgot to.
If there was a second phone, that phone could have been used. Like, you can use your internet on your computer from your phone. So that's not a big thing, you know?
Right.
That's easy peasy. You just...
So, just to show you guys this real quick, okay?
Every gaming system has a browser.
Yeah, this is a Nintendo Switch for those of you that may not know. Okay, it's a little handheld thing. My stepdaughter or my daughter-in-law has one. My grandson, blah blah blah. Your Nintendo Switch has a secret web browser, and here's where to find it. Okay, and it's not hard. It's not hard. I asked my daughter-in-law not too long ago to show me how, and she was like, "Yeah, you just go boom, 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 and there you are." So you can get on the internet on this if you can find. If you're connected to Wi-Fi, that's all you need to do, and it's not hard to connect to a Wi-Fi.
No, you use your phone's hotspot, and that's it.
That's all it needs to do. You can connect. If he's sitting in a chair next to his dad plays the online computer games he set on his phone and stuff like that. You can read that signal. It'll show up in the top right-hand corner of this, a Wi-Fi signal. All you do is connect to it. It's not hard to do. Okay, and
yeah, as long as it's not password protected, because like my daughter has her Switch, but she needs my password to get on.
Right. Which is, even if it was, that wouldn't be hard to figure out or to get at some point, because he had been left alone sometimes in the night while Seth was working and stuff like that. So yeah, he could have gained that access and kept that to himself. You know what I mean? So this little thing right here will allow you to get on the internet and surf the web through a browser, just like you can on a computer. So that is not out of the question, folks, which is another reason why I think that they have kept this, because I think there could be something on this.
Well, and while we're talking about this, I want to point out another inconsistency that came up that I think is important. It was originally said when Seth was talking about his alibi and being at work, he specifically said, I have 68 inmates or whatever the number is that can vouch for where I was the entire time I was on my shift. Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then today he came out and said that, and there had been a rumor about this that some people have decided to keep quiet on, but he said it himself today, which was he was working the garage.
Well, he said he was in the garage at 6 a.m., which I'm assuming is working because he works.
There you
go.
Probably intake when they bring prisoners into the garage.
No, he specifically says 6th, which means he's in the parking garage at the jail, which means he was probably working the front gate to the parking garage, which means he would not have been around inmates.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. Gotcha. That I didn't see either. See, I didn't watch any of that stuff until that other one earlier.
Or
anyway,
would he have been on break?
No, that's not what he says. You have to listen to what he says and the context of how he says it, right?
Yeah, because he's a little irritated over the lie detector, and he's like, somebody had asked him something about Chris taking one, and he said, I don't know, I don't care, I know where I was.
I was working I'm pretty sure he said working, but he could have said in the parking garage at 6 o'clock when he went missing.
Which is
How do you know what
also,
time he went missing?
I'd have to hear the
Quick
wording, because
question.
he said when he went missing.
Go listen to it again.
Where was it at? What video was it on, you guys?
T-Rev.
Well, he said
757.
originally that he got off at 6, but he didn't get his message till 7 because he had to stick around and wait to see if he needed to work overtime.
Right.
Okay.
So you're telling me that you wouldn't go check your phone, you haven't checked it all night long, and you wouldn't go check it, you'd stand around and wait till you made it to your car, although your car was parked in the garage that you were supposedly in at 6 a.m.?
I mean,
Do you remember how long ago it was, Clue?
Oh, it was today
it was
or
it was
yesterday?
last night or something.
Last night, yeah.
But now, I mean, that's all verifiable given the nature where he works. There's cameras everywhere.
Right. My point is that he is consistently lying to the public.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. But
sympathy.
Yeah, as far
That's
as
my
him
only
being
point
anywhere
is that
else. Yeah.
we have not found inconsistencies in the Proudfoots. There's one case where Chris tells two different stories about the event with the belt.
Mm.
That is the only thing that I've been able to pick up on that have been inconsistencies in their stories.
Agreed.
Does anybody remember whereabouts in this? I have it pulled up from 21 hours ago.
Oh Lord, he started in at
roughly.
Fudge.
Does he actually come on the panel, or is it a call in?
He called. T-Rev called him. I think it's 2 hours in.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
I bet
here.
Cletus knows down to the second when it was. That's a smart motherfucker.
Is there like a history of
Hold on a
DD
second.
with the stepdad?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
But is there a history of DBs or anything with the mother and the stepdad?
Not with actual charges, but accusations from the ex to both of the men.
Chris's mother has him. We have video evidence that he got into her SUV on the 26th at 5:58 a.m. What?
Wait, what?
I read that earlier today. I asked in Clue's chat if anybody had heard about that.
Somebody named Ken Davis put this. I just saw it on the screen when I was scrolling through.
Someone messaged Ken Davis and say, "Let me see the pictures."
That's what I'm saying. Like, well, you can't say things like that without having some kind of receipt for it. That's insane.
On YouTube.
That sounds like what Helen was saying, Clue, the other day, that some neighbor stated that.
Well, yeah, the neighbor has been talked about. The neighbor's been saying some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, I think it's the same information.
Probably.
I don't think the neighbor is saying anything wild. I think the neighbor is finally tired of the bullshit, in my opinion, just by what I've heard.
Well, I mean wild as in like stuff that we haven't heard wild. You know what I mean? Not saying it's out of the realm. Hold on, guys. I'm still trying to find where.
All right, good night, guys. I'm going to bed.
Oh, Annie.
Night. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question about the neighbor?
No.
What the neighbor has or hasn't said? Well, and the reason I ask is because I've heard a lot of claims about the neighbor said this or the neighbor said that, but I've yet to see it. So is it rumor that the neighbor has said anything?
No, there is a live that was done where this neighbor was talked to, and I'll have to go back and look in my notes and find out where that was, but I can get you that information.
Did they verify that was a neighbor?
That's what I'm just trying to make sure of, right? Is that all this neighbor talk is real? Because, people inject themselves in the situation and people fabricate bullshit too. So I'm just trying to understand for real if there is a neighbor that was communicating or not.
Was it Sweetie Pie?
Huh?
He said, huh?
I didn't hear
Was
it.
it
I'm
Sweetie
sorry.
Pie Low?
Sweetie Pilo, the channel.
Yeah, with the neighbor.
I'm not 100% sure.
I think I found it. Okay, now here we go. I got it. Is it in the beginning, middle, or end clue from their conversation on the phone? Do you remember?
Maybe towards like the middle. I would just speed it up till he's rambling about it.
All right, let's go here. One moment. Now, I forgot. What are we looking for again? I forgot what the hell we're even looking for in this conversation.
You're looking.
Something he said. Oh, the garage. The work.
Okay.
Hold up 1 second. We gotta call the man, the myth, the legend. 1 second. 6'5". I got you. Give me 1 second. Hold up. We gotta call the man, the myth, the legend himself.
The man, the myth, and legend.
Okay, here we go.
Ugh.
Be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
Mm-hmm. And
that was some businesses that set it up. I have actually found out what the businesses were. So as soon as the trust is set up, what is left out of the GoFundMe will go into the trust. So that way it's going into there because it's all for Sebastian. It's all for finding Sebastian.
Absolutely. That's all it is. Play his interview today. Which interview today? Did you do an interview today, Seth?
I went on Court TV and interviewed with Mr. Vinny.
Mr. Vinny himself. Now, I have a question.
The man. He's the man and he's the myth. Now the legendary person is Sebastian. He just, disappeared like a ninja. And that's where we're going to find him.
Absolutely.
There is faith. Soon, people need to understand. I'm not giving up. Every day I wake up from however little amount of sleep I get, it's because God has woken me up and said, time to get on it. If it's 15 minutes, it's 15 minutes. If it's an hour, it's an hour. I will let me sleep for how much time I need to so I can get back on there.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I will never understand what you're going through sleep-wise. I can only see it though.
I hope you never do. I hope you never do.
Man, it's all I do know is that.
A lot of people are upset
Yeah.
with how it was, I thanked everybody. It was played in the wrong order, in my opinion, because we had the vigil. I thanked everybody who was supporting, everybody who was donating, everybody who was going out there with flyers and handing them out. I appreciate all that. But I need answers. And if I have to work with Chris and Katie, I can put my ego and the issues that I am dealing with them aside because Sebastian deserves that. Chris approached me, which meant Chris wanted to be on the same page as I was.
So he approached you that day?
Yeah, that was him approaching me at the vigil.
Yeah.
I had just moved my truck up there.
I mean, and I'm glad that you guys could at least talk or work together. And I see people saying, don't dance with the devil, don't do. But again, egos put aside, I don't blame you for, even engaging in the conversation because at the end of the day, it all is about Sebastian.
It is. That's all it's about. Finding Sebastian, bringing Sebastian home. I mean, I know everybody out there wants to talk trash about me. I'm cool with that. Obviously you ran out of flyers. Now you want to talk trash. Or maybe you need some more flyers. I don't know. Handing out flyers is a good way to get information and to TVI.
What do you want to say to those people who are going off of those wicked papers that are flying around of Katie's words? I mean, people keep bringing that up to me, and I just don't,
I don't know. Are you talking about the divorce declarations?
Some of those, yeah. I've been sent tons of different things, but, we've talked about it on the phone. You know that.
Yeah, she wrote some nasty things.
Yeah.
I represented myself. I did not have an attorney in that case. I did not have an attorney for my divorce. I represented myself. She wrote declarations. Some of them are leaked. Obviously, not all of them are leaked. And I don't care. That was her writing things against me. I went to court. The court system knew I was homeless. Court system knew that all my license and everything had been suspended because of the accusations that were given to me. I was doing armed security. I was in California. All of a sudden, I had a domestic violence. It was, California, they take the firearms. They literally suspend all of your license. Next thing I know, I'm living in a car.
Damn.
Living in a car. Can't see my son. because she did that. And it was like, okay, well, it's just another challenge sent to me from God. The devil's trying to play his cards. But God's got a hand of aces.
Yeah.
You know, I showed up in court. I showed up at CPS. I let them do their investigation. They spoke to me. They, you know, it was like, you ask whatever questions you want. It was all unfounded. They gave me joint legal, joint 50. The judge literally stated, you two need to remember that your parents were Sebastian and go out into the hallway and come up with a parenting plan. Yes, Your Honor. Case dismissed.
Yeah, and you know what? People are assuming, people have been assuming that, you know, I remember I've talked to you about this, but I'm just bringing it back up for the simple fact that it's still being talked about and people got it mixed up, is that the agreement between y'all didn't have any arguments with him coming to you for the summer. That was agreement from both sides, and you've said that before. That was a mutual agreement between both of you that you were.
I didn't miss it, did I?
No.
Okay, I was just making sure because I know it's going quick. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Getting him for the summer.
Correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear because some people were thinking that it was like, you know, some fight, and I'm like, Seth didn't tell me they argued. That was an agreement from both sides, and they both agreed on that.
You know, Katie moved here. She asked my permission to move to Tennessee with Sebastian. I told her that's fine. I wanted to out of California.
Without me hearing his voice,
the political and the violence and the crime and everything that was going on in California was, you know, COVID was going. I was listening to a scanner every night. I was working 12-hour days, you know, and it was like, okay. I mean, I was break-ins, shooting started happening as soon as business started. Nobody was working. Everything was closed down. Things were getting extremely violent in California. I was like, yeah, get him out of California. Take him back to America. Take him to Tennessee. I know. I see that hat.
Oh man, take him back to Tennessee.
You know, I wanted my son to be safe. It took me 4 months. 4 months, and I moved to Tennessee. You know, there wasn't a long time. I spoke to him every chance that I got over the phone. I was working. I was trying to get things saved up. My vehicle that I had that I was sleeping in during the divorce was starting to, you know, it was leaking oil out of electronic components. Not good, you know. So I had to make sure that I could get a vehicle. I got my truck. I got rid of that. As soon as that happened, I was out. I loaded and packed everything up in my truck and moved up here. 4 months. 4 months I didn't get to see my son.
Damn.
And I had the mindset that, hey, 4 months that I don't get to see him, well, that means I got 24 hours to work. So I hit the grindstone. It took me 4 months because I had to pay for a whole year's worth of rent up here in Tennessee because I didn't have a job coming up here. So I had to pay a whole year's rent. I had to sign everything before I got here. And I moved here. I got here in October. Turned around, got me.
Yeah, keep going. You're good.
You know?
Yeah. That shit's crazy, man. It's something that,
you know, there's a lot that I do. And it's not to talk about me. But I'm a parent. There's a lot I do so I can make sure I can provide for myself. He is my life. He is my grace.
Man, I'll tell you what, this has been a tough 59 days on you. I can tell you.
And
that.
you know, I don't blame Katie for some of these declarations that she wrote. I'm pretty sure most of it would came from her attorney.
Right.
Attorneys are, you know, some of them are just downright disgusting, evil little creatures. Her first attorney that did all this stuff, he was convicted of fraud and lost his license to practice in California.
Damn, that's crazy.
Pretty much. I didn't appreciate the tactics he was using. Signed my name on a couple, you know, legal forms in the court instead of actually speaking to me for me to tell him, no, I don't want another continuation. You know, continuation after continuation after continuation. And I finally went into the court and I was like, listen, I am not signing these things for a continuation. What's going on here? I'm trying to get in front of the judge so we can get this taken care of. And they turned around, they told me that they knew that it wasn't my signature and that the attorney was committing fraud.
Damn, committing fraud, signing your signature? That's crazy.
You know, and I'm pretty sure Katie didn't know about it. Katie were still talking
at all. It doesn't even need
to still have some type of communication. And I was like, why are we doing this? Why is it still going on? I don't know. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, the longer the continuation in this was up in the court, I couldn't get my license reactivated.
That's crazy.
You know, everybody I speak to on the podcast, y'all are an example.
I seen on that rain footage.
Until it's no longer coming back up, and he has accomplished what he needs to accomplish for.
But what you did say,
right?
It definitely caught my attention.
I know what I said.
Yes, sir.
And well, it also caught Chris's attention. And this was after.
Say that I was like, damn, this is gonna cause something. It's gonna cause something.
And I wasn't trying to cause anything. So when he called me, I tried to clarify it for him, and I'm going to clarify it for you so that you understand where my mind was and where it is. You know, because the whole goal is to bring my son home. I will walk through fucking fire and hell, brimstone, and I will bring the wrath of God to make sure that I can find my son.
Yep. No matter what stone you got to unturn.
Doesn't matter.
This question's killing me, but they're holding this close to the vest too, probably, huh? Law enforcement confirming whether those clothes from Sebastian that night he wore out to dinner, did they ever find those?
They're not going to tell me. They're not going to tell me because that's definitely something that they would hold close to them. You know.
Mm-hmm. And I remember seeing that, or the PI at least talked about taking Sebastian's PlayStation and yours or something like that. I think she said.
Yeah, they took my PS4. They took Sebastian. Sebastian has a PS3, the first one that came out, the 20 gig. That was the reverse compatible, so it played the PlayStation 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they took that. Now it don't work. They took my PS4. They took his tablet thing that my mom gave him for Christmas, and they took the Switch.
And they took his
and they took my other phone.
Yeah, well, they got all that. And they got all.
They took it all.
They said those lights too were not flashlights; that they were floodlights. That's crazy.
There are videos out there that are floating around the internet that I haven't even seen, and I don't even know where to start with some of the stuff, because it's like, is that the same video that I watched? Is that the same? You know, because I would have no trespassing signs up. Welcome to Tennessee. You're trespassing on private property.
To go to any dead end, no matter. I mean, even if it's a dead end, you're willing to go there and check, no matter what. And I like that about you. I like that you were just
there you go.
Whatever you possibly can to keep his name front and center. And there's 16,468 signatures on the change.org.
There you go.
Clue, you caught that too?
Yes. What's up?
I don't know what was just said, because I was hung up on something that he said a second ago. I just want to clarify that I heard it right. He said they took his PlayStation, and then he said Sebastian's had a PS3, and they took it, and now it don't work. Which would imply that he's gotten Sebastian's PlayStation back.
Yeah. I caught that too.
Okay, all right. I just making sure I wasn't crazy in my.
Oh, if they gave that back,
but not the PS4 that is Seth's. Okay.
And the Switch and the other phones, did they give that stuff back too?
Well, I thought that was weird that he said they took my other phone. And the other day on a video I was like watching, I noticed him get in the truck. Now, mind you, he's filming himself getting in the truck, and there's like a phone in a whatever, like a phone holder on the dash, and it's got a photo on the screen. And I'm like, so you still have two though?
I don't know.
And it was also weird too. I started thinking about this the other day. Like, after watching that, I'm like, I don't even know why that phone would still be on, like the screen. Normally there's a timeout.
Unless he had just touched it or
his
something.
work phone, perhaps.
Maybe.
Well, no, if he took a leave, I'm not sure of this, but if he took a leave of absence from the job, I think we'd have to turn that over until he goes back, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I would think, but I mean,
They
I don't
can't
know.
have cell phones there, right? Like he said, it's a felony.
Yeah, inside. But I'm thinking like when they're not working for emergencies and stuff like that. I don't know.
He's not a police officer. He doesn't go.
No, he's just a jailer.
One of the first interviews he did with Pascal, he said that he had two phones all the time.
Yeah,
I remember that. I do remember that.
I wish one of these people that he keeps calling into, or well, in this situation, reached out to him to get him to call in or to call him. I wish they would ask him about things that he said that changed, right? And not to attack him, but to clarify. Because there's been a lot of things he said that have changed, and I think it would only be fair for somebody to present him with those discrepancies and asking for clarification, because it could create, and it will, it's going to happen. It's going to create a bunch of drama.
Well, he don't call into shows that don't agree with him. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But guys, Chris has been cleared by the PI, so we can take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Okay, so we still haven't hit this garage thing yet.
I have a question, because in the beginning they started out by talking about the rewards fund. Did he say he started it with the lawyer?
I think that's what he said. But it was weird because he said whatever's left in the GoFundMe will be put to the reward.
No, he said whatever is left in the GoFundMe will be put into a fund, a
Trust.
a trust. But here's the thing: not 4 days ago, he said every bit of the money was for Sebastian. He wasn't cashing it out. And then today he said that he was cashing it out to pay for all the resources that he's bringing in. But then in the exact next sentence, he said they were all 501c3s.
They don't get paid.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
Well,
the best thing that's
he hired the PI.
No.
Mm-mm.
I thought the PI said that in that interview. Seth hired me. She said that.
I thought she said he retained her.
She said retained.
Okay.
And technically, I would have some questions of ethics if you are the PI and the spokesperson, both.
Mm-hmm.
That there's some ethical issues with that.
Why is the PI being? Listen, I'm not attacking anybody, but why in the hell is a PI being a PR person? I don't understand. Those are two different things.
No, you're right about that.
And not only that, they're advertising every one of the PIs that are on their team. Full names, government names, Facebook pages.
Which is not normal as a PI. Like that, you're not private at that point.
Correct.
Well, I mean,
she
sorry.
said that she went and talked to the SO in the neighborhood, interviewed that individual, and then cleared him. I have a real big problem with a civilian clearing anybody and then going public and saying that.
Well, here's something I have a bigger problem with a private investigator. Tonight there was a clip, or that I think it was News Nation.
Yeah, I played that before you guys jumped in here.
Where she says that she believes there were marital issues. Now she
Hold on. Let's get with that. Here's the thing I said before y'all get on here. She said it has just recently come to my attention that there could have been something that he overheard between Chris and Katie, and that's why he ran out. Let me ask you something, Cletus. Who the fuck would have told her that?
Well, here's the better question, right? But I agree, and it feeds into my point. If you're a private investigator, why are you speaking publicly about your speculations?
That's basically what Truth was saying, because it didn't make.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. And where do you get that information from to put something like that out anyway?
To Sebastian, it sounds like they are talking to him. There's too many first-person direct references that are not normal when you haven't spoken to somebody.
I do agree with that 100%.
It's just too much. Words are everything, and you can only use the excuse stress and anxiety so much. But when you start bringing on professionals, supposable professionals, you no longer have the grace of excuses.
A good point. That's a good point.
Well, I can tell you that PI's got a questionable past, in my opinion.
Interesting, huh?
Are you talking about Heather or the other one?
I'm talking about that one with the red hair. I don't know how you went from what you were doing to what you're doing now, honey. But
Oh, the other one. Yeah. Okay. I can't think of her name right now. It starts with an L, I think.
No. I'm talking about the Cohen one.
Oh yeah. Okay. Heather Cohen. Yeah, I got you. I get those two confused sometimes. Don't wear low cut blouses. That's a good point, Karen Des. Good point. All right, let's see if we can catch this now.
FBI assisting in this case? Do you know that or not? Or are they sitting back right now?
They're assisting.
Oh, they're okay. So the FBI is assisting. That's great. That's great. I'm glad they are assisting, man. Can you
assist when that scammer who was reaching out to people on Facebook trying to get like $100, it's saying that he had Sebastian and doing these horrible Photoshop pictures.
Oh my goodness.
It was the FBI that assisted me with that. The person that is my liaison with the FBI, they picked up the phone when I called and they assisted me with that. And the thing is that if me and Chris and Katie had been working together, Chris and Katie already knew, and I didn't. But if we'd been working together, it wouldn't have given me undue stress. worried that somebody had my son, and to find out 4 hours later, after we're done, that it was just a scam. But it still takes time and resources away because they still have to investigate into it. So it's just something else that's slowing down the investigation. I'm a pathological liar. Thanks, Mello. Peace, dude.
Damn.
Stop right there for a second.
Mad as hell.
That was a comment in the comments, and immediately you see that anger. You see that's real Seth right there.
Yeah.
Supporting me. It's not supporting me.
Supporting Sebastian.
It's supporting Sebastian. It's allowing me to get more resources to find Sebastian.
Absolutely.
It's not about supporting me.
Well, you know what I meant. I meant supporting Sebastian.
I know what you meant, but some people don't.
I get it.
You know, every dollar that comes in is for more resources for Sebastian.
No, it's not. It's to pay part of your
The
rent.
only thing I care about is finding my son.
Seth, what can we do for you right now? What for us as the people? What can
A prayer would be great.
A prayer would be great. Okay.
Keeping the faith.
Not looking, searching.
That's you heard the man. He said a prayer would be great. Say a prayer for him. He needs it. He definitely needs it. Going through all this,
I'm a pathological liar. Thanks, Mello. Peace, dude.
Damn. Oh man. Is that what's
Path House and Flyers?
There go the Flyers again.
Man, this one. Since Sebastian has that cell number memorized, has there been any attempt to contact him directly? I would think that would be known.
No, my cell phone stays on. It stays loud and proud. And anytime it rings, I pick up, whether I know the name that's calling or number or not. I answer that phone every time it calls. And believe me, my phone number for some reason has gotten out. So I get weird calls from people.
Damn.
But I'm not going to change it. Sebastian knows my phone number. He has memorized it. I made sure that he memorized it. Everything that comes in, it's to get resources in. I've already sent that stuff over to Katie, for Katie and Chris to look at the certifications for these dogs. These dogs were top notch.
His camera in that neighborhood would have captured him. Hopefully they checked.
It was dark, and supposedly he was wearing dark, and I have to trust the process.
Yes, was Sebastian in IEP at school? Like, was he in an
Yeah,
IEP
he had an
program?
IEP.
Oh, okay, he did.
Yeah.
He did have an IEP program. He was in an IEP program. So was I back when I was a kid. Did he use the internet at school?
I have no idea. That's something the school would have to answer. I mean, I know people who give him, written grief, but me and my son had conversations on the internet.
Yeah, I have no idea when it comes
If
to
that makes any sense. Wait. That is over service. That maybe could answer that question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Welcome, bro. That takes it too far up. Tomboy. That he's off the phone with Seth at that point.
Did he just say, or am I crazy, that he has conversations online with Sebastian?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
With the phone that he gave him that Katie doesn't know about.
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Hi, guys. Sorry to interrupt, but I didn't hear that.
Hold on, let me go back and find it real quick. You guys are...
Hi, Draw.
Electric devices.
Hi, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you, Draw.
I beg your pardon?
I said thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much.
I am very tired, so I'm not going to stay on long as I just got home from work. But
No worries. No worries.
Did you just take her shoulder?
I'm sorry. Say again, Truth.
I was just wondering if she took her shoulder medicine.
Oh, okay. Hold on a minute.
I think they know it. I think I know what like. Would he need his phone if he left, or what? I think that's what they're asking.
I mean, you didn't.
Was it before or after this, Cletus?
I honestly.
After.
Okay, hold on.
For the SOP. Someone always answers the phone when you call Davidson County.
Friends and all who are touched by this uncertainty. Lord, we pray for guidance and wisdom for the search teams and all involved in finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Yeah, it's too far.
The sheriff's office, that's a jail. Somebody normally at jail. But that's just Davidson County. That's all I know for the SOP. Someone always answers the phone when you call Davidson County. Sumner County is not my thing.
Offender map in the area where Sebastian missing. Yeah, I seen it, Venus. There was a decent amount, and I did hear the PI speak about one that was about maybe a mile or less, but that was spoke about on Surviving the Survivor, which was a great show, by the way, and it was very informative. I think that covered a lot of bases, and the notes that I took from that, I have them right here. it said what the
I
lights.
don't mean to be rude.
Yeah, you're good. Keep going.
Well, no, I've been on the phone for an hour with you.
Oh, you're good. You're good, Seth.
I do have other people in my team that do need to call back.
You do your thing. Hey, look, I appreciate.
I'm trying to get the next vigil set up for, we're trying to make sure we get everything done for Friday for lighting the path to Sebastian, and we're trying to set up another vigil next month.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, I love everybody, whether you love me or not. God has, room for you.
Why would you set up a vigil for next month?
Thank you.
Well, next month is next week. So
no,
I guess it could be. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm lost now. Like
we must have skipped over it.
Yeah, you skipped something. It like went forward like a lot.
I was following on with the transcript, and he started talking about the house at I think it's the 226 mark.
But that's at 226. He's talking to another lady on the phone. When I went up here to 226, there's another woman on the phone at that point.
I'm just saying that's what the transcript said. Shoot the transcript.
Let me see.
Talking about the house or the garage?
The garage is in that whole conversation about the house.
With this other lady?
I guess.
No, he's by himself. You just played the end of their conversation.
Right.
Maybe
right, so,
I don't know actually, because he does do that. He does something where he seems like he's gonna get off the phone and then he just doesn't.
Okay, keep going forward then just a little bit.
God here.
Yeah, you're right about that. Thank you, brother. Amen to you. I hope you have a blessed night, and I'll talk to you later.
Oh no, he already prayed. My bad.
I appreciate Seth Rogers.
Okay, so we're back behind that somewhere then.
I don't know if you can provide details about the leading to that.
Looking for it.
Okay.
On the video.
All right, let me see here.
Attention upon what has been concluded from that lead. Was it really a false hit?
No idea. That if you watch like court TV, I'm bringing in dogs that are more trained than what Sumner County had. Nothing against Sumner County, but
so he doesn't answer the question, and then he talks about what he's going.
It's like I said,
What'd you say, Truth?
I said he was asked a very direct question about the dog hitting on the smell, and instead of answering the question correctly or with any type of substance, he immediately changes it to, well, everybody knows I'm bringing in dogs. That's a very self-absorbed response.
Let me hear this. Yeah. Let me see.
Yes, I absolutely do.
Give her my contact information. If she'd like to reach out to me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll pass it on to her. Definitely. Now that you said that, I'll give you.
One thing I need to say about this, and I'm not attacking anybody, but none of this conversation has anything to do, in my opinion, with finding Sebastian, or is gonna find Sebastian, in my opinion. That's all this bugs me a bit. That's why I'm saying that.
The conversation he has about the garage and everything is with that lady.
Okay, so that's not with Seth.
I just listened to it. It's with the lady whoever's on the phone, and it's right around the 226, 227 mark.
Does he identify who she is?
I didn't. He might. I just went to the 226 mark.
No, Seth himself talks about being at work in the garage. Am I crazy, Truth? Did we not hear this earlier on my channel?
It absolutely happened.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. Well, hold on. Go ahead and.
I mean, it's like 100% there. If not, he might have clipped it or something, but that's okay because I got the original. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it was absolutely there.
100% there.
That's an investigator question. What were the results of using thermal imaging and potentially luminol in the investigation? Do you know if you used luminol in that house? Then that's probably going to be something.
Any of that sort of stuff would be something you would want to reach out to the TBI.
I talked to I had Jennifer Coffindaffer on here, and I was talking to her. She's ex-FBI for 27 years. She said they searched there 10 times that she knows of, and that I said, do you think they would have used luminol? She said, absolutely. That's what she said.
I've heard her name mentioned a few times. I don't know her. I've never spoken with him.
Why would they use luminol in something that they're not looking at as a criminal investigation?
Well, I got to tell you this. I've never, ever watched her. So I've never really developed opinion. I've heard everybody like
I don't like her. So
yeah, like you guys say you don't like her, and I can tell you right now, she obviously is someone who talks right out of her ass because they
well,
have
she
not.
usually always
So,
has. Yeah.
I can speak on the test side of things. So we know that for a fact that law enforcement went back over to that house and were there throughout the night. I believe it was a Sunday night into Monday morning.
Right.
And the only test, there's two, but only one makes sense that would be done at night in the house. Now, last time I said this, people wanted to argue with me about you can do it during the day. Yes, you can do this test during the day. However, your best results with luminol are going to be at night. Okay. So it would make sense if they were over there throughout the night that they were there luminoling the house. Now, why would you do that if you didn't have a criminal investigation? Well, because you are constantly trying to find evidence to create or to make it a criminal investigation. So it's kind of a sub investigation before a criminal investigation.
Now, wouldn't you need a specified crime scene to do that on?
Not if the parents gave permission.
Okay. So they're just going around the house spraying luminol and everything?
No, I'm sure that they started at one end of the house and ended in the other end of the house. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And like I said, I don't know how that goes, and I've only seen it done in specified criminal type investigations. So that's why I'm asking.
Tell y'all that I know what I'm talking about specifically when it comes to forensics. Okay.
No, I got you. I get it. You don't have to explain anything else, my friend. I understand.
I know that I asked for you to go back on that thing where I've even forgotten, guys. Something about what St. Cletus said. It was something strange that
the video game thing.
Yeah, no, it was something else. Okay, so
You had talked to him on the phone or something like that.
Yes,
Or
thank
online.
you. I'm so
Yes.
tired.
online, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear about that. But one thing I want to say is, for me, the jury is out. I mean, who knows? This is the most convoluted
Yes.
case I've ever heard.
Yes.
What I feel like, what is troubling to me about Seth is I vacillate between, is he just like really kind of, either he's okay. I know sounds horrible. Wait a minute, let me use my words carefully.
I know where you're going.
Either he's like a hillbilly, I don't know, type of thing, and he doesn't understand about social media, and he's just going on all these things just because he's so new to this whole thing, or, and this is what I think, or he is very self-referential and he's taking advantage of being in the limelight. And while he keeps saying this mantra of it's all about Sebastian, it's all about Sebastian, the more time that goes forward, I see him as more and more self-absorbed, and almost as if he is getting, I mean, I don't want to say grifting. I just kind of rude, but this whole thing is whacked, man. That's all I'm going to say.
You're the doctor in the house, and
Well, that is true. So I am trying to look at the behaviors.
Grifting.
I beg your pardon?
He's grifting.
Yeah, I just feel it's just something ain't right here.
So
and I think, may I just say one more quick thing, Miss Clue?
Oh
Just
no,
real quick.
please do.
No. This goes way back a few weeks ago with you guys. Right at the beginning, maybe second, third interview, he came on alive. I don't remember which interview, and it was like he was being very coy. He was like,
Oh, yeah.
"No, you're not quite right. Try again."
Dolly, he was with Dolly. He said, "You're not asking the right questions." I
Yeah, I'm
remember.
thinking, what are you freaking talking about? Very coy. So what does that mean? Does that mean he really? And now you're telling me about this telephone thing.
When C. Clue pointed that out then and said, that right there made people feel like he knows a lot more of something than he was letting on to know when he made that statement. Okay.
Exactly.
And so we're all sitting here going, what are the right questions then? So you know what I mean? So that was very coy is a good way to put it. Yeah.
So,
You know, yes,
I
ma'am.
have a question for
Yes,
you
ma'am.
specifically. If you knew he made a YouTuber purposely film him where he was really hurt and screaming in pain or something on purpose, would that further your assumption of the grifting?
Okay, wait a minute. So let me understand what you're saying. If I knew that he being Seth,
Mm-hmm.
asked
Okay,
the YouTube.
if he went purposely to have another YouTuber film him while he's in pain and having his shoulder that he has issues with
Oh yeah.
being wrapped and like, here, look at this, watch this, film this type thing.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. It's very canny, like canny. I mean, like almost shrewd of him in a business sense. I just have this sense that it's very shrewd and kind of calculating to me.
Gotcha.
You mind if
That's
I?
just my impression. And initially, I thought more that, and I still think we have to consider all three parties, right? But initially, I thought more Katie. And I never really thought about Chris. Chris just doesn't seem part of the thing to me. I'm just giving you my impression. But Katie only because she was the last maybe that saw him, right?
Yeah.
But the more quiet that they've gotten, the less suspicious they seem, and the louder Seth gets, the more suspicious he seems. It's just a strange, strange situation
And
that
Very much.
I can't figure out, guys.
and
That
this
I have
and
nothing to offer to the conversation.
No, you do, because you do absolutely do.
Yeah,
Um,
always.
you just mentioned something that was very important, and that is the way he answers questions. He's alluding to things, or he's avoiding talking about those important things that would help us find his son, right? Like when they asked, like you pointed out, about the dog and all that. Now, before you guys came on, me and Truth here, we were talking about the dog scent for about 30 minutes because that's important. But he doesn't go there. He's alluding to other things. He starts talking about other things.
Well, the other thing, yes, I agree with you. The other thing, because I do follow this young man, T Rev, the spirit box part, I don't, but I really generally really like him. But what I find that Seth has been doing more and more with like the T Rev dude and some of these other creators, he doesn't it's not like he's invited on panel to come up. He just shows up in their live stream and then he wants to come on. So what that does is it puts the content creator at a disadvantage because the content creator, in this case T Rev, isn't prepared to ask him questions. And as somebody earlier, I don't know if it was St. Cletus or somebody was saying that I wish that the content creator would ask this or the inconsistencies on this and this and this. But the problem is Seth catches people off guard. So he just pops in. They're not prepared, the content creator. People in the live start throwing, questions. And then suddenly, like you just saw here, he goes, I've been on with you for an hour and like I've got a whole team of people waiting for me. It was like, what? You know what I'm saying? Or no?
Yeah, I
No,
see it.
I get what you're saying. I do.
But in this case, T Rev actually called him, so he actually didn't just pop up.
Oh, and okay. I've seen him pop up on him before, but okay.
Yeah,
I did not know that. Excuse my error.
It's like what he did with Goff, right? Like Goff was having a really good, finally for once, a good conversation with him. And she's literally like, what can we do? CJ is out here, boots on the ground, he's searching. What can you tell us? What advice can you give us to help him look for him? And the literal response, I'm not kidding you, was, well, you've been talking to my mom.
Oh.
What does that have to do with anything? Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot of deflection. There's a lot of deflection, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like he changes the subject or he veers off.
Correct. So
And
you
that's
wouldn't
why
be able
initially
to.
I thought maybe he was a little simple so to
You
speak.
can't even ask him questions because he's going to allude to other things. That's the
Exactly.
problem.
And so that's why initially I'm saying like 50 days ago, I thought, well, maybe he's a little simple or countrified or whatever you want to
I
call him.
don't think so. I don't think
No,
so.
no, no. That was my
No.
initial. But the
Uh-huh.
more I watch, he
Well, let me
seems
ask you
much.
this, Draw, because we know the issues that Sebastian has. Could this be that Seth maybe is ADHD, or
Oh,
maybe he's on spectrum
oh
possibly,
yes.
or
I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, I can't give it a. I haven't evaluated him, but listening to the way he talks, I would say I think there may be some neurodivergent stuff
right,
going on with him.
right, okay,
However, here's the thing: half of the world, myself included, is like ADHD,
sure,
neurodivergent,
sure,
whatever, and
right,
we're all not being slick. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
mm-hmm,
there's a slickness there that really I don't I agree with you. I thought, well, maybe he's on the spectrum and he doesn't get the social cue and
right,
no, this
right.
seems way too it seems very calculated to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it bothers me. Especially when I wanted to hear that thing about the telephone. But I don't know, man.
Well, they found the one thing we're looking for, and
Okay.
I'm gonna get on
Thank
that,
you.
and we'll
I'll
move into
hush.
that next one
Okay.
too.
Thank you.
Um, see, that's well, real quick though. Mind of Monsters has a good point. He won't come on channels that are actually working on missing cases uh, with pride and do things that help to bring the missing people home, and that's a fact. He wouldn't come here. I've never heard from him. He wouldn't go to Arctic Fox. He wouldn't go to Mind of Monsters. You know, he has not gone to Dutch's channel. He refused to because Duchess gave that interview. So these are good points. That's a really good point, and I don't get that. I don't understand that. So if we're doing the right thing, we're doing the right thing. That's
Well,
all
let's
I'm
put the
saying.
challenge out there, Dago. Let's put that
Hey, I'm
challenge
here.
to
I said
him.
it before. I'm
Yeah.
wide open. I'm here. My number, whatever you got to do, you can call me, whatever you want to do. I'm wide open, and I, of course, will be very respectful. And I've said that from the beginning. So, and I'm sure that Mom or Mind of Monsters would most definitely do the same thing. Any one of us would. So here we are. Bring it on. I'd be more than willing to talk to you.
Yeah.
Not any of us. Not any of us.
So he
No,
I'm
I
saying
know,
I
Clue.
didn't mean
But
you on purpose. I did that on purpose. I
I
know.
know. I figured that you did that to Clue on purpose. But my thing also is I feel like he targets channels that are like 50, 100,000 or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Because I think there's a sort of I hate to say it, but kind of a grifty sort of feel to it, in the sense that he wants to be seen by many, many, many people,
Yep.
and your channel is
Oh, I
more.
mean, let's see, Pascal, this channel. Yeah, I can agree with
Dolly.
that. Dolly, they're huge channels. I agree. And here's my little thing, and no, I have not gotten a message, a phone call, email, nothing. So it's
And that
okay.
and what the more intimate, like I think of your guys like Clue, I mean, the channels like yours and Clue, etc. Here are more sort of intimate channels, like smaller, and where he could really have an opportunity
And that's my thing
to
because
be
said,
helped,
I said a
right?
couple weeks back, just like Mind of Monsters just said here. Doodle brought this up to me a while back too. I would love it if he would, because I want to talk to him about his son. Nothing else. I want to talk about Sebastian and what Sebastian's life is, what his likes are, what his dislikes are, his little quirks, all these kind of things. That's what I want to talk about. Nothing else. Not money, not the jobs, not Chris and Katie, none of that. That's what I want to talk about. But I haven't gotten any kind of a reach. And I know that people have said something to him, and I know that I can be seen and heard because I'm small, but I'm not that small. So
No. I didn't mean to disparage you in that way at all. That
oh
number.
no, I know that. I believe me, I know.
I think it's that
Um,
he sees that he can get more traction about
Mm-hmm.
himself by
yeah,
going to bigger channels. You see what I'm
agreed,
saying?
agreed.
So, and I think that like the folks here that are on panel right now, and I'm not necessarily including myself, and the folks that are generally in your guys's chat community would have a lot of opportunity to really hone in and unpack some of what you're talking about, like the essence, what I call the essence of Sebastian. We could ask very, very sort of important questions that might really help to. But see, he's not taking advantage of that.
Well, like I said, I'm saying it again. I'm right here. The door's open to everybody. There's nothing but respect behind it, and I'm ready for it at any time. So please, if that's the case, just let me know. That's all I'm saying. Anytime. So let's check this out here and see what is said. I think this is where you said it was 55-50 or 50. Hold on. 55.
Yeah, that's right. 55-50.
Okay. Thank you guys. Just go there.
Somebody said that, reported it a couple days back, and I seen it and I didn't know. And people were asking if you were retaking yours, but I don't know that either.
I don't care if Chris took a polygraph. I know where I was at. I was in the garage at 6, and I didn't leave till 7:20.
I was in the garage at 6 and didn't leave until 7:20. So he was.
Yeah, so he doesn't say working.
No, he was just in it. Was he on his way? Well, no. Why would you be there an hour and a half before you're leaving? So he was in the garage doing something. Who knows?
And that was my question. Like, what are you doing in the garage? Like, I could swear he said he worked 7 to 7 because he said he didn't check his phone till he left work at 7.
Yep.
So obviously
That's an hour. Right. That's an hour. Okay.
Right. So that's a discrepancy clue. You're totally right.
It's a major discrepancy. It's not even a small one. It's the problem. And here's the thing, guys. I am more pro let's take the parents out of it and restart at the beginning without them as suspects.
Yes.
But you can't do that when you wake up every morning to a new shitstorm created by the same person.
I do agree.
Which is why
I will agree.
In all fairness, I absolutely do not think that him coming out and talking in any forum is the right thing to help find Sebastian, because no matter what the intent is, it will absolutely become something more than what it was, right? I mean, it's it is what it is. Look at Chris and Katie. I mean, use them as an example. Everything they said has been spun into something that, it's just not. And it will undoubtedly happen with him as well. And the more he contributes to that, the more of a distraction it's going to continue to be.
Correct.
I personally feel like he just needs to go away from the internet, get these creators that he's already familiar with, already in touch with, to continue Sebastian, but stay out of it stay out of the social media aspect of it.
Right. And at this point, now he's got a PR person that is doing worse in some senses by coming out and speaking for him instead of him doing it. That video from News Nation proves that at this point. It's like, what was that about? Okay.
Advertising.
That makes it worse, in my opinion. So welcome, Mind of Monsters. Thank you for joining us. I just don't get it at this point anymore. None of this, nothing that was said in this interview. Are we done with this, guys, or is there something else we need to look for?
No, you're good.
Well, what about the place where he says about what Cletus brought up?
He went. He went back and listened to that. What did he say?
I think it was just how we stopped it or skipped at that point, because what he said was, Sebastian and I have had conversations on the internet, and then he continues to say on the internet usage.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So there was just a word missing. Gotcha. Okay.
And he's referring to, because he finishes a statement with something about when, internet usage on his tablet back when he last used it in 2021.
Gotcha. Okay. So we're done with this then.
I still can't get past the fact that he's being referred to as being talked to. It's just, there's nothing. It was at first it was just Seth that was kind of doing it, right? And then it was Seth and one or two creators, right? And then now the PI is making references that would make you believe that she had either spoke to Sebastian or somebody who knew how Sebastian was doing.
When was that? I didn't catch that. With the PI saying that?
Well, with the PI. So when you start talking about things like it has recently come to our attention that Sebastian may have caught a conversation on a phone between his mom and Chris, and that's why he ran out. There is literally nobody you could have gotten that from but Sebastian.
That's a good point. That's a brilliant point. Unless, like, Katie had a thought, maybe he overheard, or she thinks he did overhear.
Do you think, and this goes out to everybody who may not know, do you think that Katie would talk to Chris's PI, or to Chris's PI, or
No,
Seth's PI?
no,
No, I don't think so. Hold on, Terry. It won't let me answer the call because of this other thing. So I'll put it up in a minute. I'm going to put this in here one more time, you guys, because there's a couple things that I didn't clearly hear, and now that we're back on this, I'm curious to hear this again to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing. So hold on.
Sebastian's father and Heather Cohen, a private investigator who is now working with him on the case. Thank you both for joining us. First of all, I can't imagine being in your shoes. I'm so sorry that you're experiencing this, and I'm grateful that you're joining us tonight. I think our viewers need to understand Sebastian was not physically in the home with you. You are no longer married to his mother, but I just want to check in with you, see how you're doing, and if you know anything tonight that you can share with us.
Just know that he's still missing. I know that there's been really no leads that have been shared with me by law enforcement.
When you say there's no leads, are you working with law enforcement? Are they communicating with you?
Not communicating with me. They're communicating with anybody who'd be my private investigator.
Okay, Heather, I want to weave you into the conversation. You started working with Seth. Why are you working with Seth, and what can you tell us so far?
Well, I had received several phone calls, people asking me to get involved in the case, but I wouldn't do it until I was invited in by a family member or law enforcement. And I did end up getting that phone call. A friend of mine said they had talked to Seth and he was looking for somebody, a PI to hire, and he had referred me. So I called Seth and here we are. That was about 2 weeks ago. And yes, law enforcement was standoffish at first with me. And I think that's just because, they had some, Seth can be hard to deal with because he's.
Okay, so based on what he just said and what she's saying right now, they have communicated with him through her. So there's communication still, but they're talking to her. They're talking to her, and she's telling him. Obviously, she's not keeping secrets from him.
Right.
So again, yeah. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
It's wordplay.
Yeah.
Well, and in the beginning, he said he has nothing new. So what is it? If she came on and there's something new, or what he says, no, there's nothing new.
Yep.
And I struggle with this a little. Like I said, I know a lot of this stuff doesn't help find Sebastian, guys, but this here is a problem in a sense to me because of what she says. If I'm that's why I'm playing this again to make sure I hear this right.
A lot right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of trauma. So what can you tell us so far about your investigation? What have you learned? What were the circumstances of the home, of his mother, of his stepdad, the thud that they heard?
Well, I can tell you that from my investigation, I believe that this is a domino effect of events. I believe that we have to go all the way back to probably December and January are going to be key months. There are a lot of events. There was a lot of turmoil surrounding Sebastian. We know that Chris Proudfoot was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife. We know that the daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time. We know that that there was a DCS referral in, I believe, February to the Stafford home. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time.
There you go.
I know Seth has tried to find out more about that call, and he has been unsuccessful in doing so. But I've also recently learned that there may have been some talk about Chris leaving.
Sorry, I couldn't get my cursor over there. Sorry, what's up?
So here's the question I would have for that super awesome PI there. The CPS referral you're talking about in February, would that be the one they made because Sebastian went missing? Maybe.
And maybe that's why it's restricted.
And
wait, what did Sebastian went? What? I didn't understand.
Missing.
Yep.
Oh,
That was funny.
That's the only other referral there was, right?
I'm going to point out my opinion about this.
But she said it was unfounded, so
I'm going to point
because
out.
he's a missing child.
I got to point out my opinion about this PI based on some things she just said, how she started out.
All right, go ahead. I'm going to step in the kitchen for a quick second. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Cleta.
She's a private investigator. She's been in business for a little while, more than just the past 3 months or 3 days, right? It's been a few years. And to me, a private investigator that's good should use reason and logic, not belief.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
To come out publicly and say, I believe,
I caught that too.
You should have facts. Obviously, you don't have facts, or you wouldn't be speaking publicly. You would be working with law enforcement to locate Sebastian where you believe he is based on the facts you have.
I caught that too. I agree with you.
100%.
Absolutely.
I don't understand. That's the only benefit I could see right now to somebody from YouTube or anywhere getting a hold of Seth is, not not to be derogatory, but shake the shit out of him and say, look, man, you got to start surrounding yourself with worthwhile people if you want to truly find your son, because everything he's drug into this situation has proven real quick to be useless.
Well, and I've got no lie to tell. It almost looks like the PI is not doing anything but investigating, like Chris and Kate.
But why is she out there talking about it?
Right.
That's a major mistake, in my opinion.
It's ethic, and once again, we're going back to ethics, right? You are taking the opportunity to use this child's disappearance to promote yourself.
Yeah.
This isn't the first interview she's done.
Well, yeah, she's been on YouTube as well, right?
Well,
yeah, and TikTok.
And she's posted online like the email she got back saying it was a criminal investigation. She posted that.
She's the one. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
She was also on Surviving the Survivor or whatever.
Yeah. So,
And Annie, Annie's 100% right on this. Trust me, this doesn't do anything. This actually will make it difficult to the people that actually are trying to help. And I agree.
Guys, are y'all, no one seems to want to admit that maybe this boy doesn't want to be found.
I mean, I agree that the possibility
that's
exists 100%.
That's a good, huge point. But if that's the case, how and where? Okay, that's the thing right there, because he is still a child.
Right, he's still a minor, so whether he wants to be found or not is...
at least to make sure that he's okay, he's safe, he's happy, whatever it is. If he doesn't want to be found, I get that wholeheartedly, but we still need to make sure that the child's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, and I can't help but look at the situation and see one side is publicly bringing all of these private yet public people into the situation. And at the end of the day, if Sebastian is with somebody that knows what's going on, completely aware of the situation, as long as this huge attention with nonsense, private investigators and this search and that search party and blah, 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 and all these big names that the majority of the people would see as big, important names, but really are nothing. But as long as that continues to go on, they're going to be reluctant to move forward and possibly let him go or contact law enforcement and say, hey, he's here.
Or take him to the store with him.
Right. There's a reason I think that law enforcement does things in private.
Yes.
And I think there's a lot of merit to that. And I think at the end of the day, all of the drama that has been pushed at Seth and quite frankly played into by him and capitalized off of by him is creating a problem for this. And I really wonder, would he not already be found if it wasn't for all this drama?
That's a
Well,
great
wasn't
point.
it, for lack of a better word, Tricky Nikki, who said that it was that somebody told him that it wasn't a criminal investigation?
Yeah, they
It's
clarified with Nick Barris, according to his report, that it's not a criminal investigation. Now, quite frankly, that's where the problem lies with that. Now you've got a private investigator that's making a public post about a private conversation they had with a legal team of a county, and you have a media person who's already shot his own credibility in this case to hell, contesting that. So which side do you believe?
So, but did the sheriffs or anybody ever came on and say it was not criminal?
The TBI website.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
on the
no.
TBI website.
If
it
you
says
want
that.
facts of
No,
why
no.
of what's going on, the TBI website's where to go. And she's not the first PI that came in on this. Chloe's the first PI. She's just recently come in on the case. I actually know Chloe. I work with her a lot on Twitter on missing cases. And I've discussed Sebastian with her in the background and brought her people and resources that can help as well that are my resources. But this Heather chick just now came along, and supposedly the email that was made public was a mistype, and it was corrected. I've yet to see a corrected email, but it was a mistype. But if you go to the TBI's website, it clearly says it's an investigation. It's a missing child. There, it's an investigation.
Right.
But there's no sign of foul play, so therefore there is no criminal investigation. Because just because someone's missing doesn't necessarily mean it's criminal unless they have evidence to show that it's criminal.
Right,
CL,
and
she
the
probably
other
has the same
PI.
license Jim Terry does.
Oh,
Do
right.
what?
Well, I don't think he does that stuff anymore, honestly. But from the other PI, Chloe, she hasn't stepped out and spoke like this. So, I gotta say that's the way this probably should be done.
But that's not even the first PIs either. Like there were a total of 4. He came out after he had the meeting with the TBI on the same day and said he had 3 other meetings after it. And one of those meetings was with his 4 new PIs. And then nothing ever came of that. And then, there was some word and talk through the community about 2 of the PIs leaving and, what they did with their information, what they left and who they turned it over to. And then you got the other PI that came in and then this one. So why is it that everybody that tends to work with Seth ends up walking away from him?
Well, Chloe left Nashville when Riley was found and went straight to Hendersonville. She wasn't officially working as Seth's PI in the beginning. She was helping organize.
Accord, right?
Yes, she helped organize some of the searches in the beginning when all the other mess, the Cajun mess, was going on. Chloe's been there. Like, she wasn't necessarily Seth's PI in the beginning, but Chloe did this on her own. She left Nashville and drove up there.
But my question is, if you have all these PIs working, right, why are you concerned about the information that law enforcement is giving you? Because with all due respect, I haven't seen a single thing come out from any of the PIs that are worth a shit.
Chloe puts out credible information on Twitter. She doesn't share private information that shouldn't be shared. She talks about how the searches are going, where to meet to help search, and things like that. You won't see anything that's not, something that should be made public.
Right, exactly. I agree. That's not what I mean. What I mean is there's been no discoveries by PIs that we know of in this case.
And there shouldn't be. If a PI is doing their job, then that's not something that's put out publicly.
Right. But then you have another PI that's all over social media.
Oh, like I said, I know nothing about Heather. She follows me on Twitter. Other than that, I can't tell you anything about her. I know nothing about her.
Yeah, he's claiming that this is his PR person as well. This doesn't need to be. They don't need to be working hand in hand. You can't be a PI and a PR person because it takes God, I can't think of what I'm trying to say, but private investigator, private, okay? A private investigator does not come out with public relations information to talk about stuff like this. That's why I'm saying this doesn't make sense to me at all. This isn't helping in any way, shape, or form. All this can do, in my opinion, at this point, is hinder this. Okay? Mm-hmm. She's putting something out right now. I promise you guys, this is fact. What we're hearing right now is going to be taken from 3 million people and turned into a fact when it's not. It's based on a theory that she has, and there's nothing to provide truth to it.
And you're right, Dago. She's investigating the Proudfoots.
100%. And that's all it is. Mm-hmm. She's not looking for Sebastian. She's not trying to find Sebastian. She's talking about the Proudfoot's private life, which has nothing to do, in a sense, with finding this child.
I still cannot get past the fact that she sounds like she has talked to Sebastian.
I mean, I get that point because of the things that she's stating. If we can get to that point here, yeah, you're right. Because how do you know this information? You know what I'm saying? And Mom, you do this. You do this stuff all the time, Mind of Monsters. When you hear this, if you haven't heard this, I want your opinion on what you think saying something like this, or the way she expresses it is what I'm saying. Okay. So I don't think she's gotten there yet, but hold on.
Katie, and I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian. So
Can you back it up just a little bit?
Paradise. To me, I feel and some talk about, but I've also recently learned that there may have been some talk about Chris leaving Katie, and I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian. So there may have been some trouble in paradise. To me, these are all things that need to be considered. Could these?
Okay. That statement in itself was told. I promise you that Chris and Katie did not tell her that. Okay. So that came, in my opinion, from Seth Rogers or somebody else besides them. So in turn, once again, this is pure speculation, right or wrong.
Well, she adds, I feel there was trouble. I feel. Yeah.
I've heard and I feel. So,
well, no, yeah, at the beginning of that, she said it has come to my attention recently.
Right. So she was just told by somebody that knows this.
But who could have told her that they were fighting on the phone that night in the house if it was only Chris on the phone, Katie on the phone, and Sebastian in the house? Who else could have told her that?
Did she say that night?
Yeah, she didn't say that, I didn't think.
If she says that night, that only means one thing. But if she says...
What she said was, it was brought to my attention that there could have been a conversation in the house that led to him, and then she went on.
There could have been a... Okay.
Right? But the fact that she said it's been brought to my attention, or we've recently found out, however it is, you made that as a fact.
Well,
and
hold
then
on.
followed it with a feeling.
There's a way. There's a way.
Okay. And?
Trouble in paradise. What if those two were the only one in the house?
Right.
Oh, is in another... Okay. No, I got you.
But she didn't say phone convo. She said a conversation.
Right.
Was she talking to a friend? Was she talking to a
friend?
Side hustle? You know what I mean? I'm just saying there is a way that a conversation could have been heard and somebody on the outside have told this person about it.
Here's my fundamental issue with
And a
that.
PI would find that out, right?
Well, regardless, what she says could have caused him to leave that house. No matter what it was, he ran away.
Yeah.
That's what she's acknowledging. So here's the problem with the PI. What damn difference does it make about the conversation? or trouble in paradise or anything. You just say, some things have come to my attention that make me feel like he left that house, or that confirmed for me that law enforcement saying he left that house is accurate. That's what I feel, and you leave it at that. Why promote this speculation at all as a private investigator? That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Unless you were setting up a defense.
Or grifting.
That too.
All right, let's go forth.
And I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian. So there may have been some trouble in paradise. To me, these are all things that need to be considered. Could these things have?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Have been some trouble that problem. But I've also recently learned that there may have been some talk about Chris leaving Katie. And I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian.
So she's stating in this statement right here that Chris could have stated that he may be leaving Katie because of Sebastian.
That's what she said, yes.
Okay. I'm just...
So there may have been some trouble in paradise. To me, these are all things that need to be considered. Could these things have led up to maybe Sebastian just feeling a certain kind of way and leaving? You know, if he overheard a conversation between Chris and Katie where Chris is saying he can't deal with it anymore, he's out, whatever, you know, that could have been motivation for Sebastian to just leave.
Seth, wait a second. Wait a second. No, I'm sorry, and I know I'm offending some people when I say this, but I don't care because I'm hot. That bitch is full of shit. Let me tell you why. Seth Rogers, just like he just called out to you and said, come on my show, blah, 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 I'm calling you out. I'm not calling you out so you'll talk to me, but I'm just trying to say this right here and right now. You, sir, cannot have your cake and eat it too, bro. You're too big for that already. One, which is it? Which is the freaking road you want people to go down? That Sebastian was scared to death of Chris Proudfoot because he was mean and he beat him and he's just rude and nasty, or the fact that him and his mom might break up is just torture enough that you'll run away. Which is it? Because you would think he wouldn't run because he'd be like, hell yes, this is what I've been waiting on. I don't like that dude anyway. What's the deal? Like, for real, what is the deal? Sorry, I'm done.
I understand.
Whatever, you know, that could have been motivation for Sebastian to just leave.
Seth, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Was Sebastian safe at his mother's home?
I've heard some things. I have mixed feelings about that.
Stop, please. Stop for a second, please. Seth, who did you hear it from?
Social media.
No, I mean, okay, we can keep saying that, right? But the things that he is saying, what did he hear? Has anybody come on social media and said, hey, I was banging Chris, I can tell you a story? Or, hey, I was banging Katie, so I can tell you a story? No.
No, I'm going to put firsthand knowledge out on that.
Yeah, but he also came out and said he does not, his son does not speak to him about Chris and Katie.
The day I met him was the same day that he did that Chris and Katie did the first panel with Duchess. I met Seth that afternoon.
Right.
That afternoon, at that point, there had been nothing out on social media about anything to do with that household. And he was already mad and didn't like their household.
100%.
So social media did not cause it. He did not hear things. There's things that he was already mad about before all the social media got brought into it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd testify in a courtroom to that.
Me too.
Yeah, I remember that. You guys talking about that interaction.
And
Okay.
also for the comment of Seth said that Sebastian didn't talk to him about Chris or Katie. That's got to be bullshit because in the beginning he said that Sebastian would sit in the front seat of his truck and cry and say he didn't want to go home. And his exact words were, "Sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do, buddy."
Correct.
So
So
which is
he contradicted himself a lot on that. But in the beginning, in all the interviews, he's like, I wish I knew all these things because, everything would have been different, blah, blah, blah. He was crying over it, right? And
yes,
then now he's
I
saying
remember
other
that.
things. Yeah. Now it's changed, right? So there's
and that's
another
the
contradiction you can add to your list.
yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I want people to understand. I don't. I was at no point anti Seth or anti Katie or Chris. I understood Chris's behavior because I understand the type of human Chris is, right? Just by watching and how he didn't give a shit how people perceived him. He was just very comfortable in how he acted or how he was. And so to me, anybody who would be guilty of doing something would not box themselves in to a story that had potential outs, i.e., shoes, front door, window, any of these things, right? And completely box yourself in to look guilty, right? And that's what Katie did. Katie eliminated any possibility for her to have an out, quote unquote, by telling the story that she told. But she has stuck by that story since the beginning.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing. I don't know the name. I'm so bad with names, you guys. And when I talk at night, I don't even have my glasses on. But this guy that's talking right now is the forensic gentleman, right, sir?
Yeah.
Um. Yeah.
I don't know its name, but the gentleman that just spoke.
Oh
I
yeah.
thought,
His name's Truth. That's okay.
oh, truth, yeah, truth, like truth or dare or whatever. Okay,
Yeah.
so I agree with you. It is odd, and I thought from the beginning, boy, like and Chris did the same thing. Every possible out that they could have given to themselves, they didn't give, i.e., like you said, the shoes, the this, the that. But also, Chris has been adamant that this Sebastian had zero way that he could have been lured because he had no contact with social media.
Right.
Impossible, impossible, impossible. So he also, painted himself into a corner. And you're right. I mean, like, who in their right mind is going to paint themselves into a corner and and stick to their story,
Right.
and and make themselves the kind of like impugn themselves. I mean, make themselves
Right.
look like.
Exactly.
And so that has been curious to me the whole time. Like, why? So yes, but I've always looked at it like I just couldn't figure that out why. But you've just enlightened me, sir. That
Thank you.
yes, because now I see what you're saying. That perhaps they're just telling the truth and they're saying no social media, no this, no that.
Right. Because what would
Yeah.
an attorney tell you? Come on now. An attorney would tell you the Miranda rights are a motherfucker. Okay, excuse my language. They're a mother, right? So anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. That includes all of these interviews. That includes any texting communication you're having with creators. That includes any plan you might make for a financial gain over a show. Just because they've taken your phone doesn't mean two things. One, they won't come back and get it again, right? And two, that they didn't implement a system onto that phone to real time track you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't necessarily need it for that.
Question. I'm sorry, Cletus. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
So I have a question. When did a teacher come out and talk? Because I missed that.
Yeah, I never saw that either. Somebody
I
stated
never
that
saw that.
It was in the very beginning.
that teacher said that he was afraid of Chris.
Of Chris? Yeah.
Oh no, I don't remember her saying
Yeah.
that.
The only thing
I
ever
don't
saw,
remember that either.
the only thing I ever saw about the teacher was in a news report, and they sort of summarized what the teacher had said, and it was nothing really about anything other than his behavior at school and he had friends and everybody liked
Exactly.
him and things like that.
His friends miss him. I thought it was the teacher talking, but
That's what I
Is
remembered
wait a
too. I
second.
just
But
wanted to make sure.
how do your friends miss you when your mom and your dad and your stepdad all said you didn't have friends?
I look at that different, right? Like I tell my daughter all the time, I'm like, girl, friends at school that you don't hang out with outside of school, them are not real friends. Those are like acquaintances.
Acquaintances, yeah.
My girls used to say the same thing, Clue. They used to say when I was like, "Oh, but you know Jody and Schmody and Cody, and aren't they your friends?" And my kids used to, when they were younger, around Sebastian's
Mm-hmm.
age, would say, "Those are school friends, Mom. That's not a friend group." I'm like,
Right.
"Oh." So maybe, yeah, he had friendships that were school friends, but not otherwise. But I have a question for Truth, real quick. I've always wondered this. Maybe you can answer this for me. What I sorry, the police or who is allowed to put something into somebody's phone like that? Don't you? I thought you'd have to
It
have a search
depends.
warrant or something
Well,
like that.
okay. So the answer to that is in most places you would have to have a search warrant, right? Um, there are some specific regulations in law that are made for children and missing children's cases. I'm not going to go into those, right? But there are some allowances when a warrant would not be necessary, or a warrant could be issued in a sealed warrant, and the person who the warrant was against would not be notified for I think it's 30 days they're allowed to do it without notifying you, and then they have to acknowledge the tracking.
Thank you. I've always wondered that because of the case down in Tallahassee. Remember that whole uh, lawyer that got family put a hit on the son-in-law. I don't know. You may not know this. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But they had been tracking the family for like months,
Oh,
Yeah,
I
and the
know that
family
one.
didn't
Yeah,
know. I can't think of the name of it right now, but
I remember.
when you bring the feds in, and when you bring three-letter organizations in or two-letter organizations in, a lot of your liberties as a citizen are negotiated.
I
Okay.
see.
And there are always new laws being implemented due to children that lose their life. And so I would encourage everybody to look up in your local state what those laws are so you can kind of use that to your advantage when you're sleuthing.
Okay. Other real quick question, Truth. Since you seem like a wealth of knowledge, so I've had these questions for a long time. You know how they say, okay, something went to Quantico and the forensic data is at Quantico and it'll take about 6 weeks to come back. One always hears this in the true crime sleuthing world. What is sent to Quantico? And in your opinion, have this police authority sent things to Quantico that they're waiting upon?
Um, in my opinion, it would normally be the device itself or devices themselves. Devices hold more information other than a direct drain of that database, right? So there are certain devices, specifically in your newer phones, and you found this out in a very recent case that's been talked about quite a bit. But the movement of the phone, whether the phone's been sitting, whether it's been at your ear, whether it's being propped down to the couch, it will have. There's a sensor in your phones that carry that data.
Mm-hmm.
And so, therefore, when they say it takes about 6 to 8 weeks for the forensic data to come back from Quantico, Virginia, the fact that already these phones have come back supposedly to Seth and X and Y, whomever, Katie, does that mean that the phones were not sent to Quantico, or do they send the hard? I mean, I'm just wondering how that
Oh,
works.
I will say that I don't know specifically and wouldn't venture to say specifically about this case, but I will say in general, if the phone is returned within, you know, 2 or 3 days, it's not being shipped off anywhere.
And
Most of the
Secret
time.
Service was dealing with these in this case, right?
Right, but there's certain devices that were given back and certain devices that weren't. When you start getting into gaming devices and computers, you're dealing with a lot different of a device. So just pulling the memory or pulling the base information off of the phone doesn't work the same in a computer. Um, and it depends on the computer, it depends on the device. But I would say that something as important as a gaming device that a child used on an, you know, constant basis, went from the mother's house to the father's house, it would have been the primary device that child would have used, and they would probably send something like that off for more of an in-depth. Now, where they would send it, I think that's questionable. There are other facilities that do much more in depth.
Well, you are a wealth of knowledge, and you've answered like several of the questions I've been wondering about for more than a year. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Were you addressing it with your former wife?
Information that has been brought to my attention has been information received since Sebastian has left.
And the morning after he left, what happened in the home? Can you answer that?
I know that I received a phone call on my cell phone that I didn't get until I got off of work. Everything else would be law enforcement or speaking to Chris Proudfoot to figure out what happened.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to
Okay. So, hey, Duchess, thank you for joining us. So that's that. I just don't understand the PI adding, in a sense, in my opinion, to the drama. It just doesn't fix it. It doesn't make it better. That's my opinion. It doesn't have to be agreed upon. But
I'm not going to take shots at Heather, but I will say that if you're going to be a private investigator in a missing child's case, you don't insert your feelings into a case. And hello, Duchess. But yeah, you don't do that. You don't put your feelings in there. Your professional opinion is different than your feelings.
As she stated, I feel that this has something to do with, you can't do that. That's just, it's not going to work.
Nope. And talking about, Katie and Chris's personal relationship has nothing to do with bringing Sebastian home. It was very unprofessional, and it should have never been spoke about on News Nation.
No, because now that is, like I stated, this is a feeling, a theory. It's going to be taken and ran with. Now, the whole world's going to sit and talk about Chris and Katie are splitting up. They're going to get divorced because of this, that, or anything else, and it was Sebastian's fault. That's bullshit, folks. I'm sorry, but that's not that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's one more thing that has been laid on this child that shouldn't have been. Okay? And I'm not aiming at anybody. I'm just pissed because it's that we've heard about Sebastian's personal issues. We've heard about Chris and Katie's personal issues. We've seen court documents. We've seen this. We've seen that. None of these things point to this child.
Facts.
His personal tragedy should have never been put out on YouTube. I don't give.
That's what I mean.
That's what I mean. Choosing my words lightly here. I don't give two craps how tired you are or where you were in your mentality. You don't come out on a social media platform with a couple thousand people in chat and tell your child's most deepest secrets that should have never been made public, that had nothing to do with the fact that he was missing.
And again, guys, here we sit. Where's Sebastian?
Well, I just wanted to sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're not interrupting. I
All right.
made
It's
my
hard
statement.
to know because I know that I saw your arm go up like you were going to say something.
That's the Italian irritation in me. I'm sorry.
Okay. So back on this is what I think, and I think Truth was saying this and some other folks as well on your panel. The choice of words, and I'm going to say, if you listen back, you don't have to now, obviously. And this is how I really do think that Seth has been coached too. Both the PI here and Seth are talking in the passive voice, meaning they don't say, I spoke with someone who will remain private who told me X. Instead, they say things like, "It has come to my attention," or "It has been known that," or "Seth just said." Well, the interviewer asked him like, "When did you find this XYZ? Were you aware from Sebastian that there was trouble in paradise, so to speak?" And he said something like, well, this information came to my attention after he disappeared. So in other words, it's very canny. I don't know a better word to say than that. It's very kind of coy in a way. Like, what do you mean it came to your attention? But I know in medicine that we're taught to write notes a lot in the passive voice because we might have a team. Like when I used to do surgery, I wasn't the only person who was in the operating theater. So I would write like the patient was placed on this.
Yeah.
The drape was placed after sterile procedure. You know what I'm saying? After the cleansing of the wound. Like we didn't say Jody did this and then I did that and Dr. Woozy Woozy did this. We just wrote it all in the passive voice, and that way it ran more smoothly, but it also doesn't implicate anybody, right? And
Right.
it's the same thing as what this guy Seth is doing right now. Is he's saying it came to my attention. It's very, very coy. I don't like it. That's all I have to say. And that's a
No,
feeling
it's
too.
fine. It's fine.
It's a feeling, but it's also an analysis. I'm analyzing this as well.
Like I said, you're the doctor in the house, and I get it. I do. I get
Did
it.
you also hear what he said when he left?
Oh yeah, yeah. These statements. There's been multiple statements like that. They bother me. That sound as in they're factual statements, not a guesstimation. I guess you could put it as, for lack of better terms, when he left, or is it? I don't know how. Like, how would you take that? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm curious, Clue, to hear more of that, because if he said when he left, it's as if he left on his own accord, not
Thank
that he
you.
disappeared.
But as in
Thank
he
you.
knows that though, too, Draw.
And
You
then
know
he
what I mean?
knows that. You see?
Right. Exactly. Like that's what I took from that, right?
So, but in fairness, right? Seth has come out over the past couple of months and presented, not directly in some cases, but in some cases kind of directly, that his two theories are something happened to Sebastian before they got home, which he has backed off of that because he spoke about seeing something that he probably wasn't. Well, he said he wasn't supposed to speak about it. Already got in trouble. But the other side being that Chris's parents, his mom and his stepdad, have something to do with this. He hasn't directly said that, but over the course of a 15-minute conversation, consolidate all the key parts, that's what he says. And I don't know. I mean, I think if I listen to that and think about that, I don't really think anything's changed with what Seth has said recently. I think he's just leaving out parts and playing into other parts that are being spoken before he gets a chance to talk. Does that make any sense?
No. Say that again. Say, Cletus.
Right. I was
That
like,
last
whoa.
couple words. It's like, I think that there are parts that there are parts. I didn't quite get that. I'm not kidding. I didn't mean to make fun of you. But could you clarify that statement for me?
Yeah, I went off on a ramble there for some reason.
Welcome, Mr. Steve. Good to see you, and thank you for that. I appreciate that, sir.
I just ultimately, I don't think what he's saying now is any different than what he's been saying, because he's always presented, or through the course of this, he's only really presented two theories. Something happened to him before he got home, and somebody has him. And the somebody has him part, I think, is where he's at now. The only thing that he's leaving out is what his theory has been in terms of who has it.
That makes more sense. Got it.
Okay, real quick to go back on something I just saw. I threw it up twice, but Leslie said that something about the police are at a Walmart somewhere. She saw or heard thinking that looking at cameras to see if it was a sighting of Sebastian on camera. Where did you see this at, Leslie? Not to put you on the spot, but that's kind of big news if it's true. Some lady
Was it a
just called.
YouTube channel?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, it was somebody just called. Wait a minute. I don't know if it's fact, but I just turned on the TV and some lady just called into the one who says, "Where's the baby?" Her husband works at Walmart and told her the COS are there. Police, I guess, right now. Okay. I don't know who says that. So
Dolly.
Dolly.
Oh, Dolly. That is.
Dolly.
Yeah, he does
And
say
he's gonna
that.
make
Where's the baby?
he's gonna make a T-shirt about where's the baby.
Yeah, he
Oh.
probably already has. He probably already has one. Honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna. I mean, I thank you, Leslie. I appreciate that, but what people after hearing the guy that wanted $100 say that he had him, I can't until somebody says, "Hey, there it is." You know what I mean? I don't know.
No,
I don't
again,
know.
if you have tips, and I've said this repetitively, please,
Yes.
please, from the bottom of my heart,
TBI.
don't call a YouTube channel.
Ew.
Don't report it to a YouTube channel. Don't email a YouTube channel. The TBI's website has contact information. It's real easy to call their number, call local law enforcement. If you are in California and you see Sebastian, I got Seth on the line. I'm so frustrated with that interview. You see Sebastian, call 911. They will direct you to the correct police department. Please do not call a YouTuber. It does
Right.
not need to be public knowledge.
No, 100%. Please call TBI or local law enforcement, whoever you need to. Don't call us. Don't call us.
1-800 TBI fine. I mean, look, I will take any missing people you want me to share, any cases you need help, you need a flyer. Myself and Duchess both make flyers. I've got you. But don't call your tips into me. Call law enforcement. You can do it anonymously through Crime Line.
Yeah, you don't have to
even
give your name or
your
nothing.
name.
There's no reason to be scared, though.
But don't call it into a YouTuber. Please, please don't call it into a YouTuber, because then it gets put out as fact is. It's thousands of people see it, and then by the time it goes through what we used to call the telephone game growing up, there's dragons burning in the refrigerator. I mean,
Yep.
come on.
Yep. No, I got you. And Leslie, it's okay. I understand completely. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
I get it wholeheartedly.
I was
Not your fault at all.
generally not attacking Leslie. I promise. I was just speaking generally.
Oh no, she doesn't. I'm sure she doesn't think that at all. You're fine. I'm with you though. I'm beyond frustrated at that interview. Beyond.
I'm just like, I hadn't seen it. I've been I don't know if you caught my live, Doggo, or if you've seen anything I've posted, but I've been working on Ellen Greenberg. For months, I've been working with Joel on Surviving the Survivor, trying to get a billboard up for her. That's another hot mess of a case, and it actually launched yesterday. So I missed a lot of what this live because
Congratulations. I saw that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
Good
was
stuff.
live. So.
Very good stuff. Very good stuff. That's great. Absolutely. Whoever just tried to call in, I didn't have it hooked up, so I'm sorry. I couldn't answer it. Thank you, Steve. No better advice has ever been given than what was just given. Thanks, Mind of Monsters. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what I do.
Agree. The whole thing about calling TBI. That was fact. Yes. Don't forget about Mr. Ryan Larson still missing. No, they just don't ever talk about it. I don't understand it. But anyway, let me set this so that I can turn this on. All right, and then there we go. Hold on, folks. Can you hear me, Terry? Yeah, I gotta set you up so everybody else can. Give me 1 second as I load this in. If you guys look like you dropped off, you didn't, guys. Don't worry. Hold on. Okay. Can you hear me, Terry?
Yeah, I can.
Can everybody else hear Terry?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go for it.
Okay. Okay. So, does anybody think it's weird that the entire time that Seth has been asked, what can you tell at the very end? They all ask him, what can you tell people that you need? And every single time he has said, what? He needs
Money.
eyes to come help and search. Right?
Mm.
Why today did he not say that? And he said he needs prayers.
Yep. That was strange.
I'm just. Am I reading too much into that?
I don't find it strange because he's made it his
It's not like he just said it once. I mean, every single time. Are they done searching? Maybe they are.
I don't think they're done searching, but I don't.
Just feel like he's going. This is like a setup. I mean, it's going as a plan, and I think he's in a different stage of the plan right now. And then, why does Chris play word games? So does Seth.
Chris?
I mean, yeah, Nancy Grace says, did you take a lie detector? Did you guys, or was there, or I don't remember how she asked it. Did you, I think she just looked at both of them and said, did you take a lie detector test? And they both said, yes.
Oh, you mean back in that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got what you're saying.
And then he turns around, not to her, but to I don't know, maybe it was later than that, but I know with the weirdo Terry Lynn or whatever. I'm sorry, she's on the phone, but he said, I never said I took a lie detector test. I never said those words.
Well, he's technically not lying.
See, why didn't he just say Katie did?
I don't know. Right.
Okay, and then there's no way that Sebastian's not getting online and playing games with other people, because I can't remember whoever he was talking to that was the night that he was telling about the gross Subway sandwich and the pizza. Okay, that channel.
Mm-hmm.
At the very end, they are talking about video games and gaming and all that kind of stuff. And at the very end, the guy's like, well, when he gets back, I can't wait to play. You know, and Seth's like, oh, he's really good. He's beating everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. And then, okay. And then the last one I have is, first of all, is there a barn that is around that house? I know that you guys, Clue and Clea said that you guys saw a barn.
There's a couple of them. There's a couple of them that Clue and Cletus drove past. I think all of them. Didn't you guys?
Yeah.
One of them had a mannequin in it, and there's a couple of. There's actually there's barns behind the little quote unquote theory I had about somebody parking over there at the abandoned old farm. There's barns over there too. So.
Okay, so when Nancy Grace was talking to the prophets, the very first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
She said, so were there dogs? You know, she's asking the question, were there dogs? Yes. So the dogs, they found a scent around, and he said, he's like, she said to Katie, well, Mrs. Prophet said that they found scent around a barn, and then to the retained or whatever pond. Is that right? Retaining pond?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out, because that barn, if it's the same barn that, you know, Clue and Cletus saw that had the mannequin, and now there's a mannequin out there. I don't know. I'm just trying to say that I'm catching things that I didn't catch in the beginning. And then the last thing I have to say is, Nancy Grace says, law enforcement says the dogs didn't catch a scent, but Mrs. Proudfoot says they did.
Yeah. We've been talking about that for a while. We've all been a little bit off put by that because we've heard the audio about the dispatch. Okay.
Right. But when she asked that, we hadn't heard that yet.
Well, no, we did. We went back to it though, I think, Terry. I don't know, Clue, did we hear that audio before that interview? Do you remember that? Because I'm so lost inside myself anymore.
No, the interview was before audio.
I don't think so. I
Yeah,
mean,
Nancy Grace was before that dispatch audio came out.
Okay.
And if you recall, remember, I think, Drew, you said that should never have ever come out to the public. That whole police radio. Am I correct in what you said? So now law enforcement, we definitely heard them say that, yeah, they did catch the scent. Now they're saying they didn't, but then Katie is saying, yes, they did to the retaining pond. Or retention pond, I'm sorry. That's all I have. But, I mean, just none of it makes sense.
No, that's where the problems lie with this whole thing. Okay, so we're talking about the Victoria says it came from social media. Where did you hear? Back me up again, because I'm lost now. Where did you hear this thing about the barn again?
Nancy Grace asked the Proudfoot.
Okay.
About the dog scent, finding it around the barn and leading to the retention pond.
I don't remember hearing the barn part of that. I remember I remember her asking if they picked up a scent around the house, and Chris said yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
I just listened to it.
Oh, and she brought up a barn, huh? I must have missed that then.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that at all.
Yeah. She actually brought it up a couple times. So that's why I'm curious, because of the mannequin. Okay, because I know that it's weird that all of a sudden, that barn. And I think that we're catching things that we didn't first time around, but
well, it is a little odd now that I think of it, because there was a mannequin in the barn that was where did you guys see that at again, Clue or Cletus?
It's like on Long Hollow.
It was up in the top window, right?
Yeah, it's on the way. It's like probably a mile. No, not that far from their house.
And then there's one in the woods too.
Yeah. Y'all,
Yeah,
it's Tennessee. Like, that isn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't live there, so I'm just going by what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I agree. It is definitely a strange. I don't know, Tennessee, I guess.
The one in the barn isn't so weird, but
it's weird.
In the woods is a little like,
a
Right.
barn, and we know law enforcement heard it or knows they caught a scent, but at the time we didn't. But obviously they must have told Mrs. Proudfoot or Katie they did. Why else would she tell them exactly what we heard, pretty much, except for the barn?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm just bringing up. And the other thing, I'm sorry, but I just don't think Seth is. I don't mean to say this bad, but I don't think he's together enough or intelligent enough to put all of this, as we said, why is everything so perfectly set up?
In what way do you mean?
what we were talking about the other night. I know it's.
I don't know. The other day, when we were talking,
Everything about it is perfect. Everything about this case is perfect.
I mean, and I just don't. I do. I think, in my opinion, I think that somebody's pulling the puppet strings.
I mean,
I agree with the caller.
Could be. I mean, I know what you mean by everything being perfect. Yeah, I remember now. I'm sorry. It's a little too weird. I do agree.
And I think that either, if it is Chris, he knows that Seth is not going to keep things straight, right? He could be either setting him up or telling him to do stuff and that's what he has over him. Because he didn't take Sebastian. Okay? In his mind, he didn't do anything wrong. He could say, but you did. You took him.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
That's my get on it. I'll let you go and watch some more. But, I mean, as I'm sitting here writing notes, I'm like, okay, this is not adding up. But I think if if we start putting the puzzle, listening and going back and listening and going back, and I love doing the timeline and writing it down on a whiteboard and then just looking at it and going, wow.
Right. And here's the thing though, and I have to agree with Truth said this earlier, is that it's a good thing to do to go back from the beginning to the very beginning and it completely eliminate the Proudfoot's feet, and Seth Rogers all together and focus in on what happened with Sebastian. But then we have scenarios like this where News Nation drops a video that has this whole PI thing and Seth come out saying these things, and it completely throws people in an uproar backwards, and we're all back to the beginning again with all the bullshit. Okay, so
here's a question on that. So Seth, and I know we were talking about this, but didn't Seth, I mean, that's pretty much he, not Chris, but he brought this lady in, right?
The PI, yeah.
Okay, so why would she clear Chris? How would that benefit? In my mind, it's like he's.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by clearing him?
She's declared him cleared.
You're told today. I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
PI can clear anyone.
It's a move. It's a direct move. It's so that if Chris,
it's like a chess game. Yeah, it's like a chess game.
Yeah.
Right. So that was their move. And okay. I'm sorry, Terry. I'm a little tired now, and I'm really aggravated with that interview. It's like in my head now, and I'm sorry.
I get it, but do you see what I'm saying? If you start to go back and I get the whiteboard, putting it all together. So anyway,
I agree. Definitely, most definitely, definitely weird stuff. So thank you, Terry, very much for the call. I appreciate you.
Not a problem. Thanks. Bye.
All right.
So let's talk for just a second about going back to the beginning. So if you go back to the beginning, you've got a child that goes missing from his home sometime in the night. And I think if we go back to the beginning, but we also consider the facts that we know now, I feel like that's pretty well established as a fact. He went missing, right? He made it home. He went missing from the home.
Right.
And you don't inject anybody's past or any drama that's been talked about on the internet or any social media whatsoever or into the situation, and you just look at what's happened since and you look at behaviors. What is that? To me, I look at that and I feel some type of way about things.
All right, back up again. I'm sorry. I lost you for a second reading something. So we go back to the beginning. He's missing, and you don't inject people's past and stuff like that.
Right, but you watch the behaviors and the actions that occur since.
Of the people that are involved. Right, okay.
Well, you don't assume in the beginning anybody's involved, but you watch everybody all the way. And to me, I don't know where I end up with that.
I mean, honestly, in my opinion, at least, it can look bad on both sides of things, but there's got to be other things that relay into that too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, so the things that look bad on one side are related to statements that seemingly contradict each other to some degree.
Yeah.
So then the question is there a potentially reasonable explanation for those discrepancies?
That's right. Right. And then
if there is, then okay, that shit doesn't matter anymore. And then you look at the actions of the other side and you say, okay, is there a reasonable explanation for these discrepancies? And if it is, then you throw that shit out the window too. And at the end of the day, you're still left with a missing child and nowhere to go.
Right. Absolutely.
And I just think that to me is one of the biggest things that we're not doing as a community.
Here's the thing though with that, and this is going to sound kind of cryptic, but I think you'll know what I mean when I say this. with what you just explained, in some senses, not everybody, and you know what I mean by this, not everybody as a community knows those explained situations as well as other people do.
Well, and I mean, in fairness, nobody knows the explanation, but we can draw an assumption. We can consider, is there any situation that would make discrepancies being told about certain things make sense and be a reasonable explanation? Right? And I'm drawing a blank on either side and their discrepancies, and not finding somewhat of a reasonable explanation that does not imply guilt. Does that make sense? And at the end of the day, you're still left with a missing child with no finger to point at anybody.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, it does. It makes sense. Real quick, draw. Seth kind of he didn't demand. He wanted to see proof of life. And they did show him a video of that. Now I don't know if there was anything after that about. Does anybody know if there was the garbage thing had been confirmed about him taking the garbage out?
Confirmed by
law enforcement that they saw him taking the garbage out? Because that's been asked. That people have asked me that. Multiple people have asked me that. I can't answer it.
Not in the public, I don't think.
Okay, so no, draw. There's been nothing that I have heard or that any of us have heard that have confirmed that. But
this goes back to where the need for LEO to confirm something gets a little washy, because there have been several people from both sides who have confirmed that he was seen getting out of the van at the house, that he walked towards the front door. Maybe he was grabbing mail, paper, whatever, turned around and skipped, or I can't remember the word exactly they used, and he went into the garage. And then his light came on at about 10 o'clock, I believe they said, and it was on till 11:30 where it flashed before it was turned off.
Right, I remember that. Yeah. Okay.
So then he did make it home.
Yeah, that proves that then, draw.
And then if you listen to Seth continually says, left the house, left the house, left the house.
Yeah, and he also says, dropped a little nugget the other day when he said they know about what time they got home.
Yes.
Hey, Helen. I don't know that were they actually blinking, or was it that they were turned on?
No, it was blinked before it was turned off. So then that brought up the conversation, was he trying to signal somebody?
Yeah.
Right. And then, of course, just because I'm putting everything out there, if we're going to look at it from an angle of not the parents, we have to put everything out there, right? We have to take the explanation of the mother at face value. Well, she heard a thud. What if that was someone knocking on his window? Right.
And then he in turn said, "No, Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Go to sleep." Yeah. So that's always caught me as off, because that sounds fishy. Okay, like, don't pay attention to me. I'm fine. Go about your business. That's always bothered me.
They made a comment, well, nobody could be outside the window because the ground didn't have any shoe prints. Well, you notice
it's mulch.
Well, but if they had informed him to not come out in shoes, then there would have been a reason why that would have been the case. And if someone walked up to the window, it's very possible or plausible that they would have walked up without shoes on as well.
Right. Hello?
I'm so sorry. I'm being serious, but our dogs are stuck together by their tails. I don't know how that happened. I'm sorry, I'll mute.
What did she say? Her dogs what?
They're stuck together by their tails, so they're walking like a chain. I don't know. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Sounds like fun.
Posing Velcro.
How she heard a thud at 10:30 when she was already asleep by 10 to midnight on the couch.
She was. She was on the phone.
Yeah, she was on the phone, Carolyn. I remember that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Vicky. So that part of that story has always bothered me. The thud, his response, and then therefore after the rest of the night. One thing that I want to clarify though, she was on the phone. Okay, let's talk about this for a second. Again, the timing that she was on the phone, what times was that again?
9 to midnight.
From 9 p.m. to midnight. But didn't she say she fell asleep on the couch and then woke up and went to bed at 12:30?
My remembrance was she started getting tired around midnight, and Chris told her to put the dogs up and go to bed. Am I correct about that?
I'm trying to remember because it's been, yeah, I think that's right. Okay.
That's
Well, Jago, you are kind of right, because in that one interview,
Yeah.
she said it was Duchess actually.
Yeah, that was the first interview.
Yeah, so she was like, so you were it was something about sleeping at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. See?
And that turned out, then she said that they were on the phone from 9 to 12.
So she fell asleep while she was on the phone with him?
Maybe. I don't know. Or it was just like a weird worded question to her. I don't know. But that's the first thing I caught was like, how were you asleep at 10 but also on the phone?
Well, have you ever been on the phone, right? And you are so tired that you kind of drift off on the phone until you realize you're on the phone and you pop back up?
Yep. Yeah. No, that makes sense. But then
But I do agree, but then why not go to bed then? You know what I mean?
Well, she said she was studying while she was on the phone. So did she have a test coming up that she was studying for?
That's what I think. I think it probably ultimately was just she just fell asleep, or she just said yes to Duchess. You know what I mean?
Okay, and so here's what my point is with this, okay? With all of that, then there's the thud that was around in that 10 o'clock area, right? She said, "Hey, Bud, did you fall out of bed?" Or Bubba. Yeah, it was Bubba. "Did you fall out of bed?" No, Mom, I'm fine. Go to sleep. Go to bed or go to sleep. So he knew that she was either sleeping or going to sleep, right? For that response to be made.
We would have to listen to it again to see her exact wordage before we assumed that.
Yeah,
because that's such an important key. Like it literally, that right there is such an important key that I think listening to it would do us better.
Because that just came back to me, and I'm like, wait a minute, because that tells me, oh.
And you guys, you also have to keep in mind that in a missing child's case, emotions run high. You're running on no sleep. You're running on no energy.
Right.
And like I've told many people, and I think I've said it up here before. If you're in chat, it's totally different than being on this panel, especially if you camera up and coming on and having the pressure of being on a panel and trying to pay attention to the interviewer. And then that's if they know how to turn the chat on, keeping their eye off the chat, paying attention to what they're saying, on no sleep, on probably not eating, emotions are running high. You're not thinking. That's why there's inconsistencies in statements.
And it's not even that I'm worried about the inconsistency. Yeah, Duchess, if you want to, you can ask her. That'd be great. I'm just trying to think if, and it not by her fault at all, if she could have missed something at a specific segment in that time that it's just she couldn't have answered it because she didn't catch it. Especially if she's studying, talking to Chris, really tired they had a really busy day that day, and she's studying and all these other things. There's a lot going on. So if there's something she could have missed that she couldn't answer in that interview is what I'm talking about, that could fit into that square of time that could change everything altogether. It's a key. You know what I'm saying?
She could be remembering things now.
Yeah.
Yes.
That she didn't remember on those first interviews because, like I said, she's running on no sleep, no food, her kid's missing. you know, we don't know the home dynamic. We know rumors, but we don't know the home dynamic. We don't know what she had going on at work or what was going on in her personal life, where her mind could have been.
And another thing too, thank you, Mittens. I have literally been sitting on the phone with my wife when I'm dead tired. I hadn't slept all night because I was doing this or something. She calls me and I sat there. She told me before that I've sat there dead silent and was sound asleep for literally 15 minutes of the conversation and woke up and thought that I had just dozed off for like 30 seconds. So anybody in can think if you're tired enough. Oh, it was, I nodded off for like 30 seconds. It was 20 minutes. Okay. The time thing changes for that. So that is what I'm saying. If she was exhausted, because that's doing a lot, you guys, studying. They had that whole day together. That's going to wear anybody out. And now she's on the phone and she's tired. It's late at night.
And the likelihood of her having a drink during that day is high. It's not outside of the realm to think that she had a glass of wine while she was on the phone with her husband, you know, doing
which is not right.
It's not a bad thing. It just would lead to you being able to fall asleep easier while being on the phone or reading a book.
Thank you, Duchess. Absolutely. I appreciate that. And that's the thing is if you bring that up to her again, not saying that she didn't tell the truth or anything by any means, folks, but I've had that done to me. If somebody says something to me again that they said to me 3 months ago, it can be different because now I'm like, wait a minute. I did do this or I did do that. And it comes back like that. It does happen, you guys. It's normal. So that would be interesting because again, I said this the other night, and I know people probably think I'm nuts. I don't care. Okay, anything that can help find this child is important to me. I read more about it, and I know people disagree with it in some senses, but if it was done right, if a what the hell is it called? A hypnosis session is done. There could be things that she just doesn't remember because of that situation at that point that could bring out one little thing that could change this entire thing, you guys. Not that she's holding back, that she just doesn't have it there, okay? And with all the trauma that has gone on with this, that whole night itself and everything else around this, imagine things are going to be suppressed by her own mind without her even trying to do it. That's why I brought that up, and I thought it would be a good idea to do something like that just in case, because at this point there's nothing to lose. So I'm just saying, anything that can be done to find him at this point, I think is well worth the try of it at least. Okay.
I agree. Pull out all stops.
In interview analysis, small details can be supportive of truth. Heard thud serves no purpose other than from memory. Good point, Steve. Good point. Like I said, there could be any little thing, guys. It could be one sound, one word, one bit of a conversation that she just didn't get. If she dozed off for 10 minutes, that could mean all the difference in the world. Okay. And it doesn't make her a bad person, folks, that she did it. It's not neglect. It's not any of that. You know, he was supposed to be in bed doing what he was supposed to be doing, so on and so forth. But that could have been, hell, she could have dozed off and that thud is what woke her up. So anything that happened before that, it's not possible to know that in some senses. Do you know what I mean?
Correct. I still think that the idea. So here's what strikes me not as odd, but as interesting. Okay. Once again, we are assuming that this young man would have run away while his mom was still awake, which doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
And we're also assuming a lot that he ran away somewhere around 11:30 or midnight or somewhere around that time, and there's nothing that supports that. There's absolutely nothing that supports that. Now, when we were talking earlier and we had the hypothetical, what if you walked in, saw something you didn't like, ran out the door? My question is, and I have my opinion, but I'm interested in what everybody else thinks. Would that cause a mother to be in more of a shocked state that she would call her husband hysterical as opposed to, I woke up and he's not in the house? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so as a woman, It is your natural instinct when you're in a relationship, if something happens, to call your significant other. That is supposed to be your protector. That's supposed to be your person that you can reach out to. So you're automatically going to call. When my son went missing, the very first person I called was Mr. Monster. And I said, hey, da 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 da. And then my second thought was law enforcement.
For sure.
But my
for
first
sure.
call was to him to say,
And I
hey,
agree with you.
this is what's going on.
I agree with you 110%. I think that's normal, right? My question is, the way that it was described was that she called Chris hysterical, right? And my question is, would the response of hysterical go hand in hand with your son running away? Because mind you, she said, I don't understand why he went out that door, right? Or I don't know why he went out that door. So my question is, could it have been a response to getting caught in something and your son having a quick response and now you're freaking out because A, of what he saw, and B, he's gone? Or would that be the standard response as a mother to wake up and your son not be in bed? Because she didn't seem to be too hyped up when she said she walked in back into the kitchen to see if he was making breakfast, and the way she explained her movements inside the house did not sound like an hysterical woman.
Well, he also
Right.
likes to hide. We've heard her say
Right.
that he likes to hide. So her first instinct would be he's not in bed. Check to see if he's being sneaky because he thinks it's funny to hide under things. He thinks it's funny to hide and jump out and scare people. So that would be your first instinct is not my child's gone. Your first instinct is look for him. Where could he be in the house? And then once it hits you like a ton of bricks, your child's gone. That's when hysterics kick in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand that would. I guess it was the extent of the explanation of emotion, right? I guess that was what I was more pointing towards, because to me, if you know your son is someone who hides, right? Although you told both sets of parents told law enforcement that he had never eloped or gone and hid anywhere. That was said in the beginning, and it's on the police, radio recording. So it's just, to me, it's a very important question because it leads to the value of, if we're not blaming the parents, why would he run out the door without shoes on? And it had to have been something that wouldn't have been something, in my opinion, that was planned unless it was super planned. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And just to go off that point is with him leaving without his shoes on. And I don't think you were over here that night, but I actually had a case that I had my very first interview was a mom of a missing child out of Ohio. And he is a habitual runaway. And he's actually now Sebastian's age. And I had her on panel to tell my community about the day in the life of having a 15-year-old autistic child that is high functioning, that is a lot like Sebastian. And I will pull up my Facebook Messenger and show you, not 3 hours after she got off my panel, he's gone again. And
Right.
he's barefoot.
Well, it's not even the barefoot that gets to me. It's that if we are to believe the explanation of his disorder, right, one of those was he didn't like to be without shoes. It was said by Seth. So once again, I'm taking what Seth says as fact because I'm not looking at him as a suspect, right, in this particular situation, in this scenario. So if they're saying he does not like to be without shoes, he doesn't like to be dirty, he doesn't like to be in the grass like that, then the only reason that he would take off out of the house would be something instant that he didn't have time to think about, and he just bolted out the door.
Yeah, like a trigger is what I was stating before.
Right. Right.
Speaking of which, Mind of Monsters, when you dealt with that case and you talked about that, was that ever explained by him himself why he left without shoes?
He did. He was on a panel and he explained that that case is different in the sense of the fact that the people, and it's literally going on in court right now, so I can't use any names as far as their names.
Right.
And I'm going to call it a kidnapping because that's what they did. They had kidnapped him before. This was not the first time that they had took this child. And he was actually at a neighbor's house because mom was at work. He was at a neighbor's house and she happened to have a Ring camera that was working, and he ran out barefoot and got in their van and left. He had been talking to her on social media on Snapchat. This is another child that is not supposed to have internet. He's not supposed to have access to a phone. He's not supposed to have any of this stuff. And the little turkey figured out how to manipulate the Wi-Fi box and was getting online with
As
one of
most
his
of
game
them do.
devices.
Right.
So then this particular case, when you look at it through the eyes of that case, which often you have to do when you're looking at new cases, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that there are some pretty good, comparisons to the two?
As far as their personalities, yes, they like a lot of the same things, both high functioning, both, a
So
lot
then for him,
the same child, a
so the
lot of the
thought of
same
him
child.
having, right, so the thought of him maybe finding a girlfriend would not be that far out of the range, even with the quote unquote, and I don't like using the term, but disability.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
And that's kind of been that secondary thought that we've had. If something didn't happen in the house that shocked him, right, that would be my first go-to. Then the second would be that he ran away with a girl.
It could have been a girl, and then you also have to keep in mind that these predators are all over the internet. They're all over games. They're everywhere. He could have been groomed. We heard that all he wanted was friends. He had school friends, and like Clue was saying earlier, there's a difference in school friends and friends. I have a teenage stepdaughter, so she has thousands of friends at school. She has 4 girls that she goes and spends the night with, and that is her friend group, is what she calls it. So, there's nothing to say that he wasn't online and somebody was, we see it here on YouTube. We call them trolls in chat that were pretending to be something they weren't and said, hey, I got this game, I got that game, we can play this, we can do that, we can do something else, lured him out of the house, poof, he's gone. The thud could have been someone getting him out the window. That could be why you don't see any, disturbance to the bushes or the sod, or it wasn't sod. What am I thinking? It's late. The mulch.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's why you may not see disturbance as he fell out of the window. Somebody could have reached in and helped him out. I mean, I'm not too big to say. I grew up in the boondocks of Kentucky. We had railroad tracks about, a crow's fly from where my bedroom window was. My mom was sleeping on the couch one night, and this is a 100% true story. My mom was sleeping on the couch one night, and I was a habitual window climber outer. And I grew up in a mobile home where my room was, the trailer hitch was there. And I'd go right out my window, step down on that thing, and I was gone for hours. I knew what time Mama got up to go to work. Well, lo and behold, as sneaky as I was, she heard me leaving that night. And when I come traveling down the road to the property, she was waiting in her minivan for Milo hind end. Scared the life out of me. And I never crawled out that window again. The screws in the window frame helped, but
sure. But here's see what you saying that it brings me back to something I said the other night that kind of bugs me a little too. What if he has done this before and this was just, say he did this 4 times, okay, and he's smart enough to know mom's sleeping now. Now's my chance. Here I go. I'm gonna go. Whatever he's doing, who knows? Maybe he's meeting up with somebody that he met. Maybe he's just going for a walk because listen, I know for a fact a lot of these kids don't sleep like we think they should. My son being one. I told you I woke up one night at 3 a.m. and he's standing at the end of my driveway staring at the sky, scared the death out of me. What the hell are you doing? Well, I couldn't sleep. Well, you don't walk out of the house. I didn't hear it. It scared the shit out of me. So there's the point right there. So I had to have a conversation, and we have an understanding now. If you need to do that, wake me up so I know what you're doing. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you not to do it, but let me know. But with rules in certain homes, some people just don't want those things to happen, and therefore, as a child, he probably realizes that he can't just do this, and that takes the fun out of it by waking up your parents and saying, hey, I'm going to go for a walk at 3 a.m. And it can be fun to these kids because it's an adventure. Okay. So therefore, if he has done this in the past before, okay, that's why I went to the point at one time and said, this may have been a crime of opportunity when he's done this 3 or 4 times before, or it was a grooming situation and the person was getting him comfortable to the point where this was the last one and now we're off and on our way. Or it was just, like I said, a crime of opportunity where he did it this one time and it was not the right time and he got scooped by somebody, okay? Which could explain the scent to the pond, trying to get away from somebody, all this other stuff. That's what I'm saying, but I can't get it out of my head that there's you really drilled that into my head with that story, Mom, because I've been thinking it for a while, but it's like, my kid has done it, other kids have done it. Why didn't he do it? She wouldn't know. You know what I mean? She's doing a lot every day. She's taking care of him. That's a lot of work in itself. She's going to school. She's doing this. She's doing that. So when she goes to sleep, she probably sleeps hard. Sebastian knows that. So there are opportunities where this could have been happening, guys. Who knows? For a month. Chris is gone for weeks at a time. Katie's the only one there. You know, he goes to Seth every so often, so on and so forth. So he's got that time in between there to do what he's got to do.
Right. And if you take everything else out of the picture, everything else out of the picture and only put in the picture, this is a boy that is 15 years old. What happens at 15 years old? Chemical changes, body
100%.
changes, your brain changes. You're going through the big P, you know what I mean? You're going through everything, and that's all that is hitting you at once on top of everything else he already had going on. All of those extra chemicals and body changes and everything is all happening at once.
Yeah, and take the autism out of the picture altogether.
That's what I'm saying. Take that completely out of the picture.
He's still a 15-year-old male teenage boy. Period. And all that stuff. We talked about that the other night with Truth bringing that up. But the girl thing, I mean, this is a good-looking kid, guys. He's not. When he was younger, of course, kids look goofy when they're younger a little bit. That's what it is. They're in that awkward phase. He turned out he's growing into a very handsome young man. Even if he wasn't, it's not about that, guys. People will. I don't even know what I'm trying to say at this point, but it doesn't matter. There's going to be somebody that he's going to catch. He's funny. He has a sense of humor. He could have caught somebody's attention, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes is for somebody to pay good attention to him, and that's all he needs. Okay. Yeah, and that's a good point, Steve. That the thud between the thud and the light flickering. Okay. The thud could be. Hey, go ahead. I'm sorry, Truth.
Mom, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So I asked this question to the panel last night, I believe. Maybe it was the night before. They're all kind of running together at this point. In your gut, do you believe Sebastian is alive?
Yes, 100%.
In your gut, do you believe Sebastian is in danger?
Do I feel like he's in danger? It would depend on what sense of danger. Do I feel like he's in danger as far as not being with his parent, his mom, where he should be? Absolutely, 100%. Right. Because even if someone else does have him, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody, but if a stranger has him, is he being taken care of the way that his mother would take care of him? If another family member has him, is that family member taking care of him like he's supposed to be taken care of? Is he getting the care that he needs? Does he have that stability which he will need to keep his pattern and his daily routines correct? No. Is that a form of danger? Putting back in the autistic portion of this. Yes, absolutely, because you're throwing his pattern off.
Right. I guess what I meant by that is with all those variables being true, which they are, and I can appreciate each one of them, right? What does your gut say? Does your gut say that he's in danger?
My gut says that absolutely. I mean, I feel like he is in danger. I feel like he's alive. I feel like he's alive because when you do this as long as I have and you spend the time that I have put in with these families and spent hours on the phone with detectives and been up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning talking to detectives on the phone, you can come from the outside looking in without throwing glass at the window and you pick up on things,
Mm-hmm.
and you almost put yourself in that position. And I'm a mom of boys, so I'm able to put myself in that position. Do I feel like he's in danger? Absolutely, because he's not where he's supposed to be. Do I feel like he's alive? 100%. Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, let me ask you this way, though. If you feel that he's alive, which I do too, do you feel that he's safe in his own mind?
Very possible, especially if the person that he's with is, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna put this out like the rainbows and butterflies. If he's getting games and cookies and snacks and things that possibly mom, who runs a tight ship, whether it's her and Chris, or that's irrelevant. I'm just saying, like, home life is a tight ship.
A
If
homemade
that ship
comfort zone.
is
Yeah.
right, if that ship's a cruise and we're getting game systems and snacks and do whatever we want and staying up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, then in his mind, yes, he probably is safe.
In his own mind, yeah. And I agree with you as far as the mom side, because I'm a dad and I have a child. And no, you're not safe unless you're where you need to be here with me.
Mhm.
But in this child's mind, if he doesn't want, because this was said earlier, if he doesn't want to be found, because in some sense, is living the life that he wants to live because he thinks he's a grown man now. Okay. Things changed in his mind and all that stuff. That makes sense to me, depending on what the situation is. He could be, if it's a girl or something like that, I get all that. That's fine. But people will feed the grooming thing is what I went back to too. That you'll feed a child whatever you need him to know to do what you want him to do. So there's that too. But
I guess I'm just not convinced, and respectfully, and I'm glad I'm not convinced of this, right? It's in my brain. I think it makes things a little bit easier to process. I'm just not convinced he's in any of those situations. Like I understand exactly what you're talking about. I know that you come from a place of experience with that, right? But I would argue or debate that this case is almost unlike any one that we've seen in a long time, right? And on top of that, as far as the twists and turns, the lack of evidence, that type of side of things. If we were going to suggest he was with somebody that he knew, right, and not catfished, right, then I feel like there would be, how do I put this? I feel like there would be a little bit more momentum to get him home if people didn't believe that he was somewhere that he wasn't being hurt.
But we don't know what law enforcement knows.
Right,
So you have
right.
to
I'm
keep
just
that in
speaking
mind
on
too.
I guess I'm speaking on the behavior of those that we can't have as suspects, right? So is Seth in tears when he's talking about his son? No. If someone who believed their son was not here with us anymore, they would be in tears. They wouldn't be able to say the memories without choking up. They wouldn't be able to say their son's name without choking up. To me, that is a big sign that there's somewhere in this process that they have been given some information that is enough to make them believe that he is in fact alive.
Very good point.
Mhm.
I will bring up Brandy. Look at Michael Vaughn's case.
Right.
She held hope for how long? And I would dare not use her name, but the one that put the information out that he was no longer with us.
Mhm.
I was in the chat that day when that
Right.
happened. And I watched a mom that was pure driven to find her son alive and well be totally crushed. Totally crushed. To the point where I think a whole chat of 500 people were in tears watching all of that melt from her soul. And I got so close to that case that I've shed more tears for that child than I can say of any cases. And
Yeah, I watched that day. That was very hard to watch.
I've been on panels with her. I've been on panels with Lana. I've made, I've done things in the background that I've never made public in his case to help with finding him and finding out he was no longer with us and there was evidence that he was no longer with us. It broke me for a long time. I took a 2.5-month break. I could not bring myself to turn this laptop on. I was still making flyers because the messages don't stop. People still message me and ask me, and I would come over here long enough to make a flyer, and then I was gone. I was away from this computer because I could not do it. It literally broke me. And that was where I got my big stop sign that said, you can't get emotionally involved in these cases like you did that one, because it absolutely tore my soul apart. And my husband will tell you, I laid here and cried my eyes out. And I'm not a crier. That's not, I don't cry. I don't cry in public. I mean, I cry, but that's not me. I'm very hardcore. I'm raised Kentucky born redneck girl. Like that's not who I am. But that case broke my absolute heart. And when Sebastian went missing, I'm in Orlando. So I was actually focusing on Maddie's case and co-hosting Twitter Spaces on Sundays in Sebastian's case. And that's how I started in his case. And then all the drama started on YouTube. And that's when I went live on my channel about Sebastian. And then there's a couple of rants that I've done about the drama that's got mixed into his case.
They were good, though. I enjoyed them.
Thank you, sir. I tried. I did my best.
I loved it. I loved it. But anyway, go ahead.
But I built my 2-story soapbox, and I got on my soapbox, and I didn't care who I pissed off or who feelings I hurt. Because when you make me to that point, and I come out and I'm sitting on my porch because I'm so hot I can't be in the air conditioning, then I'm going to put out my 2 cents, and I'm going to make it known how I feel. And I made it known how I feel, and I've made it known how I feel on Twitter, and I've had people unfollow me and people message me and their comments, and none of that matters to me, because what matters is that 15-year-old boy that's not at home where he needs to be. And coming from a mother with experience with a child that was missing in Tennessee, in Nashville, and my experience with Tennessee law enforcement, that's why I'm so passionate about this case, is because I know how they are. I know how they work. That is from personal experience from Tennessee law enforcement. And it wasn't law enforcement that found my son. It was my daughter. Because we couldn't get them to get off their butts and go look until I raised 9 kinds of hell with a tiny little county where he was staying at. And I finally got a detective on the phone that cared enough to listen to me. And he put fire under Metro Nashville. And that is the only reason that we found my son, because I wouldn't have him today if they hadn't found him that night.
Well, I'm glad they did. Definitely.
So I fully have zero trust in a lot of what happens in the state of Tennessee. And, again, I mean, no disrespect to any other case, but it seems like cases that come out of Tennessee, once they make it to YouTube, it's a whole storm. There's a hurricane done blew through. There's tornadoes and wildfires and everything all happening at once. Complete natural disasters. All the way around the board. And it's not fair to these children. It's not fair to the parents. But you can't call Dateline NBC and say, hey, my kid's missing, and get an interview. You can message a YouTuber on Facebook or Twitter or email a YouTuber and get an interview. Especially those of us that are here in the missing community. So that's where a lot of these cases start. And you have a handful of us that give families a safe place to go, to tell their children's story, to tell their loved one's story, to tell their brother or their sister's story, or whatever the case may be. I was a mod for a huge channel, and I went on her panel and begged for help, and I was ignored. Nobody would help me. And this is a Tennessee-based channel. I don't go over there no more. I haven't been over there in 3 years, but that's neither here nor there. I couldn't get my voice heard because there was so much drama. I was getting spoke over on the panel, and nobody cared to listen to the fact that I just needed my people, quotey fingers, I'm smoking so my camera's off, but my people to help me look for my son because I was in Florida. And I worked, and I had an underage child at home at the time. I couldn't leave and drive up there, just drop everything and drive up there. Not that night. It took time to be able to get situated to go do what I needed to do for my son. But that's my soapbox rant for, that we have to take everything. We have to take the puzzle, and you have to take that puzzle and you've got to lay it out on the table, and you've got to look at that whole puzzle and remember that face in the middle of that puzzle is what matters. The pieces that are missing on the edges, those are just pieces. And I understand that every clue matters in a case, but law enforcement is going to hold stuff close to the vest, especially if it's Tennessee. They're going to hold stuff close to the vest because if it gets put out or something gets misspoke or there's a mistype on an email, it's viral. And then the whole conspiracy theory, grab your tinfoil hats, we're all headed in on the spaceship together.
Very true. Very true.
And it's not fair to the cases or the families. It's sad. It's very, 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 very sad. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see what happens in these communities on this platform.
Yeah, because it takes, I've said this too many times. What it does is it puts Sebastian or whatever case it is in the back seat, and all this other stuff is up to the front and driving down the road. And what about him? That's where we're at with this, guys. What about him? That's why I keep going back to that. That's why I sit here like earlier trying to think about that situation from that night to try to figure out what could have been heard, what could have been missed, what could have been done, what could have happened. Because that's all I care about. I, honest to God, and I don't want to upset anybody saying this, and excuse my language out front, but I don't give a fuck what Chris and Katie and Seth have done in their lives. I don't care. I want to see this child alive and smiling again so that I can breathe, because I haven't been able to breathe since this child went missing for some reason. I'm very close to this soul-wise, okay? That's all I want. That's all I want. These other things do in some senses mean something, guys, because they can in some ways lead to finding him possibly, but most of it doesn't. And it's just, there's so much of that now that it has overshadowed this child by a long shot. So I'm 100% there about that. I really am. But the things we've been doing for the past few days, trying to break down what happened that day, where he could have went to, why he could have done it. That's great. And that's why I really appreciate the things you've been putting out and talking about truth with us. It makes a lot of sense, helping me to see things in a different light and look at those things. I'm grateful for that. But all of this other stuff, this interview today, you guys, I'm not really showing it, but it really has pissed me off because it doesn't do anything but make this worse than what it was.
It's pathetic.
It didn't need to happen. Nope. It did not need to happen. You're not proving anything. You're not showing anything. All you're doing is one more time, one more day, bringing out somebody's personal information, somebody's personal business that did not have anything to do with why we're sitting here doing this. And here we are again. As in, not to say that tomorrow it's going to happen again. And the day after that, it will happen again. Or maybe we'll have a few days off. It's still gonna. It's never ending. And at this point, we're no more closer than we were almost 2 months ago at finding this child. So what's the point in any of that? I just don't get it.
I agree with you, Dago. Listen, I don't mean to be rude, but I've got business meetings in the morning. I need to.
No. I gotta shut her down anyway. Once I get going, I get going. So my apologies.
I just want to say, Mind, I think that you do amazing work, and I can really hear your spirit when you talk, and I can see your aura when you're on camera, and I think that that is something that's very special. Don't lose that special part of you, and I look forward to in the future being able to get to know you a little bit better, more off of here and more on a. I'd love to pick your brain. I think that you have a lot to add and could be very informational to myself and my career as well. So. Thank you very much for that. Dago, you're an asshole. I'm glad I got to see you tonight, buddy.
I love you too, brother. I love you too.
I think it's time everybody gets some rest, says some prayers tonight for Sebastian. But more importantly, I encourage people to pray a prayer of the will of your God. I'm not going to tell you what God that is. I will not be personally praying to bring Sebastian home. That's not my prayer. My prayer is that God does what he feels fit in this situation to have that young man with the best life he can have. Whatever my God decides that's going to be is what will be his will. So I'm very careful about how I pray for those who are missing and those that are in troubled situations, because what I may feel is the most appropriate thing for them to come back to or be a part of may not, in fact, be the will of my God. So in saying that, guys, much appreciated of everybody that's involved. Remember, keep an open mind. Critical thinking will get you everywhere, and question the questions if the questions don't answer those questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you once again, Truth, and I hope to see you soon. Have a great night, sir, and get enough sleep to deal with your meetings tomorrow. Mine and Monsters, it's always an honor to have you here and to be able to hear the things you say. As he said, I'm very don't mind me, I'm tired, so my brain is stretched now. I'm very
good,
happy, for lack of better terms, that I get to work with you and Duchess and Arctic and all these other people now to do the things like this that we're trying to do. It's easier to do with more people surrounding you that have the same heart that you do than not. So I'm grateful for you and all those that are involved in this in that same sense. It means the world to me. So thank you once again.
Hey, it's my honor, and I appreciate you letting me come up and rock on your front porch with you. You're a great community and awesome mods and wonderful guests, and the think tanks and the brain picking is what and that's what I call my community. We're the brain pickers over there, Mind of Monsters. So
there you go.
That's
like I tell everybody that all the meatballs that jump in the sauce, so we can spill a little bit of sauce every time, because that's what it is.
We're the brain pickers. That's what we do. But thank you so much for letting me be up here. I should have been in bed hours ago.
Yeah, me too.
Guys, if you see something, say something. Remember, it takes a village to raise a child. I'll see you guys on the flip side, and light it up with green hearts.
Yes. Thank you again, and I will talk to you very soon. And guys, if we could drop that link one more time, if there's anybody else in here, and if not, we'll get it. Everybody else that's in here, I really appreciate you guys hanging with us. We've been here for 5.5 hours. I don't even realize it sometimes, but I appreciate everybody's support with this, supporting all the people that we have come in here to have these conversations. Sometimes it does go in a direction that maybe it shouldn't, but it's due to all the things that we see in here. You can't control everything everyone feels, and we don't need to. Everybody has the rights to their own feelings, their own opinions, their own thoughts, their own theories. As long as everybody that has those thoughts, those feelings, those opinions, and those theories can bring themselves back to keeping their eye on that prize, which is finding Sebastian Rogers and bringing him home, or at least finding out if this child is safe. That's all we need to do. That's all I need to do. And I really appreciate you all supporting that in any way, shape, or fashion that you choose to, by any means whatsoever. Guys, please don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other, and don't change anything about yourselves, because that's what I love about you all, is who you are. Guys, if we can, and you're already doing it, let's light up the chat with the green hearts and support of Sebastian. Remember, guys, we're going to make this happen. Well, we're not going to make this happen, but we're not going to stop with this until something happens. And we'll talk about this child forever and ever if we need to, until he comes home. And I thank you all for that again. One more time. Let's bring Sebastian home, guys. You have a wonderful rest of your night. I will see you all very soon. Good night and God bless. Bye bye.